All right, ladies and gentlemen, give me a moment here. All right, I'm trying to get something printed on my computer and let's see. All right, I'm sorry. Give me just a moment. Okay, I'm back. I have a cheat sheet that I use to keep track of all the witnesses and exhibits and what's been admitted. And the network printer here at the Wilson County courtroom is down. So I had to email that to the district clerk and ask him to print it off for me. So let me ask, what all do we have to hear today? And is everyone ready?
Judge, my client filed a de novo after a visitation with her child stopped on December 10th, 2020. It has taken us this long. There are several attorneys in this case. in order for us to even get a hearing on the de novo. And so we're only here to discuss whether or not my client's visits with her child should resume.
Okay, and your client is?
Laura Melvin, she's responded, Mom. Father has since relinquished his rights to the child. So she's the only parent standing in this case.
No, this is perfect.
Do you need any more?
No, this will do it. Okay, and what box is she under?
Laura Melvin is her name.
Okay, am I missing it? I don't see a Laura Melvin on the screen.
She's on the screen, Judge. I see her. I don't know what it looks like on your screen.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Let me get,
Ms. Melvin, maybe if you were.
okay, I found her. I'm sorry. Okay, so. Okay, and for the department, Ms. Merritt?
Yes, Judge. The department is ready. This is a de novo that was filed by Ms. House. The department's caseworker is Ms. Bobby Garza. Ms. Garza, could you wave to the judge so that he knows who you are? Thank you.
Okay,
We're ready.
and I see a bunch more people here. Who else is here?
Your Honor, I'm Sonia Sims. I represent the child.
Okay,
I am ready.
Alana Pearsall, I represent the interveners, Julie and Brian Hicks, who are present. They're the two people on the screen together. It was our initial motion with the department and the child's ad litem to terminate visits that was granted back in December. We have requested and obtained a transcript of that hearing, Judge. It was a long hearing that took multiple hours. I think it would help and be judicious if you, we're happy to submit that transcript. If you could look over the transcript and read it, probably, I don't know if you want to do it instead or after the hearing, but I think it would way cut down on testimony that's honestly going to be verbatim today.
okay. Let me ask you, first of all, your clients, Ms. Pearsall, are Julian.
The ones waving, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm trying to fix their name. Who else?
Julie and Brian, Bryan.
Right.
Hicks, Hicks. Perfect.
Okay. And they're with who the child is placed with now, or what?
Correct.
Okay. And anyone else here as a party or counsel? Okay.
Judge,
Who-
there is CASA involved in
Right.
this case.
Okay, and what other witnesses, and who's here from CASA? I see the Joni Garcia.
Yes, Joni's there. Frankie Ellis is present, as well as Tyra Mosier, who is also with CASA.
Okay. Frankie Ellis,
Yes, Judge.
and so the one that.
Tyra, this is Tyra Mosier. I'm the case supervisor for Wilton and Karn County with CASA. And I apologize. I'm trying to get my video feed to connect and work.
Moshier?
Mosier.
Okay, that looks better. It didn't look right with an H, but. Okay, what other witnesses do we have?
Yes,
Judy-
Judge, I have Carolina Casillas, who is, I believe, the one of the therapists for Miss Melvin, Judy Dickey, who is the child's therapist.
Okay, hold on, I'm writing this down. Okay. Carolina Casillas, Judy Dickey, who else?
Those were the two for the department, as well as Miss Garza, obviously, Judge.
Okay.
Judge, we have Dr. Melvin on subpoena. He's on standby because he has other patients as well as my clients.
I believe she means Dr. Miller, not Dr. Melvin. I have subpoenaed witnesses as well, Judge Wilson, but I'm not sure that they're going to show, if they're able to show on today.
All right, yeah, I'll just write them down, and so if you'll let me know who they are in case also if they come into the breakout room or the waiting
Sure.
room.
We have Miss Della Garza. She is a physician's assistant. We also have, I think we cross subpoenaed Dr. Miller.
Okay, and Miss De La Garza's first name is?
One moment, let me find out.
Lucinda.
Thank you. We've also subpoenaed Ashley Martin, who provided counseling to my client.
Okay. So let me ask all of the witnesses to raise their right hand so I can swear everybody in at once. And actually, first of all, unmute yourselves. And when we get finished, keep your hands up so that I can get your name on the record. All right. Ms. Dickey, I'm gonna actually do you last, so hold on this moment, because you're having feedback issues. Everyone else, please unmute yourself if you've got your hand up. All right, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Mosier said yes, Ms. Bobby Garza did, Laura Melvin did Julie and Brian Hicks do so?
Yes.
Both of you? Okay, all right. All right, now, Ms. Dickey, I'm gonna ask you, swear you in, and then ask you, first of all, unmute. I don't know what the issue is with your electronic device, but we're getting a clicking sound. Sounds like bad shortwave radio reception back before they were digital. So do you swear?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to mute you and ask you to sign off and log back on and see if it's better when you come back. Okay, is anyone invoking the rule?
I am invoking the rule.
Okay, so who do we have here who would be subject to it? Actually, let me go back and write down everybody who took the oath. Okay. Julie and Brian Hicks are not. So Bobby Garza,
She would not be subject to the rule, Judge. She is my
expert
representative for the department.
representative. Okay. All right, Ms. Casillas.
She would be subject to the rule, Judge, as well as Ms. Dickey.
All right, and Ms. Casillas, Ms. Dickey, are you both familiar with the rule? Actually,
Ms. Dickey is,
she's gone. I'll just leave her in the breakout room. Ms. Casillas, are you familiar with the rule and testifying?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, what that means is unless you're a representative, unless you're a party to the case, or you have some other reason that you're allowed to remain in, you may not participate in the hearing unless you're actively testifying. And specifically, you cannot do anything to find out or let anyone else let you know what questions the other witnesses were asked, what answers they made, or what questions you might be asked, because your response to the questions you were asked must be your own testimony and must not be influenced by anything you heard the other witnesses say. And I'll let you know, I'm going to go ahead and admit Ms. Dickey. Again, we'll see if her issue is resolved. Connecting to audio. All right, Ms. Dickey, I'm asking you to unmute. Okay, we still have the same issue, so I'm going to go ahead and place you under the rule, or you've been placed under the rule. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. I'll say on the records for the court reporter's benefit that Ms. Dickey's here, but I have her muted because there's some kind of feedback. But ma'am, if you're not familiar with the rule, it means that unless you're actually testifying, you must not be taking any part in the proceedings as far as being able to hear them and see them. You can't let anybody else let you know what's going on, what questions the other witnesses were asked, or what testimony they give, or what questions you might be asked. So I'm going to go ahead and place you in the breakout room. I'm going to ask you to try and find some other electronic device, or see if you can figure out what the issue is. Because we keep getting, again, it sounds like a bad shortwave radio reception issue. And I'm going to go ahead and place Ms. Casillas in the waiting room and ask her to remain there until I let her back in. And Kimberly Lopez, what role do you have?
She coming to get you.
I'm sorry? Okay, Kimberly Lopez. What role does Kimberly Lopez have?
Judge, she is the foster agency's case manager.
Okay. And Ms. Lopez, are you going to be testifying?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. All right, then I'm going to go ahead and place Ms. Dickey and Ms. Casillas in the waiting room. And again, I'll ask Ms. Dickey to try and either see if there's some issue with your speakers or something, or trying to find a different electronic device. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to place the attorneys in a breakout room. I just want you to consider Ms. Pearsall's suggestion. I'm not asking you to say, let me just read the transcript and we'll go from there. But if you can agree quickly that there's certain, I can look at the first 8 pages of somebody's testimony and we'll just deem that as being given here. We're going over their name, their background, all the stuff that y'all have already heard at least once, if not multiple times, rather than for y'all to have to hear all of that again. If you can agree that there's just certain pages of the transcript that I can consider, I will do that. If not, then we'll just get started and I will go ahead and assign you to the breakout room number 1 and ask you to consider that briefly. All right, so. All right, so Elena Pearsall, Ms. House, Ms. Merritt, and
Ms.
Ms.
Sims.
Sims. I think I'll need to go in there.
Yes, Judge.
All right. Ms. Sims, it didn't get you assigned to breakout room 1. All right. You should have all received an invitation. Okay, we have a Galaxy phone here. It looks like it's Miss Hicks. Gibson, I'm sorry. Well, okay, we just had a 210 area code phone number come in, asking them to unmute. All right, and who is this? All right, the 210 phone number has unmuted, but we can't hear you if you're saying anything.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is
Who is
it a
this?
better connection?
Yes, who is this?
This is Judy Dickey.
All right. Ms. Dickey, this is good. So I guess what I'm going to ask you to do is if you can shut off both the microphone and the speakers on your computer, or just mute everything so that we can see you, and then just have your phone on the side. That would be good. So we'll be able to see you when you testify, and I'm going to put you back in the waiting room.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll get back on the computer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we've returned, or we
Okay,
should
give
have.
me just, let me. All right, Ms. Dickey is going to have to sign it in a phone and camera separately. Yes, go ahead.
Judge, after conferring, under Texas Family Code 201.317 subsection F, it states that the referring court may also consider the record from the hearing before the associate judge, including the charge of the verdict returned by a jury if the record was taken by a court reporter. And so it appears our interpretation as counsels is that you have discretion as to whether or not to read the transcript at all, in part, or in entirety. And there is no consensus as to whether or not that should be in its entirety.
Okay.
Okay, and actually, I was not clear, I suppose. I know I have the discretion to read it, but that doesn't keep people from asking, you know, what's your name? How long have you been employed?
Mm-hmm.
Questions all over again. I was trying to see if we had a consensus to do that. Apparently we do not, so.
Oh, that's fine, Judge. We'll agree to that. Yeah, that's fine. for the sake of efficiency, because we initially announced one day, but because it's taken months for us to get this setting, we agreed to do it in 4 hours. And so due to us trying to condense this hearing, for the sake of efficiency, I believe we can agree to that.
Okay, just
Yes,
to
Ms.
make it
Pearsall?
clear, as much as I don't appreciate Ms. House talking for the rest of us, Ms. Merritt, myself, and Ms. Sims have agreed prior to coming back in that you should and are welcome to read the transcript. And I guess Ms. House is now in agreement as well.
All right.
I didn't disagree as to that, Alana, as to reading the transcript. I denied.
All right.
I think
Okay.
that's
So if
fine.
somebody will post, Ms. Pearsall, if you would just, does everyone have the transcript?
We were sent it this week.
Okay. If you would just post that in chat, I would appreciate it if you have a PDF.
Yes,
And
Your Honor.
I need to get up. I'm actually in my office and I need to get up and address some folks in the hallway who don't know there's court going on here. Okay. So let me ask, we're on a de novo. Was there an underlying motion to stop Ms. Melvin's access to the child?
And Judge, I believe I sent the wrong transcript. Alana, you sent the correct one.
Okay.
Judge, in answering your question, yes, there was a motion to stop visitation. That motion to stop visitation was filed by Ms. Sims.
Okay. All right. So, and was the notice of request for de novo for all the issues?
The request for the de novo, Judge, was in several parts. The first part was that to reinstate the visits. The other part was if not to fully reinstate visits, to go back to what was the schedule prior to December, I believe is what Ms. House's de novo motion indicated.
Judge, and just for the record, I uploaded the initial motion, so you don't have to go through the whole file to find it, motion to stop visits. It was actually filed by me in conjunction with both Ms. Sims and Ms. Merritt. It was a joint motion. And I attached the copy for it, just as I said, so you don't have to go look for it.
I can attach my request as well, Judge, if you would
Please,
like.
because I'm not seeing it. I'm looking here. I'm not finding it in the clerk's record. Sometimes their notations about what something is are a bit obscure. Actually, there's one called motion. That may be it. Okay, go ahead, please. If somebody would just post that to me. Oh, yeah, I've got Ms. Pearsall has posted the motion to stop the visits. Okay, give me just a second.
Judge, I also uploaded the permanency order from December 10th, which was the date both of these motions were heard. And the paragraph specifically that addresses this de novo is 4.2.2, which ordered that all visits between the mother, Laura Melvin, and the child, Alexandra Dover, are suspended. And it also in 4.2.3 denied Ms. Melvin's motion to place or to return or to monitor or to increase visits.
Okay, and I have opened up copies of all of those, and I just clicked on the Odyssey from the Karnes County District Clerk, and perhaps it's my monitor, but I said I couldn't find the notice. This puts up a page full of documents at a time, but there's one that it hides at the very bottom. So you can click to the next page, but there's one document in between that I have to slide down to show, even though it's supposed to have one page full, so you don't have to do that. So that's why I couldn't find it. But so now I know to be careful in Karnes County. Okay. So the long and the short of that is, Ms. Pearsall, it's going to be your motion. It's going to be Ms. Sims' motion to start with.
Well, it's Ms. House's de novo motion. Judge, I know we've all agreed and gave you the transcript. Honestly, I don't know what you need to hear to outside of maybe updates from December till today.
All right.
And
well, the reason I asked that is if it's a de novo, it's not like a new trial. I mean, we're supposed to start from the beginning. I can look at the transcript. So I don't care. Is everybody in agreement then that Ms. House goes first?
We can let the department goes first. They have the most witnesses, and maybe for the sake of efficiency, they can call those witnesses, because I don't see my subpoena witnesses. I'll just call my client.
All right.
I would agree to let Ms. House go first, Judge. It's her motion.
All right. I'll let the department go first. Again, if it's a de novo, it's like appealing something from JP court to county court. You're supposed to start over. So your first witness, or do y'all want to have opening statements? Anyone? Bueller?
I don't think opening statements are necessary. We've summarized what's happening for you.
Okay, all right. Okay, your first witness?
Yes, Judge, I would call Judy Dickey then.
Okay, hold on just a moment. All right, Ms. Dickey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, and we can see you. So
Is this better as far as sound?
yes, the
Good.
clicking has
Okay.
gone away. All right.
I inquire, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Ms. Dickey, this is Shelley Merritt speaking. I'm the attorney for the Department of Family and Protective Services. I'm going to start asking you questions. I just wanted to identify myself since you can't see who's talking at this point.
Yes, I can.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Judy Dickey.
Okay, and how are you currently employed?
I'm a licensed professional counselor.
And how are you familiar with Alexandra Dover?
She's my client.
How long have you been working with Lexi?
For a year and a month, I think. Started 2020, April 2020.
And Miss Dickey, can you describe Alexandra for Judge Wilson, please?
She's an amazing kid. She has some special needs and has made tremendous progress in this last few months. She has been diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome and had some of the classic speech and learning challenges that kids do with that diagnosis. But she's very friendly. She's very gregarious. She's a precious little girl. Precious little girl.
Now, in the course of your working with Alexandra, you also were monitoring visits between her and Laura Melvin. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe the visits that you observed between Miss Melvin and Lexi?
The visits were something that Lexi seemed to enjoy. There was a lot of, when they were virtual, they were difficult, but there was a lot of, when they were at my office, Mom would bring toys and snacks and visit with Lexi. And the issue I had was that they weren't consistent.
And when you say they were not consistent, what do you mean?
Mom missed several visits, especially toward the end. I think we started in May, June, but as we progressed, her attendance became worse, and that was a concern for me.
And what was that concern?
Well, every time, Lexi was expecting to have a visit and it didn't happen, children kind of internalize, what did I do? What about me that, causes this not to happen? And so it was very concerning. It was also very concerning to me that the inconsistency that Mom was demonstrating was a predictor of how she would be as a parent. And this child needs lots of structure. She needs lots of reassurance. She needs a very engaged parent.
And what makes you think that Miss Melvin is not those things?
Well, she demonstrated that to me through the visit process.
Is there anything else in regards to the visits that you observed that you found to be problematic?
There were some virtual visits that we had where I was concerned about whether or not Mom was completely lucid. It seemed like she was sleepy, and kind of we would lose her on camera for a second, and it was my impression that she was taking some medication. That's not something I asked her or would ask her in front of Lexi because we were on screen together. So, but my impression was that she was taking medication. She was having a hard time engaging her. And I attribute part of that to the virtual process, no doubt. That's a hard thing to do with little ones. But I also felt like the fact that we weren't in the same room together the fact that these visits were going on virtually for a while and everything was on screen, there was a different level of what's the word I'm looking for? She just didn't seem to be on her game. She just didn't seem to be connecting with Lexi.
Had you had other instances that you, or occasions where you visited with Miss Melvin where she did not seem lucid?
She definitely, and I'd have to look back through my notes, but there was a visit where we had an in-person visit, and she seemed to be under the influence of something.
Okay, and why would you think that she was under the
Yeah,
influence?
hold on. There's an objection.
Speculation.
All right. Any response from Ms. Merritt?
Judge, this is Miss Dickey's impression, her observations that she drew, and those are her conclusions. She's entitled to make that observation, and I'm further clarifying it with this next question.
But she's an expert.
Okay, I'm not making any finding about expert, but I'll allow the question just as a observation. Not that it's correct. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
My observation was her speech was slurred, and that she also was in need of, she was sitting in a big chair in my office and she was in need of a blanket, and she was like, I'm cold. And she was acting like a sick child instead of being there for Lexi.
Miss Dickey, when did you receive your licensure as a licensed professional counselor?
2004.
And is that through the state of Texas?
Yes.
Judge, I'll
And-
stipulate that Ms. Dickey is an expert.
Ms. Merritt?
Yes, Judge, I would offer Miss Dickey as an expert witness, Judge.
All right. Any other objections?
No objection. No objection.
No
Okay, go
objection.
All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
You indicated that you observed Miss Melvin having slurred speech and needing a blanket, and you indicated that she was acting like a sick child. Was there anything else that you observed?
Not that I recall in my office, no.
Had you ever had any other types of conversations where you identified Miss Melvin as having slurred speech?
She called me to check on a visit. Excuse me. She called me to check on a visit at a very late hour of night one night, and she was slurring her speech and was very confused and we didn't have a visit scheduled for the day that she thought we did. But again, I was concerned with the way she sounded on the phone.
Now, Ms. Dickey, do you have an opinion as to visitation between Laura Melvin and Alexandria Dover?
My recommendation is that visits not resume.
And why is that your recommendation?
Lexi has clearly made lots of progress in the last few months. And while she asked initially, once visitation was stopped, she asked initially, the first visit she came back to my office, I think she was expecting to see Laura there and didn't. And we talked about it, and we talked about, where she wanted to live and who she felt comfortable with. And she said, you know, she thought she would like to see her, Laura, but she didn't want to live with her. And that conversation happened right after visitation was terminated or suspended. And since then, and that was in December, since then, she hasn't asked. She hasn't checked with me and said, and she refers to Laura as her old mom. And she said, or she has not said, am I going to see my old mom? And she hasn't asked me that since December. She is doing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. What kind of progress has Lexi made since December that makes you make this recommendation?
She is far less impulsive. She is doing well in school, she has actually gotten some awards in school for her behavior and her kindness. Her speech has improved dramatically. I used to have a very hard time understanding her. I can understand her very well now. She is happy. There was a little period of time early this year where she was having a hard time not taking things from other people. And we talked about it and we read books about it and we, talked about how that wasn't a good choice. And she hasn't done that in months. So she's able to integrate in therapy a lot better than she was, I would say, a year ago. She integrates what we talk about, and she follows directions beautifully.
Thank you, Ms. Dickey. I'll pass the witness.
All right. And how do y'all want to do this? Do you want to have Ms. House go next, or do you want to have everybody else get their stuff out of the way so Ms. House doesn't have to go back and replow the same ground twice?
This house is fine.
Because they're all aligned, the intervener and ad litem, and so for the purposes of efficiency, perhaps I should go last.
Okay. All right. Ms. Sims?
Yes. Ms. Dickey, do you remember you began supervising therapeutic visits between Alexi and Miss Laura Melvin? When did that begin?
I want to say that began in May of 2020. May 16th of 2020. I don't think we did. Yeah. That's correct.
What was the frequency that you were scheduling these therapeutic visits?
We had visits every 2 weeks.
And so for the month of May, when you began, how many visits did Laura actually attend?
She attended one.
One of the two, okay.
It was a virtual visit. And she attended, and then the next month she attended two. One was in my office, and one was virtual. And that became because she felt like she had been exposed to COVID.
Okay. And so that brings us to July of 2020. Did she keep her visits for July?
Yes, there were 2 virtual visits in July.
Okay, what about the month of August?
The first session was canceled because she was ill.
Okay, and this was a virtual visit?
Canceled by month. I think it was supposed to be a virtual visit. Yeah, I don't think we were coming back into the office yet. And then the second visit
And
The
so,
second visit would, oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. On the second visit in August?
The second visit in August was missed by Mom, and Lexi and I were on, and I texted her and told her we were waiting for her. And about 20 minutes later, she asked me, do I need to call in? And I let her know that I had called her, and she said she didn't get a call. And then she got a text. I got a text like at noon that said, I just tried to call you back. And for me, that was very confusing because we never had I always called her. We had it set up on Duo. I always called her. There was never her need to call in. I didn't know what was going on with her, but she missed that visit.
Okay, so just to clarify, she had no visits at all in the month of August of 2020.
Right. She was
Okay.
scheduled, but she didn't get there.
What about, right, and for September, did she only make one visit?
She made one visit in September. She canceled one due to illness.
Okay. What about the month of October?
The month of October was better. Month of October, she attended both visits, and the second visit, she actually brought a craft to do, and it was the most interactive I had seen them.
Did you have a visit on October 12th?
I believe we did. Yes.
And were you concerned by Mom's behavior during that October 12th visit?
Now, I think the October 12th visit was very focused on whether or not Lexi was eating what Laura brought her to eat. And she asked me to please pass along to the foster mom not to feed her so that she would eat what she brought her.
Okay. Isn't it correct that in the month of October of 2020, you contacted the department because of some concerns regarding Miss Melvin's demeanor during your therapeutic visits?
Yes.
Okay. And can you say what those concerns were, just so the judge has an idea of what month the concern came up?
I think the concerns then were the she didn't feel good. She was a little bit. I was concerned about her coherence, and that was when she needed the blanket, and she was acting more like she needed care instead of giving that to Lexi.
Did you also observe slurred speech?
Yes, that's the same day I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so then the month of November, did she exercise her visitation?
The month of November, the first one was canceled due to illness, and the second visit, she brought food for Thanksgiving. So she did attend the second one.
Okay. And are you aware of the frequency of Mom's visits prior to when you began doing therapeutic visits?
I am not. I think it was bi-monthly, or bi-weekly, but I'm not sure.
Okay. I'm sorry, I think I missed the month of December. Did she have any visits with you in December of 2020?
No, because we had the hearing where visits were suspended, and I just had sessions with Lexi in December of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Can you describe
Can
how.
I say one more? Can I say one more thing about the visits? That at the time of that hearing, she was asking for increased visits, and we weren't getting.
I'm going to object to narrative. I believe the witness should answer.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, Ms. Dickey,
No
you need to just respond to the questions.
Okay.
Vicki, can I ask you if you have any other concerns that you'd like to share with the court?
My only concern is what impact visitation has on Lexi, and the fact that it has been 6 months since she's had visits and she's doing very well and she's fine. I'm concerned about reinstating visits. I think it would be very confusing for her.
Okay, can you describe how Lexi's demeanor or behaviors were affected when mom did not show up for visits?
At that time, in general, she was much more hyper than she is now, and much less focused. And so I would see an increase in her inattentiveness. I would see an increase in her impulsive behavior.
And this inattentiveness and behavior issues, did they carry over to her home and school environments as well?
They did.
If Ms. Melvin were to ask the court to increase her visitation, do you feel that would be appropriate for Lexi?
I do not.
And why is that?
Because Lexi has demonstrated stability and the ability to regulate herself and her behavior and her emotions since she has seen her mom. And I think she would regress. She would go back to a lot of that old behavior.
Okay, thank you. I will pass the witness.
Ms. Pearsall?
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Dickey, are you familiar not only with Ms. Melvin, but also with Ms. Hicks?
Yes, I see Miss Hicks when she brings Lexi to visits or to therapy sessions.
And can you describe Lexi and her level of affection, specifically when it comes to Ms. Hicks?
And I didn't hear you. Her level of what?
Affection.
Oh, she's very affectionate with her mom. And she's very, with Miss Hicks. She calls her mom. She's very affectionate with Miss Hicks, and she talks a lot about her brothers, her two brothers.
And can you describe what you mean by her being very affectionate? What do you mean by that?
She sits close to her. She holds her hand. When they come into the office, they sit together on the couch, usually to wait for me to come out to get Lexi. And Lexi is very attached to her, and she stays close to her, and she listens to her.
So you testified that Lexi calls Miss Hicks her mom. What does she call Miss Melvin?
She calls Miss Melvin her old mom.
And is that something that comes from her or from someone else?
I've asked her who says that, if anybody had told her to say that, and she said, but she is my old mom. Like, she never told me anybody said it to her. She said, she is my old mom.
Okay. And you've also been observing visits between old mom and Lexi, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you started doing that on or about May 16th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And from what you observed, has Miss Melvin been consistent or inconsistent with those visits?
Inconsistent.
Have you ever, when Lexi is in a visit with Miss Melvin, does she call her old mom to her face, or does she use a different term when addressing Miss Melvin specifically?
She doesn't call her old mom to her face. But she doesn't call her mom or Laura. She just doesn't address her with a name.
Okay. So to your testimony under oath, that in every visit you've observed since May until December, when the court stopped the visits, she has never called her mom or mommy or any term like that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Judge, can I share a screen, please?
Yes.
And I'm showing to you a transcript that was already, that the court already took judicial notice of from our December hearing. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I'm gonna read.
Did the court take judicial notice, or did we just mention that there was a transcript? I remember mentioning there was a transcript. I don't
believe, I mean, I have the right to consider it. And y'all have agreed I can consider it, but I haven't taken judicial notice or admitted it into evidence.
Well, Judge, I guess I would ask that you admit it into evidence. It's a sworn transcript from a prior testimony under oath.
No objection.
No objection.
I will not object.
Okay. And what page is this?
It's page 158, Your Honor.
Okay, and whose testimony is that?
The mother's, Miss Melvin's.
All right, and what purpose are you offering the transcript of the mother's testimony dealing with Miss Dickey?
She's testifying about visits who are actually being observed and monitored. And so I would like to ask her about that testimony, whether it's true or false, based on her observations as the person in charge of supervising those visits.
All right, if there's no objection, go ahead.
Ms. Dickey, so mom's testimony was, and it's on page 158, line 12. She starts out the visit by calling me other mom. She ends up with calling me mommy every time. Did I read that correctly?
You read it correctly.
Okay. Is that statement true or false based on your observations?
Based on my observation, that's false.
Okay. Can you tell us why?
I've never heard her call her mommy.
Okay. What concern, if any, would it cause you that this is what Ms. Melvin believes or testified to as recently as December of 2020?
What concerns do I have about? Can you ask me that again, please?
Sure. What concerns, if any, do you have about the fact that she's either lying under oath or she's truly that far from reality?
Well, I really think that's exactly the concern, is that she's not being honest, and or her perception is different than reality. And that is a very, very concerning thing for me.
Can you explain
her
more?
hold on reality is a very big concern for me.
Well, and that's a big concern for you outside of just that little part in the transcript, correct?
In general, it's a concern for her ability to parent this child if she is having a hard time with reality, with seeing what is.
And is that something that you've observed outside of her lack of reality as to what her daughter calls her?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what I'm asking. Can you explain to the court why that's a concern?
because it gives her an unrealistic expectation of Lexi and where Lexi is and what Lexi needs as far as parenting and understanding and the fact that there is not really a bond there.
Do you believe that there exists a mother-daughter bond between Miss Melvin and Lexi?
I don't see it as a mother-daughter bond, no.
Okay. Have you seen a mother-daughter bond between Lexi and Miss Hicks?
I have.
At the end of visits with Miss Melvin, how would you describe Lexi's emotional state? Is she happy? Is she anxious? How would you describe it?
I'm going to object to
at the end.
Question. Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
How would you describe Lexi's emotional state at the end of the visit?
When the visits were in person and I could actually see her in person, she was a little bit hyper, a little bit agitated, a little bit inattentive, and she would also pretty much run to Julie and kind of, it looked like she was running to home base.
Objection, speculation.
Okay, I'm sorry. The objection was?
Speculation.
She's testifying to what she observed.
I'll overrule the objection.
You can continue, Ms. Dickey.
Laura would leave the visit, but I asked her to do that. I asked her to go first and let me get Lexi kind of debriefed a little bit. And so Laura would leave first and Lexi did not object, or she would say goodbye to her. Sometimes I had to prompt her to do that, but she did not act like she was upset when Laura left.
In addition to the multiple visits that Miss Melvin missed, which you already testified to, were there other visits which canceled last minute?
Yes.
Okay. And why was that a concern to you?
Well, it seemed to me, being that she had to come from all the way from Beeville to the visit, that she would know if she wasn't going to, get there. It took, I think, 2 or 3 hours to drive up from there. So to cancel with me close to the time of the visit seemed very odd. That I would think she would have known that hours before and given me time to call Julie and to tell her, you know what, don't bring her. If I thought that was going to upset her, or we would have worked out this was just going to be a therapy session. But it just seemed to me inconsiderate of what impact that might have on Lexi.
In addition to the...
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Happy wants to say something too.
I got to get rid of her. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
In addition to the in-person visits, you testified you also observed some virtual visits, correct?
Yes.
And was there a virtual visit you observed where you had concerns about Miss Melvin?
Yes, I spoke to that earlier. There was a visit where
Objection
she was
answered.
Okay, and I'm sorry, objection is what?
Asked and answered.
Okay, let me get her out of here.
Yeah, please try and. I was quarantined at the house twice last year.
Okay,
including
I'm here.
cord from my bathroom, and then we had the cat wander in several times.
I'm so sorry.
All right, the objection was asked and answered, and I overruled it. If you remember what the question is, you may answer it. If not, I ask Ms. Pearsall to ask it again.
Ms.
I
Dickey,
was concerned at one virtual visit because mom was sleepy and we seemed to kind of lose her attention during the virtual visit.
and did you express some concern after that visit about her lack of being coherent?
Yes,
Now, this isn't the first time you've testified in court in this case, correct?
correct.
Have you observed mom at sleepy, sort of inappropriately sleepy during other court hearings as well?
Objection, that's a misstatement of the testimony. I'm going to object to being argumentative.
Judge, I didn't talk about testimony at all. I asked
You
her
said
for
in a-
permission.
I'll ask you to rephrase the question, just asking if there's ever been anything she's observed outside of the meetings that's of concern.
That was a perfect question. Ms. Dickey, can you answer the judge's question?
Outside of the meetings, no. My concerns have always been in meetings where I was observing her.
You testified that Lexi has some speech problems, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns about Miss Melvin not understanding Lexi and being unable to communicate with her?
I did during the visits that I monitored.
And what were those concerns?
That mom didn't understand her and she was hard to understand. And instead of saying, you know, I didn't understand you, can you repeat that, or can you do that again, or say that again, she would just kind of say yes, you know, like she would just agree with what Lexi said, but it was pretty obvious she didn't understand what she said. And I encouraged her.
In your professional opinion, do you believe you are better able to understand Lexi than Miss Melvin is?
Yes, because when I didn't understand what she said, I would just ask her to clarify until we got the point across.
And you testified, I believe in response to Ms. Merritt's question, that Lexi has been diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What concerns, if any, do you have as far as Ms. Melvin and her ability to understand or address that diagnosis correctly?
Objection, a compound question.
Okay, and the question was, what concerns do you have about Lexi's ability to what?
Miss Melvin's ability
Ms.
to
Melvin.
understand that diagnosis.
There was an and before when you first,
Okay, I'll allow the question as stated just now.
You can answer.
Well, my initial concern is whether or not mom understands that Lexi's challenges are because of her behavior. That's my first and foremost concern. And that she is able to have realistic expectations of this child who has special needs.
And so based on all of your interactions, do you believe Miss Melvin acknowledges that the fetal alcohol syndrome is caused by her alcoholism?
She's never acknowledged that to me. She's never acknowledged a substance abuse or alcohol abuse issue to me.
And do you believe she at least understands the diagnosis of her daughter?
I would say she might understand the diagnosis, but not know how to behave in a way that is helpful to Lexi.
Judge, I'm going to share a screen from the now admitted transcript from December 10th, with your permission.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Ms. Dickey, I'm showing you, this is the prior judge's question. And she's still questioning, she's questioning Ms. Melvin. And it's on page 166. That's
Judge, I'm going to object. I believe that this is impermissible. I'm going to object to hearsay. I'm going to object that it's impermissible. And I don't know what she's using it for, impeachment evidence, and that it's improper cross-examination.
That's just not hearsay, and I'm not cross-examining, and it's already been admitted.
You are cross-examining. This is not a direct. I'm going to object to improper cross-examination.
All right, I'll overrule the improper cross-examination, but I think each witness's testimony needs to stand or fall on its own. And I'm going to disallow this question. You can certainly ask about facts that you believe would the witness might testify to that would dispute what the mother had to say in court previously, but I don't think it's proper just to ask her opinion of what the mother had to say recently.
Okay, thank you, Honor. Now, you testified early about the affection that you have observed between Ms. Hicks and Lexi. What is the affection or lack thereof that you've observed between Lexi and Ms. Melvin?
Lexi will give Miss Melvin a hug and a kiss if Miss Melvin asks for one. She does not spontaneously offer that up, but when she's asked, she definitely will give her a hug and a kiss.
Okay. So it's only done upon request. It's not kind of spontaneous and
yes.
Relationship that you've observed with Ms.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. In your professional opinion, when there were visits with Ms. Melvin, did they cause anxiety to Lexi?
She would be anxious after the visits.
In your professional opinion, were the visits confusing to Lexi?
I don't think the visits were confusing. I think the inconsistency in the visits was confusing. And I think resuming them would be confusing for her.
In your professional opinion as Lexi's counselor, did Lexi have more negative behaviors after visits with Ms. Melvin?
She did, and a lot of times that was reported to me by her foster mom.
And in your professional opinion, was Lexi more hyperactive after visits with Ms.
Yes,
Melvin?
yes. That was the one behavior that was pretty visible. She would be pretty hyper.
And in your professional opinion, will Lexi's listening skills decrease after visits with Ms. Melvin?
After visits, yes, that was reported to me more than I witnessed with me. That was reported to me by her foster mom, that when she would go home, she'd have a hard time getting her to listen.
Now, when you testified on December the 10th, was it your professional recommendation at that time that all visits between Ms. Melvin and Lexi be terminated?
Yes.
Have you continued to be Lexi's therapist from December of 2010 until today?
Yes.
Okay. So you've now had a chance to observe and treat Lexi since the court terminated those visits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So sitting here today, do you believe you made a correct recommendation, which was in the best interest of Lexi back in December?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what, if any, effect lack of visits has had on Lexi as far as her school?
She has gotten reports at school of being more compliant, of listening better, of participating and engaging with other kids in a better way, and has even gotten a little award for her behavior.
Now, prior to the termination of visits, she was stealing and lying. Would that be true?
Actually, that started before and continued a little bit after visits had been terminated in the beginning of this year. We were really having to work on that.
Okay. And so now that a few months have passed in the termination of visit, what's happening with Lexi's stealing and lying behaviors?
She is no longer stealing and no longer lying.
And the huge change for Lexi in her behavior?
Yes, I see a calmness in her that I didn't see 6 months ago. I see an improvement in her self-esteem and her self-image. She's a very proud little girl, and she will tell you all about the good things that she's doing. She is definitely less hyper. I'm not getting reports of any kind of antisocial behavior, either at school or at home. She has 2 brothers that she interacts with all the time and talks about all the time. She's made vast improvement.
And as a therapist, do you attribute those vast improvements specifically to the fact that she's no longer having visits with Ms. Melvin?
I attribute it to that, as well as the structure and the intensity with which we are working with her and her behavior in therapy.
And let's talk about her home life. Has her behaviors at home improved since the visits with Ms. Melvin stopped?
I get reports from her foster mom about the fact that she hasn't done the negative behaviors in months. So yes, I would take that as an improvement in her home life.
And in your therapy, let's say in February, March, April, and May, would it be true to say that Lexi has never expressed missing Miss Melvin, wanting to see Miss Melvin, or anything of the sort?
Objection. Compound question.
Sustained.
Is it true that Lexi hasn't expressed any desire to see Miss Melvin in your therapy from February until today?
From February till today, yes.
Now, sitting here today, is your recommendation to this court that you believe it is in Lexi's best interest for Miss Melvin not to continue to have no visits with Lexi?
That is my recommendation.
Okay. And are you aware that we are set for a jury trial in this case on July 12th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were to be subpoenaed for that jury trial, you would be asked to make a recommendation as to whether or not you believe it's in Lexi's best interest for Ms. Melvin parental rights to be terminated. What would your recommendation be?
Objection.
I would recommend.
Hey, let the attorney make the objection, please.
Objection. Compound question.
All right, what was the question?
Whether or not.
What would
She
her
would-
recommendation be?
All right, I'll overrule the compound question objection.
You can answer, Ms. Dickey.
My recommendation would be to terminate rights.
Okay. So as a therapist, I'd like you to give this court an opinion. Lexi hasn't seen her mother since November of 2020. Her mother may be
I object to the
terminated.
testifying from Ms. Pearsall. I object to the sidebar.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to set up a question.
I'll overrule that objection.
Her parental rights may very well be terminated a month and a half from now. What effect as this child's therapist do you believe would happen if we forced her into resuming visits and then potentially cut them off forever in a month and a half?
I just think that would re-traumatize her, and it would confuse her, and I think potentially bring up some negative feelings on her part, in that children think when things change that they change, that they had something to do with it, or it was because of them, or they caused it. And I don't want Lexi to feel responsible for that.
Thank you. No other questions.
All right, Ms. House, or let me ask, does anyone need a break before we get started? So we don't interrupt Ms. House? No? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Dickey, I'm going to start with where you finished. You stated that you didn't want to re-traumatize Lexi. At what point did you diagnose Lexi as ever being traumatized?
I never diagnosed her as traumatized, but when you see a child go through anxiety and negative behaviors and acting out, that is their way of communicating that it's a traumatic situation for them. It stresses them.
So let's talk about it. So you associate her trauma to anxiety. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You associate it with negative behaviors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you associate Lexi's trauma with?
No.
Okay. So let's talk about those things. When you say anxiety, how are you defining anxiety in the way that you are testifying on today?
Lexi exhibits anxiety by becoming very hyper, becoming inattentive, defiant, oppositional. That's it.
Okay. Outside of hyper, inattentive, defiant, oppositional, do you attribute any other behaviors that would be indicative of Lexi being anxious?
No, not that I can think of, no.
And your testimony will not change between now and jury trial date, correct?
I don't anticipate it to change, no.
Well, you stated you don't anticipate it to change. What would need to happen for your testimony to change between now and jury trial?
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for speculation.
Ms. House?
Well, I mean, she's the current therapist. She's saying that she doesn't anticipate it to change, which would lead me to believe that there's something in her mind that would lead her to change behaviors if she knows present day what might occur.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, can you ask the question again?
May I ask a court reporter to read the question?
Ms. Cavazos?
Well, you stated Ooh. Well, you stated you don't anticipate it to change with what will need to happen for your testimony to change between now and jury trial. Objection, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Based on what I have experienced and what I have seen, I don't expect my recommendation to change. I don't see the possibility of making up in 2 months for, I don't know how many months this has been going on. And Laura had not made progress. So I don't expect her to be able to do it in 2 months.
And it's your testimony that my client failed to make any progress?
She made very little progress.
Okay. Ms. Dickey, I'm going to ask you, I asked you about anxiety. I'm now going to ask you about negative behaviors.
Mm-hmm.
What negative behaviors did you associate? Are you stating specifically that Lexi had, outside of what you've testified to with the lying and stealing, what negative behaviors were displayed by Lexi during the time that Laura Melvin was having visits with her child?
She was being oppositional at school. She was hitting kids at school. She was doing the same things at home, which were reported to me by the foster parents.
What else? What other type of negative behaviors do you associate Lexi displaying during the time that Laura Melvin was having visits with her child?
That's it.
Okay. Hitting at home. You stated that was reported by Julie or Brian Hicks. Well, Julie Hicks.
It was reported to me by Julie.
Who reported to you that Lexi was hitting at school?
It was reported to Julie by her teacher, and she forwarded it to me.
Oh, that's a lot of people. Okay. What about lying? Who reported to you that Lexi was lying?
Lexi.
Lexi told you herself she was lying?
Yes.
Okay. Who reported to you that Lexi was stealing?
Foster mom and Lexi.
Who reported to you that there was oppositional behavior at school, oppositional defiant behavior at school?
Those came from reports from school.
The school called you directly?
No. They called Julie. Anytime she got a negative report from school, she would forward it to me in hopes that we would work on those behaviors in therapy. Because Lexi was seeing me as well as having visits. So on off weeks when she didn't have visits with mom, we would have therapy to work on these behaviors.
When did you first initiate services with Lexi alone?
April of 2020.
So that was immediately right before virtual visits initiated with my client. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. Excuse me.
And what was the purpose of these therapeutic visits all of a sudden starting with you?
Mom brought her in. I think in anticipation of the fact that I was going to be monitoring visits, and we started therapy with Lexi. I determined that was something that was going to be in her best interest at the time, to have visits with her mom. So it was like an assessment to see if that was something she was ready for. And she was. And we started visits with mom.
Ms. Dickey, I'm confused because in this last response, you stated mom brought her in anticipation of visits with mom. So when
Julie brought Lexi in anticipation that visits were going to start to be monitored at my office. So I believe the department also let Julie know that we were going to start this process.
Ms. Dickey, this isn't the first time that you've referred to Julie Hicks as mom. Is that correct?
That's what Lexi refers to her as. So when I talk about her, yes. It's not the first time, no.
How many times, actually, how long would you state you have been referring to Julie Hicks as mom?
Since the beginning of when I started saying Lexi, and Lexi referred to her as mom.
And what did you refer, when you explained to Lexi that she was going to have visits with Laura Melvin, what did you call Laura Melvin?
Laura Melvin.
Did Lexi ever use the words Laura Melvin?
No.
Did she know who you were talking about when you told her?
She did. She knew. I asked her if she knew who that was.
Judge, may I just request that I ask my full question before a response is made by the witness?
All right, Ms. Dickey. Yeah, let me ask you this. Please let the attorneys finish their question. I know
Yes.
people jump in. Let's let them finish.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So my question was, when you explained to Lexi that she was having visits with Laura Melvin, did she know who you were talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know?
She said, that's my old mom.
Because she was also used to hearing you repeat the fact that you repeat Julie Hicks as actually being mom. Is that not also correct?
Sometimes I would refer to her as mom, yes.
Miss Dickey, have you ever been in the home of Julie and Brian Hicks?
No.
Have you ever met with the brothers, as you classify it, located in the home of Julie and Brian Hicks?
No.
Have you ever observed Lexi in a school setting?
No.
And had you ever met with Lexi prior to April of 2020, immediately before the initiation of virtual visits?
I saw her one time the year before.
What was the purpose of that visit?
Foster mom, excuse me. Foster mom was bringing her to me for therapy.
And Ms. Dickey, please, do you feel compelled to change how you refer to Julie Hicks as foster mom because of this proceeding?
In order to be clear about who I'm talking about, yes.
And that clarity is important so that the court is not confused, correct?
Yes.
Clarity would be important in order for Lexi as well not to be confused. Is that correct?
Yes.
The time you saw her last year, how long did you see Lexi?
I only saw her for one session.
And during that time, you didn't recommend therapy. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. What happened, I believe, was that foster mom determined that my office was too far away, and she found someone that was closer and more convenient to her home.
Okay. Do you know who that provider was?
I do not.
Did you ever review notes from that provider?
I have not.
Did you ever request notes from the prior therapist providing therapy to Lexis?
I did not.
Do you think that that would have been important to the treatment for Lexi?
I didn't feel like it was important at the time that she became my client now.
So when you're receiving notes that Lexi is displaying negative behavior, you are not prepared to testify as to whether or not these negative behaviors were observed by her prior therapist, correct?
Correct.
When it comes to anxiety, you are not in the position to testify as to whether or not this anxiety was observed with a prior therapist because you didn't receive those notes, correct?
Correct.
And if anxiety was credited to something other than Laura Melvin by another therapist, you wouldn't know, correct?
Correct.
If the the negative behaviors were credited to something other than Laura Melvin, you would also not know, correct?
Correct.
And to be real, the only people that you would be familiar with in this case would be, number one, the child, Lexi, correct?
Yes.
Laura Melvin for
Yes.
a certain amount of time, correct?
Yes.
And Julie Hicks, is that also correct?
And I also have met one other person in the case.
Okay, is it correct, Julie Hicks?
Yes, correct.
Would the other person in the case be Bobby Garza, the caseworker?
Well, that's not who I was referring to. I mean, yes, I know Bobby Garza too.
Who would be the other person, ma'am?
I have encountered Mac Melvin.
And when you say encountered, did you observe his interaction with Lexi?
No, he wanted to come into the visit, and I was not comfortable with that because he hadn't done services, and that was not something that was asked of me by the department.
So I want to get to that. What is your understanding? Your role in this case was just to provide assistance between, as it relates to Laura Melvin, assistance between Laura and Lexi during supervised visitation, correct?
My role in this case is to determine what's in the best interest of the child, always.
Understood. So you went over the fact that you have never been to the home of the Hicks. You've never observed her brothers. You've never observed Lexi in school. How do you know that the anxiety that you observed with Lexi was not credited to something other than Laura Melvin?
Objection, Judge. This has been asked and answered.
I disagree.
There will be objection.
I would see her anxious behavior after the visit, directly after the visit.
Okay. Ms. Dickey, during the time that Laura Melvin was having visits with Lexi, she was 4 years old, was she not?
She was.
And the visits that you all had were either virtually by Zoom, is that correct?
Correct.
And to be fair, even adults need break from Zoom interaction. Is that also fair to say?
Not during a 1 hour visit. No, I don't experience that when I've had visits.
Okay. 1 hour visits for a child, for a 4-year-old child, can be hard. 1 hour visits for a 4-year-old can be hard for any child. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And outside of Zoom, this 4-year-old would visit her mom cooped up in your office. Is that not also correct?
I don't see how it's cooped. That has a negative connotation.
You all were confined in one room visiting for 1 hour. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it not fair to state that any child, after being in one room for 1 hour, would experience some type of behavior that could be associated with anxiety after being released from that room? Is that fair?
Actually, there are more things to do in that room that Lexi would engage in that are not anxiety provoking. It's a room full of toys.
Miss Dickey, Lexi likes the outside, doesn't she?
She does.
And she was excited to get out of that room at the conclusion of visits. Is that correct?
She actually stayed behind with me while Laura left, and then she would leave the room, and she did exhibit excitement. She would run up to her mom. Yes.
And she also enjoyed being outdoors. Is that not also correct?
I didn't take her outdoors.
Where did she meet her mom?
In the waiting room.
Would her mom be waiting in the waiting room when Laura Melvin was exiting those therapeutic sessions?
Yes.
Did you find that that would be appropriate for Lexi to see both moms in the waiting room?
That's why I kept Lexi in my office. Laura would leave, and then I would take Lexi out. I did not expose her to both moms sitting in a waiting room.
Miss Dickey, can you definitively say that Lexi's anxiety wasn't associated with the fact that she was being released out of a room that she had been in for 1 hour?
I've never gotten that impression from her.
And so are you stating that the impression of a 4-year-old will help you decipher her anxiety triggers in this particular case definitively?
The only time I saw Lexi be anxious was after those visits. I compare that to any other time I've seen her, whether it's in therapy or on the computer in the virtual visits, and that's the only time I saw it. So I drew that conclusion.
Wonderful. So if the only time that you observed anxiety after the visits, then your testimony is you didn't observe anxiety during the visits. Isn't that correct?
No, I didn't. She wasn't anxious during the visits.
And after the visits, where you observed Lexi being anxious, would that be during the time that Laura Melvin was leaving your office?
Laura Melvin was already gone. Lexi would be in my office. We would talk about the visit, and she was very inattentive and distracted after visits.
Because by the time that you were talking to Lexi, Miss Dickey, this would have been more than an hour with a child being in that room. Is that not correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, did Miss Hicks ever report to you? Well, how many brothers? Are there two brothers located in Miss Hicks's home?
Yes.
How old are those brothers?
Objection, Your Honor. The foster family's personal information is protected by federal law.
And Judge, I would like to
Go ahead.
may I respond?
Yes.
Actually, Ms. Pearsall opened the door because she mentioned the fact that she considered the Hicks and those brothers her family. And so I am questioning the door that Alana Pearsall has already opened.
Judge, I don't believe I ever asked any questions about her brothers or ever mentioned them. I do believe Ms. Dickey said something about them in her testimony about Lexi, but I've never asked that question.
Okay. Ms. Dickey, do you have access to your computer still? Is that what you're on with your visual portion?
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm going to instruct you to post a chat message to everyone with the answer, because we're going out over Zoom. I mean, I expect that there's something in the record that people already know what the answer is, but that doesn't need to be broadcast over Zoom. And
Your Honor, I would ask that if the court is ordering her to answer, that be limited to attorneys only. I don't think the parties in this case are allowed to know the age.
All right, well, okay, let me ask you. Please post it just to me. Do the attorneys already know the answer?
I do not, that's why I'm asking.
Okay, all right, please post it to me and then I will send that information to the other attorneys. Because you
So what do I do? Hit chat?
Put a chat.
I don't know how to do this.
And then Russell
Okay.
Wilson.
And Russell Wilson.
And then just type in the two numbers.
And I would ask that the court order all the attorneys not to disclose it to their clients.
Okay, now what are the attorneys to not disclose this information to their clients or?
Where do I see it though on the?
Okay, if you don't
Sorry.
see that, go to more. There ought to be 3 little dots.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. It says to everyone. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
not that
sir.
one.
There we go.
No, but
I got it.
Don't
I
select
got
that
it.
one. Don't select that one. Select Russell Wilson only.
I did.
Okay.
I selected Russell Wilson. Yes, sir. And then what do I do? Hit
Enter or return.
it work?
Oh, well, you didn't have to keep that answer confidential. The answer is don't know. So. Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ms. House.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Dickey, after the visits with Laura Melvin, how long would you meet with Lexi in your office alone?
About 5 minutes.
And then after that 5-minute visit, how long would you debrief with Julie Hicks?
I wouldn't.
How long would you talk to Julie Hicks after the visits with Lexi alone?
Usually about a minute.
So is it your testimony that when Julie Hicks reported to you Lexi's mannerisms, that would be outside of that visitation time?
She would text me throughout the week. We had therapy as well.
Oh, okay. So you all have each other's personal cell phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would she text you throughout the week?
I think I've gotten 4 texts from Julie over the time that we were doing visits.
Okay, only 4 text messages?
I can't be positive. I can look through my phone and count, but I think it's about 4. There were 4 different times where we talked about Lexi's behavior.
And at any point in time, did you entertain the fact that the sources of Lexi's anxiety may be credited to something else outside of Laura Melvin?
Well, the things that Julie reported to me were not about Lexi's anxiety. It was more about her actual behaviors. Excuse me, did I say Laura? I meant Julie. I'm sorry.
So the hyperness and the inattentiveness were things that you personally observed, correct?
I observed them, and Julie would mention those to me. Yes.
So Julie did observe anxiety.
She didn't say anxiety. She would describe it as her behaviors, like being hyperactive, being inattentive, being impulsive.
But in your professional opinion, what you have described are forms of anxiety, are they not?
Their behaviors associated with anxiety, yes, ma'am.
And did you ask when behaviors were observed?
No, I didn't ask her in response to her text. It was more like she would let me know, I'm seeing this in order for me to work on a particular issue in a therapy session that we had separate from the visits with Laura.
Well, if you're going to accuse Laura Melvin of being the source of Lexi's anxiety, isn't it important to know the present circumstance, the present environment Julie Hicks is observing this child's behavior?
Objection to sidebar, Your Honor, and this question has been asked and answered in 7 different ways.
I'll allow the question.
I experienced Julie. I experienced Laura. I experienced Lexi. I got a sense of all the people in the equation. And I did not feel like the behaviors that Lexi was exhibiting were coming from home.
Okay, but you stated based on your okay. And this would be a home that you have never been in to observe, that you are referring to, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You hadn't observed the brothers, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I'll move on. I want to talk about.
Objection to sidebar.
Okay, overruled. Let's.
The times that you met with Laura Melvin, were those restricted to supervised visits?
Yes.
You never met with Laura Melvin one-on-one outside of Lexi, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yes, you did, or yes, that did not happen. I'm sorry.
No, it's correct. It's correct. You asked me if that was correct. I said yes.
So I want to ask you about concerns you had about Laura Melvin. As to you stating Laura Melvin does not understand her child's diagnosis of having fetal alcohol syndrome, did you discuss this understanding during those supervised visits?
No.
How would you know? Let me ask you, actually, let me rephrase that question. Outside of hearing it from someone else, what personal knowledge do you have that Laura Melvin does not understand that her child has been diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome?
I only know what I observed.
How do you observe, based on the supervised visit, that Laura Melvin does not understand Lexi's diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome?
Laura would talk about, wasn't that a great visit? And, you know, it went really well and she really loves me. And she would just talk about the visits in relationship to her instead of in relationship to Lexi.
Is it not appropriate for a parent to share their impression of how well they believed that visit went, yes or no?
Objection, she can't limit her to yes or no.
Okay, what was the objection?
She can't limit her to answering yes or no. If she has more to say, she's entitled to say it.
But I can
I'll
limit.
overrule the objection and I'll let the witness answer the question. Because there may have been an answer, but I didn't hear what it was.
She said it was appropriate.
It is appropriate for a parent.
I'll let you finish. For a parent to what?
To express their impression of the visit.
And expressing, when a parent expresses their impression of a visit, that has nothing to do with whether or not a child has been diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
I don't believe that. No, that's not correct.
Why not?
Because she being Laura, would make statements like, she kissed me and she, you know, we had such a good visit and blah, 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 blah. And Laura never really engaged her in the visit.
What does that have to do with fetal alcohol syndrome?
It has everything to do with it. It is her ability to demonstrate that she understands Lexi has challenges and that it's not about what Lexi does for her, but what she does for Lexi as a parent.
All right. Ms. Dickey, I want you to make it make sense. Can you explain to the court what fetal alcohol syndrome is?
It is a developmental disorder that is caused by continual drinking by the mother while the child is in utero. The child will come out with developmental differences. They will come out with facial features that are different. They tend to be hyperactive. They tend to have learning differences. They tend to have speech issues. That's
Anxiety.
fetal alcohol syndrome.
Anxiety, right?
I think anxiety can be one of the symptoms, yes.
In fact, because you testified earlier that the hyperactivity you contributed as being associated with anxiety, right?
I did.
All right. When was she diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome?
I am not positive of the date. I know it was within the year of 2020 that the diagnosis was shared with me.
Do you think it would have mattered as to when the child had been diagnosed with this particular syndrome?
Mattered in what sense? I don't understand the question.
Well, I'm asking you.
What are you asking me?
Would it be important for you to know when the child was diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome?
Of course.
So if it matters, why didn't you find out?
Well, I can look it up and tell you. I just don't have the date in front of me.
No, don't bother looking it up now. I mean, it's May 21st, 2021. Is it your testimony to the court that as of today, you have failed to fully research Lexus's diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome? Is that your testimony?
Objection 1 to sidebar and 2 to Ms. testimony, what she actually testified to.
I'm asking her what her testimony is.
It's been asked and answered.
I would also-
I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
Objection, Judge, I would call for argumentative.
All right, I'll allow the question.
Have I failed to, can you ask the question again?
May I ask the court reporter to read the question again?
Please.
Okay, this one's gonna be a little choppy. No, don't bother looking it up now. I mean, it's May 21st, 2021. And then I have failed to fully research
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. House, just re-ask your question, please.
Sorry, Judge.
I mean, the court
there's a
reporter,
lot.
she has to go back to the audio sometimes to get everything.
Yes, Judge. Knowing that you do not know the date that Lexi was diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, is it your testimony that you have failed to fully research Lexi's diagnosis of this syndrome?
No.
Okay. Who diagnosed her with this syndrome?
I don't know the doctor's name. I don't have the information in front of me.
I want to talk about then how do you know? Are you prepared to testify as to whether or not this was a diagnosis that Laura Melvin had already dealt with prior to CPS being involved?
I have no knowledge of that.
When Laura Melvin was referred to you to have supervised visits with Lexi, was this a risk identified by the department?
Not at the very beginning of the visits, no.
But at some point they identified this as a risk. Is that correct?
Yes.
And right now you're repeating that risk, aren't you? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Outside of repeating that risk, I want to determine what have you independently observed? You stated that because of fetal alcohol syndrome, her facial features have been affected. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you be more specific as to how Lexi's facial features have been affected?
She has the wide set and kind of slanted eyes. She has a very large forehead. Those are very classic facial features of a kid with fetal alcohol.
Are those also classic features of a child that may not have fetal alcohol syndrome?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you sure? Let me ask you, do you have the qualifications to testify that whether or not these features, those facial features, are associated with children that don't have fetal alcohol syndrome?
No, I don't make the diagnosis.
Okay. Based on your professional experience, Ms. Dickey, is it your testimony that children that have wide set slated eyes and large foreheads, actually, I'll move on. Let's talk about, you said that she develops differently. What do you mean by her developing differently?
Her language development, her physical coordination, her ability, her intellectual abilities.
And her intellectual abilities were not affected either way by Laura Melvin's visits with her daughter, correct?
No.
Okay, her language development was not affected negatively by visits with Laura Melvin. Is that also correct?
No, the visits didn't. No, it's correct.
Her physical coordination was not negatively affected by her visits with Laura Melvin. Is that not also correct?
That's correct.
And without stating the obvious, her facial features were also not negatively affected by Laura Melvin's visits with her daughter, correct?
Correct.
And the hyperactivity or anxiety, as you described it, that are associated with fetal alcohol syndrome would have existed based on your testimony, because that is a diagnosis, that is a symptom of that particular syndrome, right?
Which was caused by Laura Melvin.
But it wasn't caused by the visits Laura Melvin had with her child, yes or no?
It was not caused by the visits. No, it was caused by her behavior.
So we have went over every single itemized challenge that you have associated with fetal alcohol syndrome and have testified to the court that none of those are associated, are contributed in negatively.
Objection to sidebar.
Oh, okay. I'll overrule the objection.
You have testified that none of the challenges associated with fetal alcohol syndrome have been negatively affected by Laura Melvin's visits with Lexi. Do you realize that, ma'am?
Objection, misstatement of the evidence.
All right, she can ask the question. No, I'll sustain the objection. I remember what the testimony is. You can ask the witnesses a different question about that.
Ms. Dickey.
Yes, ma'am.
What specifically, let me ask you, you stated in your testimony in December. Now, actually, let me ask you, Judy, Ms. Dickey, you don't contribute Laura Melvin having anything to do with the fact that we're hearing this case for the first time in May since December, right? You don't fault her for that, right?
No.
Okay. Are there things in food that cause anxiety?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Ms. House
I'll answer.
has some more time.
Judy, would you like me to answer, Judge?
No, just I'll overrule the objection. I'll give you some chance to link it up.
Okay. Food can cause anxiety in children, correct?
It can cause hyperactivity. It can cause behaviors that are behaviors that you see with anxiety. Yes.
All right. And Laura Melvin, you stated, had requested that Lexi not be fed before those visits because she wanted the opportunity to show you she could feed the child during these visits appropriately, correct?
She could feed, I'm sorry, I thought you said she could see the child. She could feed the child appropriately, correct?
Okay. In fact, I want to talk to you about the progress made in visits. All right. Initially, Laura Melvin was bringing sugary foods to visits, correct?
Correct.
You all went over appropriate foods that Laura should bring to her child, Lexi, and she followed your recommendations, correct?
She did.
You all also, you expressed to her your concerns about, you expressed to her suggestions as to activities she could engage in with Lexi in order to keep her attention. Is that not also correct?
That is correct.
You were cited stating that she followed that recommendation on visits that followed. Is that not also correct?
That is correct.
When you observed that there was a breakdown in communication between Laura and Lexi, you provided her suggestions as to how she could speak to ask Lexi about what she was saying to her, right?
That is correct.
You were cited stating that after you provided those communication suggestions in the visits that followed, Laura Melvin adequately showed you that she understood those suggestions and used them with Lexi. Is that not also correct?
That is correct.
So to be clear, while visits weren't working, you were doing your job as a professional by providing feedback as to how they could become better in your eyes, right?
I was.
Okay. And in every single term as it relates to her activity in the actual visit, she complied with all of those, correct?
When she attended, she did.
So really your only concern was her attendance, right?
It was a huge concern, yes.
Okay. But it wasn't the fact that she was learning in those visits, correct?
No, she was making some progress.
Now, had those visits continued and this de novo heard prior, perhaps more progress would have been made, right?
Perhaps.
Well,
Okay, was there an objection?
Calls for speculation.
All right, it's been asked and answered. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, Ms. House.
thank you. Ms. Dickey, during the time that you were visiting Lexis, your visit started right in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic, correct?
They did.
Okay. And Laura Melvin told you that she was affected by the coronavirus pandemic, correct?
For several months, yes.
As a result, she cited this as being actually, did you ever take the time to ask her what side effects she was experiencing?
Okay, and let me just interrupt because y'all may all know what the answer is. Are you saying that Ms. Melvin was infected with the coronavirus, or what are you? Because the question was, you said she was affected by it. Everybody was affected. Was she infected?
Well, Judge, I don't want to testify for my client, but I mean, if I were to give opening arguments, her family was infected by coronavirus in her family unit, and she was quarantined as a result of her husband testing positive for coronavirus. So I mean,
so now I understand things that I think y'all were going to. So I'm going
okay.
to ask you to re-ask the question.
Your Honor, and I would just say that was an alleged infection. That's never been verified.
Certainly, that's what the testimony was. Okay.
However, but even then, Ms. Dickey, Ms. Melvin told you that she was experiencing symptoms. Is that not also correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
She told me she was sick and had to stay home, couldn't come to visits in a 2 or 3 month period.
Okay. And wouldn't be bizarre for a mom to try to fight through that sickness only to determine that she couldn't at the last minute and call you when she knew that her efforts would be futile. That's not bizarre, right?
Objection, form of the question.
Well, she can answer.
I'll sustain the objection. You can remind me, I don't recall the witness characterizing Ms. Melvin's testimony as, I don't recall the witness stating that she viewed Ms. Melvin's behavior as bizarre.
Ms. Dickey, you talked about Ms. Melvin canceling at the last minute, right?
I did.
You can understand that a mom that really wants to see her child may fight through her pain, may try to fight through her pain, but cancel at the last minute when she determines that it's been futile. You can understand that, correct?
Objection.
No, she had never left the house.
Okay. All right, let's get the objection in first, ma'am. Whenever there's an objection, I'm going to ask you to let the attorneys get their objection in.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Pearsall, your objection was?
Your Honor, I'll waive it. That's fine.
All right, then go ahead and answer the question.
What I found to be unusual is she never left the house for the visit and called me at the last minute, which told me she knew way before that she wasn't going to come.
Okay. And at any point in time, did you discuss this with Laura Melvin?
Discuss what? That I thought it was odd that she canceled at the last minute?
Yes, ma'am.
I did say on the phone call that, okay, this is pretty short notice. I got off the phone immediately and tried to call Julie to not bring Lexi to the visit, but they had already left.
So getting off the phone immediately, you never did speak to Laura Melvin as to what the nature, why the phone call came so late, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Ms. House?
Yes, Judge. Oh, sorry. Were you asking me something?
Well, I sustained the objection.
Okay. Ms. Dickey, you understand that in the July jury trial that happens in the jury trial that's happening in July, you understand that there is a possibility Ms. Melvin may be reunified with her child, correct?
Yes.
Would it not be beneficial for you to observe visits between Laura Melvin and her child immediately before that trial commences? Yes or no?
In my opinion, no.
Okay. And if a jury disagrees with you, Ms. Dickey, and returns Laura Melvin back to, returns Lexi back to Laura Melvin, do you believe that Lexi is in hindsight, would you have believed that these visits would have been appropriate?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I do not think that would be beneficial at this time, no.
You understand that Lexi has biological brothers? Lexi has biological brothers, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I know that she has biological brothers, yes.
And you understand that Lexi in the past has had contact with these biological brothers, correct?
Objection relevance, Judge, to the current motion.
Overruled.
I've seen Lexi in a picture with their brothers. She doesn't talk about them.
And you understand that Laura Melvin has unsupervised visits with the biological brothers of Alexandra Dover, right?
I'm not aware of what visitation she has with the boys.
Rather than spending so much time talking to all of these other parties, Ms. Dickey, why did you not take the time to speak to Laura Melvin about her contact with Lexi's biological family?
Lexi, to my knowledge, those boys don't live with her. Lexi never talked about them. Lexi is not referred to them. I have a sense that she was removed from the home at a very young age and doesn't really know them.
Ms. Dickey, you never asked, right?
Asked who what?
You never asked Lexi about her biological brothers prior to today, right?
No, I asked her about them. I sure did.
Okay, what did you ask her, ma'am?
I asked her if she had brothers, and she told me about her brothers and her foster placement. And then I asked her, do you have any other brothers? And she said, I have two brothers with my old mom. That's how she said it.
When did you ask this question?
Early on, like in a therapy session, when I was trying to figure out the family dynamics, like probably May of 2020. It was early on. I was just trying to figure out who all the players were.
Right. You understand that it's important for siblings to have contact with each other, right?
And again,
I do understand that.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
I do understand that.
So when we look over what's in the best interest of the child, what provisions have you ever made to address Lexi's ability to have contact with her biological brothers, if any?
I have assessed whether or not I thought she had a bond with them. And when I didn't get the sense that she had a bond with them, I did not pursue anything about her biological brothers. I was working with mom.
And your assessment was made based only on seeing the brothers with Lexi in a photograph, correct?
Correct.
But I'm assuming you're talking about the minor brothers not primarily living with mom, because there is a biological brother that did live with mom. Is that not also correct?
I have no idea.
And Ms. Dickey, to be fair, you weren't really concerned because it was Julie Hicks and the department that you've been receiving your information from. Isn't that right?
Objection, misstatement of the evidence.
I withdraw. No further questions, Judge. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, do anyone need a break before we have Ms. Dickey finish?
I need a restroom break, Judge.
Okay, let's come back at 11:46. We'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll get started again.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay.
Okay, is everyone ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right, I had a yes from Ms. Merritt, although she's muted.
I'm here. Yes, Judge.
Ms. House.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pearsall, Sims.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Melvin, I had to admit you twice, so I guess your electronic device is having issues. Is it appear to be working correctly now?
I think we've got it, yes.
Oh, okay,
I
now,
think it was
hold
my
on.
fault. I'm sorry.
Okay, does it appear to be working now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was gonna say, I can't hear you, but my speakers were muted. Okay, I think we're back to Ms. Merritt for any redirect.
I have no questions for Ms. Dickey, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Sims,
No to redirect, Your Honor.
all right, Ms. Pearsall.
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Dickey, when Ms. Melvin claimed that someone in her family had an alleged COVID illness, was she able to do visits by phone?
Objection. That's a misstatement of the evidence. I believe her testimony was that Ms. Melvin told her she was ill or sick.
I don't think that was a testimony, but she can clarify, Judge.
All right, I'll allow you a question.
She canceled the visit because she said she was exposed, and that was early on. And then in another month said that it was a COVID-related cancellation as well, which was unusual to me. And the visit, yes, could have gone on virtually if in fact she wasn't really, really ill.
Now, you were asked a whole bunch of questions about the fetal alcohol syndrome being linked to hyperactivity and other symptoms. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Did I understand your initial testimony correctly? That you're not saying the visits with mom cause hyperactivity and anxiety and not listening and behavior problems. Your testimony was that they make all of those things worse in Lexi.
It exacerbates those qualities that Lexi has. It makes them worse.
Which is why you believe that her not having visits is in the best interest of Lexi.
Correct.
Now the questions.
All right, Ms. House.
Thank you, Judge. Would seeing mom, bio mom, and foster mom in the same room exacerbate anxiety?
I didn't ever witness that. I don't know.
And when you did observe that Lexi had anxiety, what would you do to quell the anxiety?
Take her by her hands, have her look at my face, do some breathing, calm down, and then we walk out.
Did she display shortness of breath that prompted you to do these things?
No. Deep breathing helps anxiety. Deep breathing in and out slowly.
But what behaviors were you observing that caused you to prompt the deep breathing exercise?
Her hyperactivity, her heightened anxiety level.
But specifically, what does that look like?
It looks like in the inability to be attentive, heightened hyperactivity, kind of being what I call all over the room, touching everything, just being nervous.
So the 4-year-old was touching everything and nervous?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, so may she be excused?
She may be excused, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, Ms. Dickey, you are excused. The other professional witnesses are still under the rules, so I will ask you not to have any contact with them until the hearing is open.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, so your next witness?
Yes, Judge, I would call Ms. Garza.
All right. And you've been sworn in previously, ma'am. Go ahead.
Could you please state your name for the record?
It's Bobby Garza.
And Ms. Garza, how are you employed?
I am a legal caseworker with the department.
And how are you familiar with Alexandra Dover?
I know her by Lexi. That's her nickname. So if you hear me say that, that's because that's what everybody calls her. But I was assigned the legal case at the beginning of the removal back in 2018.
Okay. And Ms. Garza, have you observed visits between Miss Melvin and Alexandra Garza, or Alexandra Dover, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am, I have, prior to the associate judge making them a court order to be therapeutic with Miss Dickey.
And how would you describe the visits between Laura Melvin and Lexi Dover?
They were very limited. Yes, I would say it was difficult because at the time I had to start doing virtual visits because KidShare was no longer doing in person at the time because of COVID. So it was very difficult for Lexi to participate by phone because we had did a phone visitation. It wasn't a Zoom. At that time, we were all new to all this technology, so we had just did the phone until we could figure out what Zoom was. And then we had moved on to Zoom visits. I will say that they were very limited. Mom would sit down. She was not interactive. She would talk to her, but it was kind of like she let Lexi kind of take the lead, and she wanted Lexi to be able to do the activities she wanted to do in her room. Every so often she would ask questions. And eventually Lexi just got very tired of it, that she would.
Okay. All right, Ms. Garza, I need to ask you to pause if there's an objection so the attorney can get their objection in.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm having a hard time. Let me move my computer closer because I didn't hear the objection. I'm sorry.
Give me a moment. All right. I said if there is an objection from one of the attorneys, I need to ask you to stop. That's always what you need to do. And with Zoom, it's even more difficult for the court reporter to be able to take down two people at once. Okay. And was there an objection?
My objection was narrative.
Sustained. I ask you to ask a new question, Ms. Merritt.
Certainly. So, Ms. Garza, how did Miss Melvin handle those visits?
They were very limited. She hardly.
What would she do during these visits?
She would mostly sit down and she would have her phone. She was very limited. She would ask her a couple of questions, but she wasn't very engaged.
How did you attempt to make these visits more productive?
I let her know that Lexi likes certain things. I know that when we had went to court, Ms. House also asked me questions of what, could help better the visitations. I did respond. Over time, it did get better.
Non-responsive. The question was, what did she suggest to help get the visits better?
We'll sustain the objection.
Miss Garza, What did you suggest Miss Melvin try during the visits?
I had suggested doing arts and craft with her. I had told her that if she wanted to do activities, that if she could give me a list of things, I could provide that to the foster parents, either for them to get themselves, to make sure that they had the equal things on the video screen so they could do activities. I let her know that there was things that she liked, specifically her dolls. She's very into princess themed things, and let her know that that was a topic that they could do, read the books and things like that.
And previously today, we had Miss Dickey testify. What was Miss Melvin's attendance like at these visits?
With these visits, there was a few that she had missed because she was ill, but it was very usually consistent with her participation. It was just very limited in participation, and then we had an issue with her husband.
What issue did you have with her husband?
During that visit, he had openly called me and I don't want to say it in open court because it's a very defensive word, but because of testimony, he called me a dumbass.
And was there other instances where you've had issues with Mr. Mack?
Yes, after the reunification was when it had failed and we had to put Lexi back into foster care.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. I'm also going to object to improper direct. I believe and I'm on the basis of res judicata, I believe she's going into, so Judge, if I may explain.
Yes.
There's an underlying case where and Shelley, I didn't mean to, I'm explaining, I saw you roll your eyes. I want to explain to the court because the judge doesn't know the history of this case or the procedural posture. The department.
I would object to sidebar.
Okay, overruled. Go ahead, ma'am.
The department filed their initial termination suit around, I believe it was like 2017. And at that time, it ended up having a final order based on a mediated settlement agreement. Okay. I believe the testimony that she is referring to has already been adjudicated in that underlying case. The case that we're hearing on today was a termination of parental rights suit filed by Julie and Brian Hicks, August of 2020. And so I am requesting that the testimony that she's talking about be limited to the time from the final order, the last final order in this case up until now.
And when was that last final order?
It was, I think it was in 2019. I can pull it up, Judge.
All right, Ms. Merritt.
I'm sorry, Judge. I'm trying to also.
And to be fair, Ms. Merritt wasn't the attorney. It was William McKeska that was the attorney at that time.
Those are true statements, Judge. However, I think that in regards to the fact that there had been issues prior with Mr. Mack, that also has to be able to explain in regards to current issues with Mr. Mack, that there's context in the fact that there was issues before and there continues to be issues.
So it not only
okay, and his rights were voluntarily terminated?
No.
He is the step parent to Alexandra Dover. He is the current husband of Miss Melvin, who and she, I believe, lives with Mr. Mac Melvin, and they are married.
And Judge, my response is those facts have already been adjudicated. Not only that, I would object to this being impermissible character evidence if that's what they are trying to allege this is. And so there's, we shouldn't relitigate what's already been litigated.
All right, I will overrule the objection and I'll give Ms. Merritt just a very bit more, but again, just overrule it to the extent that it seeks to keep out just enough evidence to put something in context. I agree, we can't go back and relitigate what happened before and the last, whatever final order happened in 2019.
Miss Garza, have you had prior incidents where you were name called by Mr. Melvin?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
That was the first time during the visit in the summer of 2020 or the springtime.
Is Miss Melvin in compliance with the mediated settlement agreement that was generated in 2018?
No, ma'am, she's not.
Is it your understanding that mediated settlement agreement from 2018 described future contact and issues for the relationship between Miss Melvin and Alexandra?
Objection, compound question, objection leading.
Sustain the compound.
Miss Garza, are you familiar with the mediated settlement agreement from 2018?
The mediated settlement agreement of 2019 as of November the 1st.
Yes, that mediated settlement agreement. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was a condition, what were the conditions of that mediated settlement agreement?
The conditions were that she were to engage in individual counseling, outpatient services, if recommended, random drug testing and alcohol testing, to be made, a referral be made to a new individual counselor, domestic violence, marriage counseling with Mr. Melvin, along with family therapy. She was assigned a release forms to any and all medical providers. She was also to complete a psychological evaluation. And then she was also to engage in NAAA as a part of the agreement, which was to be, sign-in sheets were to be provided to the department, and also the provider was supposed to be given and made available to talk to either me or the Atlanta Miss Sims. In addition to that, at that time, we were to do kid share visits. And then those were eventually discontinued because of COVID. They were not doing in person or Zoom. They didn't have a contract for that.
Objection narrative.
Judge, she's answering the question that was asked.
Okay, as long as it's specific answers, I'll allow it. Overrule the objection.
Yes.
So the virtual visits that were held were due to the fact that Kids Share was unavailable.
Correct.
What did you do next in order to preserve visitation between Miss Melvin and Lexi?
I had held them virtually. Like I had mentioned, we did the telephone for one, and then we moved over to Zoom, and we did those twice a month per court-ordered schedule.
How did Miss Dickey get involved?
Miss Dickey got involved because they were court-ordered to do therapeutical visitations. At the time, we were having, like I said, issues with the name calling, the limited participation. We wanted Miss Melvin to be able to benefit from a therapeutic standing point to be able to benefit Lexi's needs. Therefore, we moved forward with Miss Dickey.
Miss Garza, what do you feel is in Lexi's best interest at this point?
I feel that Lexi's best interest is to have permanency.
What do you feel is in Lexi's best interest in regards to her visitation?
That they continue to be suspended.
Why do you feel that suspension is necessary?
This case has been going on since 2018, and we continue to run in circles with noncompliance. Miss Melvin, by the time we get to court, she does what she's needed to do at the very minimal. She's not compliant with drug testing. It takes us having to go to court in front of the associate judge to have her get motivated again. She doesn't understand her daughter's developmental needs. She keeps denying that her daughter has been diagnosed with fetal alcohol disorder. And I have witnessed that during an appointment with the developmental specialist. She's not compliant. 2 months prior to the trial, it's not going to show that she can be stabled. We continue to run in circles.
Objection narrative.
Rule that.
Ms. Garza, when you indicate that Miss Melvin is in noncompliance, what specifically is she noncompliant in?
Her random drug testing, she does test when she wants to test, but there are several screenings that she has not been available to go to. She's no-shows.
What else?
Her individual counseling, like I mentioned, it takes us having to go to court for her to get engaged. Her individual outpatient services, it's the same thing. She was non-compliant since early this year. It took us having to go to court for her to be reprimanded to get into services. Her NAAA sessions, we have not been able to talk to a provider to show that she's actually attending. All we have is just an email with the name and some dates. There's no way to show that she's actually attending, what agency she's actually going to, who her sponsor is. None of that information is just an email.
What else?
I'm sorry, it's a lot here. She did complete her domestic violence. At the time, her old counselor did successfully discharge them from marriage counseling. Same thing with family between her and her husband. She did update a release form that needed to be signed because it was outdated for us to get the medical providers. However, she was court ordered in the last hearing to provide any doctor notes that she had in her possession. That has not been given as of today. Her nail testing that has been ordered since early last year, that has not been completed. She did not complete a psychological because at the time with her medications, the provider that we referred her to was Dr. Picard. He felt that a psychiatric evaluation was needed. That was completed. But again, she's not following the recommendations as the psychiatric evaluation, which is to continue NAAA, to be able to show that she's doing it, to be able to comply with any and all drug tests, because that's specifically important. One-on-one counseling, outpatient counseling, one-on-one counseling with individual counseling to be able to cope with her depression, her anxiety, and to show that she can be able to use coping skills to avoid using alcohol and benzos to address her mental health. Complete parenting classes, which again, that is also done in group session with her outpatient counselor, that she has not been active in. We've had to go to court in order for her to be active.
So let me ask you a question, Ms. Garza. In regards to parenting, when did Ms. Melvin complete a parenting class?
She completed a parenting class early on in the case prior to reunification. but it was recommended by Dr. Miller in her psychiatric evaluation to complete one again. And that she has not completed.
So, so when Miss Dickey had to redirect her and provide her as well as, let me strike that, let me ask it a different way. Miss Garza, you had to provide Miss Melvin some tips for parenting, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something she should have learned in a parenting class?
Yes.
Judge,
Okay, was there an objection?
it's okay, Judge. I'm not sure if it was timely.
Go ahead.
Have you been able to see Lexi since December?
I have.
How would you describe Lexi since you've been visiting her in December?
She has really grown. Since December, well, let me start off with this. Lexi has always been a happy, very spunk, outgoing little girl. When you meet her and you see her energy, you know you're just going to have a good day. She's very active. She loves to play. But I can tell you that since December, she has really improved, especially with her speech. It was very hard to hear and understand what she was saying. It did take a couple of times for me to say, okay, you know, Lexi, I don't understand. Can you please show me what you mean, or can you say it again? I had to use a lot of those techniques to understand what she was doing, or if I did not really understand, even after that, I had to turn to foster mom and say, okay, like I'm having trouble. What is she saying? And to be able to, you know, to go over topics and, you know, even when we're playing together, she's improved in her school setting. She was having trouble, like I said, with her speech. So it made it hard for her to get along with friends. She was hitting, she was, you know, not wanting to listen, do things her way. So of course, with the ongoing speech therapy, it did help. It helped her to be able to communicate with her friends and understand, you know, well, they're not doing the things to be mean, but they do it because they just don't understand me. So she's learning the concept of, okay, this is from my perspective. How do I learn from their perspective? So that has been a big help with Miss Judy. And her overall attitude has been better.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Sims?
Ms. Garza, is it fair to say that mom's attendance at visitation has been sporadic for as long as you've been involved?
Yes.
Do you recall creating a document of your recollections of mom's attendance and visitation from December 2018 until the time of the mediated settlement agreement, November 1st, 2019?
Judge, I'm going to object to improper testimony. This goes well beyond, we're relitigating things beyond the scope of why we're here. It goes back even before the mediated settlement agreement. All of that was litigated, mediated, and we have a final order. That should be sufficient to get the testimony that the ad litem wants.
All right.
Your Honor, I disagree. I believe that I can show a continuing course of conduct in mom's sporadic visitation that is the very reason why we're here. She's fighting for visits to resume when her behavior has continued and has been documented since December 2018.
Okay, I will sustain the objection as to any questions about the dates prior to when the mediated settlement agreement was reduced to a judgment of the court.
Okay.
I assume that there was at least a question about whether or not that immediate settlement agreement needed to be created, that's had all the things that this witness has testified that Ms. Melvin was supposed to be doing.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Garza, let me then direct your attention to the visits that occurred after November 1st, 2019, when the MSA dictated that mom's visits would be at KidShare. Was mom consistent about attending all of her visitation at KidShare?
No, she was not.
Can you tell me approximately what percentage of those visits she missed?
I can tell you by months. She was compliant for December, January, and then after the half week of January, or the half month, that's when she started to be non-compliant. She was calling and saying that she was ill, she couldn't make it, and it was either ill or no shows.
Okay, and so when did KidShare stop visitation due to COVID?
They stopped in March.
Okay, so between, you said the second half of January and March when visits stopped, mom was inconsistent with her visits for that period, correct?
Correct.
And then you began doing virtual visits. Was mom consistent with her virtual visits with you?
Sometimes she would say that she was ill, but for the most part, she was. It was just other issues that arose out of those.
Okay. And then to your knowledge, that's when Miss Judy Dickey began therapeutic visits between mom and the child, correct?
Correct.
And is it your understanding that mom's visitation was still very sporadic?
Yes. Me and Miss Judy had several conversations of appointments being missed.
So overall, do you feel that mom's consistent sporadic attendance at parent-child visitations is in Lexi's best interest?
No, I don't. And that goes back to meeting the child's needs. Lexi has a lot of developmental needs that need to be addressed, and there are a lot of weekly appointments. If Miss Melvin can't keep the twice-a-month visitation appointments, it raises a big concern about Lexi getting her weekly needs.
Okay. And in the November MSA, was Mr. Mac Melvin also to do services?
Yes.
Is he compliant with the services he was required to do?
No, the one that he needed to do was domestic violence that he has not engaged in. He has not even scheduled his initial appointment.
And Miss Melvin and Mr. Mack are still together?
Correct.
Do you feel it would be detrimental to Lexi's emotional health and physical well-being to resume visits with Laura Melvin at this time?
Yes, I do, mostly because she's made it very clear that she does not want visits.
Do you feel that Laura Melvin has demonstrated enough compliance with her service plan to be successful in having her child return to her care?
No, I don't believe so. Like I mentioned, it takes us having to go back to court for her to be engaged and to start being compliant.
Do you believe that she has enough time between now and our July 12th jury trial to demonstrate compliance sufficient to return the child to her care?
No, I don't believe so, because like I mentioned, this case has been going on since 2018 and we keep running in circles.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Ms. Pearson?
Thank you, Honor. Ms. Garza, have you been, how long have you been the worker on this case?
Since the beginning of the case, when we got TMC, that was on March the 20th of 2018.
Okay. So you've been working with this family for over 3 years now?
Correct.
Miss Melvin had a psychiatric conducted by Mr. Miller, correct?
Correct.
And she also inconsistently has been attending individual therapy, correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
And she also has been attending individual therapy inconsistently, correct?
That's correct. She hasn't been consistent with her individual therapy.
Did Dr. Miller recommend that that Ms. Melvin attend NAAA meetings at least 3 times a week?
Yes.
Did her individual therapy consistently make that recommendation as well?
Yes. After the last hearing that visits were stopped, she did agree that she should be following the psychiatric evaluation.
I'm sorry, who agreed?
At the time, it was Miss Ashley Martin. We had met
Okay,
per
so
court order.
I'm sorry, so mom's therapist, correct?
At that time, yes.
Okay. So at any time in the last, over the last 3 years, have you received an NAAA sign-in sheet from Ms. Melvin?
Not necessarily a sign-in sheet. I received an email with some dates and then a name.
Okay, but that was my question. My question was, have you ever received a sign-in sheet?
No.
Have you been consistently requesting that sign-in sheet for all these years?
I have asked.
How often is Ms. Melvin supposed to be in individual counseling?
It's supposed to be weekly.
And does she attend it weekly?
She had not prior to this hearing. Like I had mentioned, it took us having to go back to court for her to start engaging. But since the last hearing, she has been engaging in weekly sessions.
Okay, and what's the date of the hearing you're referring to?
It was April the 21st of last month.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
And is that consistent with Ms. Melvin's track record in this case, that she engages shortly before, shortly after each hearing, and then she drops off?
Yes.
That's been the pattern for as long as you've been on this case?
Objection asked and answered.
Overrule, I mean, it's sustained, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, so let's talk about counseling specifically. Is it true that in September of 2020, Ms. Melvin missed 2 therapy sessions?
September.
Judge, I'm going to object to the cumulative testimony. We went thoroughly over visitation and attendance with Judy Dickey.
I think this is counseling.
Okay, sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry, can you ask the question one more time?
Absolutely. Is it true that in September of 2020, Ms. Melvin missed 2 therapy sessions?
I believe so.
And in October, she also missed 2 therapy sessions, correct?
In October, she was only seen twice, so yes, she would have missed 2.
And in November of 2020, she missed 3 therapy sessions. Is that correct?
Yes, at the time, yes.
And she continued to miss those sessions up until April of 2020, correct? I'm sorry, April of 2021, correct?
At the time, I was trying to get, at the last hearing, I was trying to get some information on it. The secretary did tell me that she was not engaged at all, but she did see Dr. Casillas once.
All right. Ms. Pearsall,
I'll move on, Judge.
sustain the objection, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Garza, I'm not asking what anyone said. I'm asking, is it true that Ms. Melvin didn't attend therapy from December through April of 2021?
No, that's not. That's what I was trying to clarify. it was misrepresented to me that she had missed in March, which she did, but she did attend one appointment in March, which was March the 13th of 21. But then after that, she was not compliant.
Okay, so she did attend one appointment in March, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but she missed all the other appointments.
Correct.
Okay, so when you say that she is engaged in counseling, the only months she's actually attended counseling is May?
The only months that she's been fully engaged is would be this month, and she did attend 2 last month, and then 1 prior to that month.
Okay, when she was supposed to be attending 4, correct?
Weekly, yes.
Okay. Okay. Did the department request that Ms. Melvin complete a second parenting class?
We did, based on the recommendations of Dr. Miller's psychiatric evaluation.
Okay. And when did she complete the first parenting class?
That was back in 2018. That was, I'm sorry.
And so what concerns, if any, did the department have that you asked her to take another parenting class after that?
Judge, if I may, can you, I like time and scope of that. So again, that the court's order not to go behind that mediated settlement agreement is not violated.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, please put some more time clarification in there.
Sure. In this case, post the MSA, after the media settlement agreement, have you requested Ms. Melvin to take a parenting class?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said her psychiatrist recommended that. Did you have any of your own concerns that made you believe a parenting class is necessary in this case?
I did. What I had been able to see personally during the virtual visits, and then her not understanding her daughter's developmental needs. Like I've said, I sat in with her developmental specialist along with foster mom, myself, and Miss Melvin, and she denied all the diagnosis. So that's a big concern, especially when her daughter has ADHD. She does have weekly developmental appointments that she has to attend to. And those are things that in parenting, you do learn. You learn how to be able to parent your child who does have ADHD, who doesn't understand what you're saying or has speech delays, and how you can better parent your child where there's not so much frustration and there's not issues that want to.
I'm sorry, was there an objection?
Yes, narrative.
Sustained.
Has Ms. Melvin taken a parenting class from 2019 until today?
She is now engaged as of the last court hearing with Mr. Alford for parenting groups, yes.
Okay, so this is a service she just began after our last hearing on April 21st?
Yes.
Okay, even though you've been requesting it since at least 2019.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Based on what you personally have observed, does Ms. Melvin still lack parenting skills?
Can you say that one more time? You
Sure.
broke up on my end.
Based on what you have personally observed, do you believe Ms. Melvin still lacks parenting skills?
I do. If she's not able to understand her daughter's needs, that's a big parenting concern.
And why is that an issue for her visits with Lexi?
That's an issue within itself because we're introducing her daughter to more trauma when Miss Melvin is not compliant. And if termination is granted within 2 months, we then have to go and address Lexi's mental health state all over again.
Has Ms. Melvin consistently denied to you that Lexi has fetal alcohol syndrome?
To me, to the court, to the doctors, yes.
And why is that a concern to you?
That's a concern because she's being diagnosed by medical providers who are qualified and trained to be able to make those diagnoses.
What does Lexi call Ms. Melvin from what you've personally observed?
It's either old mom or other mom.
And do you know where that comes from?
Yes, it was actually the last virtual visit that we had did. Mom was being, active, and she was trying to show her things around her room, and it happened to be a
All right,
picture.
and ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to use a proper name and not pronouns, so it's clear who you're referring to.
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't get to hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna ask you to use proper names and not pronouns, because I'm not
Okay.
sure by mom whom you're actually referring to.
Yes, sir, I will. Thank you. So Miss Melvin had showed Lexi a picture and some things around her room. She had sat in the rocker, and she was going through the picture of the family, which it happened to be Lexi herself, Mr. Melvin, and the boys. Lexi at that time had said, "That's my old family," and started calling her old mom, other mom. And that's where it started. I did not intervene because at that time, this was Miss Melvin's visit. Miss Melvin didn't try to correct her. She didn't try to do anything. In fact, she actually dismissed Lexi for the visit, and the visit shortly ended.
When was that visit that you just testified about?
That was at the end of June. It was shortly before we went to therapeutic with Miss Judy. Or I'm sorry, mid-July, because it was already ordered. We were going into therapeutic.
So 2020?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about outpatient drug treatment. When was Miss Melvin initially supposed to start outpatient drug treatment?
She was ordered to start shortly after that hearing in July. The judge had ordered her to do outpatient per the recommendations of Dr. Miller.
Okay, and Garza, hold on, let me stop you. July of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in July of 2020, did she ever attend any outpatient treatment?
In July, she did not. She did not respond to the initial appointment. In August, she did not.
Okay, let me stop you there. In August of 2020, did the outpatient counselor have any concerns about Miss Melvin?
Yes, because she
Hearsay.
Okay, Ms. Pearsall.
Judge, she is a department worker. She's the custodian of records, and it's based on her recommendation that most of the decisions are made in this court. So she's in charge of those records.
Ms. House.
Yes, Judge, that was not, no proper foundation has been laid in order to determine all of this that Alana Pearsall is alleging.
We'll overrule the objection. Good.
You can answer, Ms. Garza.
So yes, there was concerns because she was not following through with her appointment scheduling. She would text him and then tell them that she was available, but then she would not make herself
Objection,
available.
hearsay. She's talking about text communication that's been said verbally as a hearsay within hearsay.
All right, Ms. Pearsall, exactly what are you offering this testimony for?
Her continued failure to comply with court orders of the court and to address the underlying issues, which in fact harm this child.
The truth of the matter asserted.
Okay. All right, I don't know how this is different than any of her other testimony about what attendance there's been, but I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there a specific concern in August about Miss Melvin slurring her words?
There was, because she was not, there was one that she did do that it eventually had to end because she was not fully.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
And go ahead, answer, Ms. Garza.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but there was one in August that he eventually had to end and put as a no-show because she was not coherent. There was a lot of slur speech. She wasn't wanting to turn on her camera. And for that reason, he felt that the session should not continue anymore, and he ended it.
And in September of 2020, Ms. Melvin again attended no outpatient classes. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in October, she missed one outpatient treatment session, correct? She finally started attending, but she missed one. Is that correct?
Yes, she did start to attend because that was when we were getting ready to go to court, and it had been an issue.
In November, she missed 2 sessions in outpatient treatment. Is that correct?
She actually missed 3. Mr. Alfred was willing to reschedule one of them, so she had made it up in early.
I'm sorry?
Objection hearsay.
All right, I'll overrule that. I didn't hear a statement about what
I'll
somebody
say
said.
objection speculation. She talked about what he was willing to do.
Right, I'll sustain that objection.
Let's move on to more recent outpatient treatment. Is it or is it not true that Ms. Melvin attended 0 outpatient in February of 2021?
In February, that's correct.
And in January of 2021, she also missed every single session, correct?
In January?
Yes.
Yes.
And in March of 2021, she also missed all 4 sessions, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Garza, did you hear the question?
Yes, I said correct. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you didn't hear me. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, maybe that was me. So in April of 2021, did she suddenly engage in outpatient again?
So of April the 21st, Mr. Alfred did explain to me that he had no contact with her. She did start to engage. She started to engage on May the 3rd, May the 5th, May the 17th, and May the 18th.
Okay, so this month, between 2 court dates, she's engaged, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you have sent Ms. Melvin to multiple drug tests throughout this case?
I have.
Okay. And have you explained to Ms. Melvin that her failure to go within 24 hours of each request is considered a positive drug test by the department?
Yes, that's been noted with an all-party group chat that we have going on.
And did you send Ms. Melvin specifically on February 26th of 2020 for a nail test?
On February 26th, yes.
And did she complete that nail test or did she not?
No.
Did you send her for another drug test on March 17th of 2020?
We did.
Did she complete that drug test or did she not?
No, she did not.
Did you send her to a drug test on April 15th of 2020?
I did.
Did she submit to that drug test or did she not?
Not.
I'm sorry, Ms. Garza, I didn't hear you.
She did not.
Okay. On May 12th of 2020, did she once again fail to submit to a drug test?
She had failed to submit.
On June 16th of 2020, did you send her for a nail test?
I did.
And did she fail to complete that nail test?
Correct. She did not complete it.
On October 14th of 2020, did she fail to show to a drug test?
That's correct. She failed to show up.
On October 27th of 2020, did she fail to show up to a drug test?
Yes, she failed.
On December 14th of 2020, did you send her for a nail test?
I did.
Did she complete that nail test?
No.
On January 25th of 2021, did you send her for a UA?
I did.
Did she show up to that drug test?
No, she didn't.
On January 28th of 2021, did you send Miss Melvin for both UA and the nail test?
I did.
And did she do either one of those?
No.
On February 1st of 2021, did you once again attempt to send her for UA and nail test?
I did.
And did she complete either one of those?
No.
On February 11th of 21, did you send her for UA?
I did.
Did she do that one?
No.
On March 10th of 2021, did she fail to show up to a UA you sent her to?
She failed to complete it.
On April 15th of 2021, did you request her to submit to an alcohol and UA panel?
I did.
Did she fail to show up to that one?
Yes.
Okay. On May 13th of 2021, did you send her for both UA and alcohol test?
On May 13th, yes.
And did she fail to show up and complete either one of those tests?
She failed to.
Okay. Now, there have been a couple of tests where she went on her own and got those done, correct?
There was one that she did prior to the court hearing on the 21st of April.
But that's not a random test if it's a day she chooses to go and get herself tested, correct?
Correct. She went on her own.
Now, have there been any incidents this year that have caused the department concern with Ms. Melvin?
Yes. The incident that occurred on March the 10th.
Of 2021?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened on that date?
At that day, Miss Melvin was asking for transportation. The courtesy worker had offered her time to take Miss Melvin, but Miss Melvin was not able to complete it because she had health issues. Miss Melvin had blood pressure issues that she had stated. Miss Melvin had fell on the floor. She was unconscious. She was exposing herself when she had fell. It was noted that she was not wearing any underwear. She refused EMS treatment, and she even refused the courtesy worker taking her for medical care.
Okay, let me clarify some things you said. On that date, the courtesy worker was going to her home for an announced appointment because Miss Melvin requested a ride, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when the courtesy worker arrived and knocked on the door, did she get any response?
Not at the front door that she did. The responses she got was two men at the pawn shop that was across the street were trying to get her attention because Miss Melvin was on the ground in her yard.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
And so did the worker go to the backyard?
Yes.
Okay. And what was observed in the backyard?
Miss Melvin on the ground.
Okay. Was she unconscious?
That's what was reported, yes.
Okay. And is that when you testified she was laying there sort of totally exposed?
Right.
Okay. Why does that specific incident combined with her long history of addiction to pills and alcohol cause a concern to you?
Objection, that's not in evidence.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does Ms. Melvin have a history of alcoholism?
Yes.
How do you know that?
She's admitted to it. She's tested positive, and she's even seek treatment for it.
Does Ms. Melvin have a history of addiction to hydrocodone and benzos?
Yes.
How do you know that?
It's been listed in her medical documents that I obtained by her PCP. She's admitted to it.
Judge, could you please clarify as to time and scope? for these?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Otherwise, I object, it's prejudicial.
Judge, addiction is a lifelong issue. I don't know how you could possibly put a time limit on it.
And Judge, Alana Pearsall is not an expert to testify as to that.
Neither is Ms. House answering her objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
When did Ms. Melvin admit to you that she has an addiction to hydrocodone and to benzos?
For the sake of the timeline.
Objection, compound question.
All right, I'll sustain that.
Sure.
Break it up for every separate addiction the Ms. Melvin may or may not have.
Yes, Your Honor. When did Ms. Melvin admit to you that she has an addiction to benzos?
Because of the sake of the timeline that seems to be being object, it wasn't me. She self-admitted it in her psychiatric evaluation to Dr. Miller.
Okay, and that was in 2020?
Yes, that was, which led to his recommendation that she needed to be weaned off the benzos.
Okay. And when did Ms. Melvin admit to her addiction to hydrocodone?
The same time, prior with me, before the timeline, but the same thing in the evaluation.
Okay, so she's admitted that to more than one person, including you?
Yes.
Okay, and even though it wasn't objected to, let's establish the timeline of her alcohol addiction. When was that admitted to?
Admitted to me personally, like I said, it's outside the timeline, but she did admit on several occasions with her providers that she's had a history of alcohol use.
Okay, and that included both 2020 and 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's go back to my original question. Why did the incident in March of 2021 cause you concern knowing her long history of addiction?
It raised concerns because she was refusing medical treatment. For someone who says that she's having to deal with blood pressure issues, that's a big concern. And I mean, that's not something to really play around with. And the fact that she kept saying she had doctor's appointments different times throughout the day, there was no honesty there. She was very quick to try to get everybody out of the home, even EMS. So yes, that was a big concern as to why she was so resistant to getting medical treatment.
Isn't it true that she was also resistant to getting any blood work done that day?
Objection, relevance.
Ms. Pearsall?
Judge, it goes directly to her ingestion of alcohol or prescription med that she's not supposed to be on.
All right, overruled.
I'm not aware of the blood work, but if it was, it's probably with EMS that was trying to get medical attention, but she refused any and all.
Why is there a concern of domestic violence in this case?
There's concerns because she has reported to me that there is concerns about the way he talks to her, the way how he tries to control the things, that he gets upset very easily.
Judge, I'm going to object. This goes far beyond the scope of why we're here. It goes well before the mediated settlement agreement.
Okay. Ms. Pearsall, what's the relevance as far as whether Ms. Melvin is able to have supervised visitation with the child without her husband present?
Judge, it goes to her failure to deal with the issues.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was Miss Melvin ordered to do a neuropsychological assessment?
She was.
Has she completed that?
No, she has not.
Okay, let's now, you testified earlier about your concern about Mr. Mack's angry outburst at you. Do you recall that? Have you witnessed any more recent outbursts by Mr. Mack that have caused you concerns?
Yes, in court, when these visits were suspended, Mr. Melvin verbally outspoke.
Objection hearsay. He's not a party to this suit.
Ms. Pearsall?
I agree. He's not the owner.
Okay, all right. Your next question?
Without telling us what Mr. Melvin said, why were you concerned about the anger outburst you witnessed in December of 2010?
It was concerning because the judge needed to control that environment in order to finish the hearing.
Objection, go ahead. I'll withdraw my objection. I'll cross-examine the witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, how many other children does Miss Melvin have?
She has 4 other children.
Now, some of them are not children, correct?
I'm sorry?
Some of them are adults and not children, correct?
Yes, 2 of them.
Was there any prior, strike that, the 2 that are children, is it or is it not true that she only has supervised visits with those 2 children?
Objection, facts not in evidence as to her representing that. Well, I'll withdraw that. Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it or is it not true that she only has supervised visits with her 2 other children? You need to say it louder, Ms. Garza.
Yes.
Okay. In this case, and for most of Lexi's life, you are Lexi's managing conservator, correct?
Correct.
And so it's your job as her legal parent to do what you believe is in the best interest of Lexi. Is that true?
Yes.
In December of 2010, as Lexi's managing conservator, did you request from the court that all visits between Lexi and Miss Melvin be suspended?
I did.
And why did you believe in December of 2010 that that was in Lexi's best interest?
The same concerns that we have now, her non-compliance with outpatient. She was wanting to drug test when she wanted to. There was no plan for her to really address her addiction with an individual counseling with her providers that have been given to her. And she was not understanding her daughter's developmental needs. This is a child who has a lot, and to just do the minimal, it's not beneficial for her. That does not provide Lexi with a safe, stable environment.
How old is Lexi?
Now 5.
And how many years has she been in foster care?
She's been in care since 2018, so 3.
Does Lexi have any true relationship with any of Miss Melvin's other children?
Does she have a relationship with them?
Does she know who they are?
She does. She knows them as her old family.
When was the last time she saw any of her brothers?
The last time she saw, I know specifically Hunter, was during a kid share visit prior to COVID hitting. Her other siblings, I know that was very limited contact because of the Pacific order that she has with her ex-husband. So I can't tell you a specific timeline. I know that it's been years.
So she didn't even have a lot of contact with them prior to the removal, correct?
It was only at school. She's only allowed to see them in a school setting.
Who is only allowed to see who at a school, in the school setting?
Miss Melvin,
Miss Melvin is only allowed to see who?
see her other children, her other boys.
In the supervised school setting?
Objection
Yes.
hearsay.
Okay, this is department representative. I'll overrule that.
Now, as the primary worker on this case, have you had a lot of interaction with Lexi?
I have.
And have you observed her prior to December of 2010 on a regular basis?
Yeah, sometimes at school.
And as well as since December until today, is that correct?
Correct.
Based on what you have observed, what difference do you believe have occurred in Lexi since the visits have stopped?
She's really progressed in her speech, her developmental needs. Since the visits had stopped, and what I've noticed is that Lexi, she wants to know what the future holds. She doesn't like to be, she doesn't like for things to not continue consistency. So like it was mentioned when Miss Melvin wouldn't show up, she had a lot of behavior issues.
Hearsay. It was mentioned. And I'm also
I'll
going
take
to,
that's a reference to other testimony. I'll overrule the objection.
and I'm objection cumulative. If she's repeating what's been said, I would argue it's cumulative, Judge.
Judge, I don't think she's been asked this question.
All right, I'll allow the question.
So I have been able to testify that I know that she's not been attending. So when there's a lot of no-shows and there's a lot of unknown pieces for Lexi, she doesn't sit well with it. She has behavior issues. And I've had more than numerous amount of conversations with her about her mom. And even to the point where she gets so upset, she'll end the visit. We were outside one day and she was just like, nope, not doing this, Miss Bobby. And she made it very clear to me what her wishes were and said that she was not going to talk about her old mom. Do not talk about it. Do not ask me if I want to go home. I don't want to. And she quickly took off back inside.
Yeah, I'm sorry, who is she?
Lexi?
Lexi, okay. And so you believe that no visits is what Lexi desires?
I do believe that, and I do believe that she is very, she's progressed in a lot of her stability to not focus on the past trauma. And what I mean by that is that when I've gone to go and visit her at school, the first time I did that, she did not like that. She would not talk to me. She was very upset for the fact that that was her environment. And do not mess with her environment, because she didn't know if she was leaving, if she was staying. So I did have to talk to her about that. I did report that to Miss Judy. And so for Lexi, when it comes to visits, having to reintroduce all those things again and having to rely on whether or not Miss Melvin's actually going to attend, it's traumatizing for a child that age. She's 5 years old, but she knows a lot more than going.
Objection narrative.
Sustained.
How Lexi, sorry, how has Lexi's behavior changed since the visits have stopped until today?
She's well-mannered. She listens. Her behaviors change as far as she's wanting to focus a lot on achieving to do better. She's gotten many awards, one here recently as of yesterday for being the teacher's assistant, the big helper. So that's really improved a lot, and she's very vocal.
Well, how is that wonderful behavior and awards you just testified about differ from Lexi back in November, December of 2020?
It's different.
Objection, compound question.
Overruled.
It's different from now and then because she's wanting to do better rather than still pondering with the what ifs.
Judge, may I ask for clarity? Is she talking about November or December or November and December? Because the question was, how has the behavior improved compared to November or December? And so I like clarity if, my objection was overruled respectfully.
It was already overruled, Judge.
Okay. I'm not going to ask, you can ask on cross-examination if you want to try and parse the timeline down more finely, but so I'll overrule that objection.
Ms. Garza, you can finish your answer.
So the difference between now that visits have stopped and from when they had, they were continuing is that Lexi doesn't ponder with the what ifs. She's not having to say, oh, am I going to see my mom this day? Am I going to see my mom or Miss Melvin that day? What is it going to be like? And that's a lot of stress for a child who just wants to know that things are going to.
I don't think.
I'm sorry, I can't hear the objection.
Objection, speculation. I don't believe Ms. Garza knows what the child is pondering.
I believe Ms. Garza testified without any objections to what the child has expressed to her verbally.
I'll sustain the objection on pondering.
Ms. Garza, we are set for jury trial in this case in about a month and a half, give or take. Is that correct?
Correct.
As the child's managing conservator, what are you going to be asking the jury to do?
We will be asking for termination.
Do you believe termination of Miss Melvin's rights is in Lexi's best interest?
I do.
What do you believe will happen if we force this child back into visits with her old mom and then she gets terminated a month and a half from now?
Objection, compound question, objection, speculation.
I'm asking for her opinion as a managing conservator.
Overrule the objection.
I believe that we would be traumatizing this child. As I mentioned, we still continue to run in circles with Miss Melvin. She's had since 2018 to get on track. And this child is now 5 years old. She deserves permanency. She doesn't deserve to be forced into anything that she doesn't want, especially when mom's not compliant. And she's been found not compliant in the last court hearing.
So are you asking the court today as a managing conservator that there continue to be no visits between Miss Melvin and Lexi?
I do ask of that, yes.
And do you believe that if the court will allow any visits to resume, it would be harmful to Lexi?
I do believe they would be harmful, yes.
No other questions?
All right, does anyone need a break before Ms. House starts?
Can I go to the restroom, please, just for a few minutes?
Okay, yes, we'll break until 1:15. Okay, I've got 19 after. Is everyone ready?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Okay,
Your Honor.
all right. Go ahead, Ms. House.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, couldn't find you, Ms. Garcia. Your face is a little cut off.
I'm sorry. It's just because I'm having a hard time hearing, so
Okay.
I kind of have it close.
I want to go over, let me ask you, in 2021, outside of the date that you cited, April 21st, 2021, what other drug tests has my client submitted to this year?
Yes, ma'am. She tested on February the 24th.
And what type of test was that?
That was a UA.
Okay. What was the next test that she submitted to?
The next one was May the 10th.
What type of test is that 2021?
Yes, but I'm sorry, I misspoke. She also, I'm gonna backtrack. She tested on her own on April the 20th, and that was a UA. That's the one where she went on her own to go in and test.
Okay, I want to clarify. I thought you told Alana Pearsall that that was April 21st, 2021. Is the test on April 21st, 2021 that she did on her own, is that different than the April 20th, 2021?
I think the confusions were, so on the 21st we had court. She went in the day before court for a UA. So the 20th.
Okay, so you want to correct your testimony on the record that that was April 20th. And what type of test was that?
That was a alcohol panel and a UA panel.
And when you say alcohol panel, is that a hair or a nail drug test?
That is just a UA.
Okay. April, okay. So you told me the first date this year, 2021, that my client submitted to a drug test was February 24, 2021, right?
Yes.
The next one after February 24, 2021, would that have been the May 10th date?
Say that one more time. The siren was in the background.
After February 24, 2021, would the next test have been May 10th, 2021?
So after the April the 20th, where she went on her own, the next one was May 10th of this year for UA and a hair follicle.
So she submitted to a hair follicle drug test.
She did.
After May 10th, did you send her, so she submitted May 10th. You cited that she missed on May 13th, 2021, 2 days after?
Yes, she did.
How frequently are you sending my client to get drug tests?
On that specific day, because she missed mediation, and there was a weird response of her reason why, even when she could attend.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Specifically, my question is, how frequently, the number, are you sending my client to drug tests? I would say per month.
It's more than twice a month.
Is it typical then? And when you say more than twice, is that more than 5 times?
Just depends on the month, because for example, in March, she was saying that she was admitted into the hospital, so I couldn't send her when she's in the hospital.
The May 10th date, 2021, Miss Melvin was in the cited she was in the hospital during that time?
Say that one more time.
On the excuse me, on the March 10, 2021 date that you stated my client failed to submit to a drug test. Was she in the hospital during this time?
No, you didn't report to all parties that she was admitted until March the 22nd.
Okay, so this is another date.
That's prior to her hospitalization, yes.
So as to her latest hair follicle that she took on May 10, 2021, did you receive those results?
I have just per conversation with the courtesy worker, I'm waiting for the paper copies.
Okay. So you haven't had the time to get them to all parties, right?
No, because it's custodial records of Region 11. So I'm waiting for the courtesy worker to get them to me.
Are you, so who's the custodian? Are you the custodian of record or is the Region 11 case?
I don't have access to the Region 11 network, and that's where she's at. So I'm waiting for that courtesy worker to pass them along.
When a Region 11 caseworker passes her information over to you, do you become the new custodian of record of those documents, or are they still, or is the Region 11 courtesy worker the custodian of record of those documents?
They technically would be mine because I would put them in the file for the legal case, but I guess for more clarification, when it's different regions, for example, if I'm a Region 8 worker, like I am, I can't look at Region 11s, I can't look at Region 1, I can't look at Region 3. I have to rely on that worker to get that forward it.
As of today, though, you already know the results of May 10th that were the hair results for May 10, 2021, correct?
Correct, per conversation, yes.
And my client submitted to that hair drug test in compliance with what the department asked her to do, correct?
Correct.
She did so timely. Is that not also correct?
Correct.
And based on the results that you are now aware of, just the results alone for that particular test, you don't have any concerns with those results. Is that not also correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
So with those results, yes, I do, because the hair follicle is just going to test for like the full on benzos, meth. It doesn't test for alcohol. That's what the nail testing's for, which she has not completed.
All right. And Ms. Garza, I'm not asking whether or not you're objecting to the test. You understand that, right?
I understand you're asking my concerns based on that results.
Okay, but the results of the test that it actually you understand, a hair follicle drug test was ordered by Judge DiGirolamo. Is that not correct?
Correct.
That test was ordered in conjunction with a nail drug test. Is that not also correct?
Correct.
That hair drug test was ordered during the same hearing when my client told the court that her nails were brittle. That happened at the same time. Is that correct?
Objection, compound and out of court statement.
Sustain the compound.
Ms. Garza, you were there at the last hearing where Ms. Melvin provided a reason as to her omission in submitting to a nail drug test, correct?
Correct, but I do have concerns with those reasons.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled, sustained.
And I was just asking whether or not you were present, Ms. Garza, okay? And you heard my client state that her nails were brittle.
Objection to counsel testifying as to facts, not in evidence.
I'll ask you to rephrase the question.
My client provided a reason as to why she did not submit to a nail drug test, right?
For
Yes.
that one time that I sent her, yes.
Is it your understanding that she testified to only the one nail drug test or nail drug test in general?
What I mean by that is that I had sent her prior to that court hearing, and she said on that specific day she couldn't because she did not have enough nails.
And just to be clear, when you say Pacific, you mean specific? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, a reason has been provided from my client why she had not submitted to nail drug test in a prior proceeding, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So just based on the results that you know about for the hair drug test my client submitted to on May 10th, 2021. Let me ask you, Ms. Garza, let me rephrase. You don't administer the hair drug test, correct?
No, I don't.
And but you are the worker that provides information to the drug lab so that they know what to test for. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're given notice as to what they test for. Is that not also correct? I'm sorry.
Correct.
So just talking about the hair drug test alone, actually, let me ask you, Ms. Garza, in your line of work, you give parents, you direct parents to submit to hair drug tests commonly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't object to them submitting to this test. Is that correct?
And object submitting to a
You don't
test?
object to them submitting to the test, correct?
No, I don't.
You have never once taken the stand and told any judge in any proceeding that the hair drug test was not appropriate for a parent to submit to. Is that also correct?
Objection relevance, Judge.
Overrule the objection.
No, I have never said an hair follicle was not inappropriate.
And so the hair drug test that Miss Melvin submitted to on May 10th, 2021 is an appropriate measure for what it was supposed to be used for. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the results that you know of that hair drug test results alone, you don't have any concern with those results. Right?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Judge, when I asked her this question, she said her concern was to the actual test of what it tested for. She never did answer my question. And so I've had to lead up to this question so that I
Okay,
could.
well, let me then ask, what do you mean have concerns about the results?
Okay, Judge, I'm going to assume if I ask for the results, they're going to object to hearsay. So my way around it is to ask, does she have concerns about the results, which is not hearsay? And she can let you know, the court, that what I know that she's failing to verify is that she has no concerns with the result from this hair drug test.
Judge, as much as she's trying to seek out hearsay, the witness has asked and answered, and you have ruled in it, and she testified she has concerns. Because Ms. House doesn't like the answer doesn't mean she get to ask her 5 times what's been asked and answered.
Okay.
He did not.
All right. We all know what the drug test came back as negative. So I'll sustain the objection.
And Ms. Garza, the results of this May 10 drug test match the results of every single test my client has submitted to since the last final order in this case. Is that not also correct?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
That's correct. For the ones that she does do, the little that she does.
Because at the end of the day, what matters is that
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
I haven't.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that what matters is that those tests reflect my client's sobriety?
Don't. That's the issue. That's the concern behind them.
My question was, isn't it correct that that's what matters? Yes or no?
That the tests reflect her sobriety?
Yes, ma'am.
Been asked and answered, Judge.
Okay, I'll let her answer the question.
Yes, the test should match her sobriety, but that's the issue because they're not consistent.
Consistent in frequency, right?
Consistency, compliance.
Okay, I'm gonna say, I've heard enough of this. I understand what your point is, Ms. House, is that
Okay.
Ms. Melvin has passed her drug test. I understand what the state's position is, which is that, yeah, she's been able to pass them at little tiny windows of time of her own choosing, but not when they were originally ordered. So let's move on.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about your relationship. You testified about my client's husband, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Melvin, you it's best described, the relationship between you and Mr. Melvin is strained, right?
At his choice, yes.
Okay. But Ms. Garza, in your role as this is not the only case that you and I have worked on, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Overrule the objection.
No, it's not.
And you service a lot of clients where, you service a lot of cases where the relationship between you and parents are strained. Is that not correct?
Your Honor, I would object it as relevant. We hear about one issue with one non-compliant mother. Her relationship or lack thereof in any other case is irrelevant.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
Ms. Garza?
Yes, that is true. But again, that's at their choice.
Okay, it's their fault, right? Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
They're the ones that make the choices on their actions.
Ms. Garza, right now, you can't communicate with my client outside of all counsels being present on the communication. Is that not correct?
That is correct. That was something that was asked.
Okay. And that's something that the court ordered. Is that not also correct?
That's correct because there was a lot of he said, she said.
Okay. Regardless of your representation, Ms. Garza, the judge found that it
Your
was
Honor, objection to sidebar.
Overruled.
regardless of your representation, the court found it was appropriate that if you were to communicate with my client, that counsels on this case be party to that communication, right?
Yes.
But this isn't the only case, Ms. Garza, where a court has ordered that counsels be present when you communicate with a parent. Yes or no?
I have one other.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Okay, and was there an objection?
Relevance.
We'll overrule the objection.
I have one other case that's like that, which you are on.
Are you sure it's only one other case, Ms. Garza?
Objection asked and answered.
No, I wanted to clarify.
Okay, yeah, overruled.
Yes, ma'am. That's the only one that I have, which you are on.
Okay. Have there not been other cases?
No.
Okay. Are you 100% sure as to your testimony on today?
I'm 100% sure. If we do group chats, it's because of me and my client's choices to do it. It's
you
not ordered.
Are you 100% sure that outside of this case, there's only one other case where you are required to have counsels present during communication?
Your Honor, it's been asked and answered at least twice.
None.
All right, this is the last shot. Overruled. Ms. Garza?
Are you 100% sure?
It's just that one, but if you are wanting to be technical, there
Okay,
is
just yes.
siblings.
Go ahead.
I don't need information or details about another case. I just wanted to know, is there one other than the one you're citing, just yes or no?
There's just that one, but it is a sampling group.
Ms. Garza, you understand your role as a caseworker is to provide reasonable efforts for reunification, correct?
Correct.
And in more times than not, in cases that you serve over, reunification does not happen. Isn't that also correct?
I've had reunifications, but some that are not is at their choice.
My question was, more times than not, reunification does not happen when you're the caseworker in the case, right?
I think that's an unfair statement because it's not my doing. I don't
All right, I'm going to
terminate
instruct the
rights.
witness to answer the question. And if the answer is yes, but, or no, but, if one of the other attorneys thinks they need to follow up on that, they can do so.
Can you ask the question again?
More times than not, in cases where you are the caseworker, parental rights result in termination.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. What does that have to do with this case?
Okay, overruled.
Yes.
This case is no exception to your recommendation, correct?
This case is no, I'm not understanding the question.
All right, I'll move on. All of is it your testimony? Where does Miss Melvin live? And you don't have, not her address. In what town?
In Beeville.
And Miss Melvin has expressed to you that sometimes she has connection issues, correct?
Only once.
Okay. Are you being honest about this, Miss Garza?
Yes, ma'am, because we all communicate in one party group chat. It was only once.
How long have you been a caseworker?
Almost 5 years.
Okay. And when I say caseworker, you've been a legal worker in termination suit for 5 years, to clarify?
Almost 5. Yes, ma'am, almost 5 years.
How often do you review the Child Protective Services Handbook issued by the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services?
How many times do I review it?
Yes, ma'am.
When there's new trainings or policy updates, which is usually every month or every twice a month, now that things are going privatized.
And you would testify that you are very familiar with the Child Protection Court Handbook, correct?
Let's say that I know how to do my job. If there's something that's new that I haven't been able to look at, then that's something that I have to go back and look.
All right. In order for you to do your job, it requires that you be familiar with the Child Protection, Child Protective.
Objection, Judge, sidebar.
This is a question.
I'll sustain that. I mean, Ms. House, I'll ask you just to cut to the chase on what
Sure.
you're getting at.
Okay. Ms. Garza, you're familiar with section 1932 as it relates to drug test results, correct?
As it results to drug results,
Yes, ma'am.
I would have to look at it to know word for word.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you word for word. My question is, you are familiar with section 1932 drug test results, correct?
Judge, I would ask that if she's going to ask a question, she actually explain or tell her what the statute is. That's like us asking an attorney, do you know what 102.17 is? None of us know things by numbers of the top of our heads.
Well, that's not true to say none of us know.
Okay,
But
I'll sustain the objection. What's the title? What are you referring to?
it's actually called drug test results. That's why I just referenced the, no,
Okay. Go ahead.
You are familiar with the drug test results section of the Child Protective Services Handbook, right?
Guess I have to ask and further what you're getting at, because there's certain bullet points of it. So
All right,
I'm not.
ma'am. The question is if you're familiar with it. Are you familiar with it or not? Please answer that question.
Yes.
And if you want to pull a copy of it up, I will certainly authorize that, but are you familiar with it?
Judge, if you're going to authorize it, can she pull it up, please? And I can tell you exactly what section.
That's great. Or you could just share it on the screen.
Great, I'll do that. Okay, can you see the screen, Ms. Garza?
I do.
All right. You are familiar with the drug test results you've already tested. There says there's 6 and according to your CPS handbook that you follow, actually, let me ask you, your job is to follow the Child Protective Services Handbook, correct?
Correct.
Judge,
Okay.
we'll stipulate that the department is to follow the handbook as those are CPS policy results. We'll stipulate to that, Judge.
Ms. House?
I only had that one question.
Okay, all right. We'll take the stipulation. Next question.
Several times, Ms. Garza, actually, you communicated to my client in writing that when she misses drug tests, it's considered a presumed positive, right?
Yes.
But that's not the truth, is it?
Can you repeat the question again?
Yes,
I'm not.
please.
If she doesn't go, it's presumed positive, which I said yes.
Okay.
So-
But my question to you is, a missed drug test is not presumed positive, according to the Child Protective Services Handbook. Is that not correct?
That's correct, but that's not what our orders and our expectations are.
What orders are you referring to that automatically presumes missed drug tests positive?
Well, when she had completed her psychiatric evaluation and we asked the court to make an order of those recommendations, Dr. Miller made it very clear that if she's not completing those.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
And if she was not completing those screenings, then it would be presumed positive.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overrule that objection.
My question was, give me a date where the court itself has ordered, as you testified right now, that if my client missed a drug test, that it would be presumed positive, specific.
Asked and answered.
She didn't give me a date.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
These were made a court ordered when we had went to discuss therapeutic visits, and she made it an order that Ms. Melvin was to follow all recommendations of Dr. Miller.
All right,
That's a recommendation.
Ms. Garza, you don't have a date, right?
It was that January or the July. Sorry.
Okay, I'll move on. Ms. Garza, I'm going to show you. You're familiar with section 1932.4, presumptive positive results, correct?
Correct.
And it states it has CPS October 2020. Would this reflect the date that it has last been updated?
Yes.
Okay, but you have had training since that point on this particular section.
Correct.
Okay, and will you read to the court what it means, what needs to happen in order for there to be a presumptive positive result?
It's basically means that there is something that contains a drug chemical that met the screening threshold for a oral fluid screening device. or oral fluid testing, such as the cheek swab or urinalysis,
Test.
it comes out to say it's a false positive or there's something in it that makes it.
So according to this section, in order for drug results to be presumed positive, a parent must submit to the drug test, right?
Right.
Okay. There is also a section well, there's 6 possibilities for drug tests, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's negative results. And you're not saying that when Miss Melvin doesn't submit to a drug test, those results would not fall into the category of a negative result, right?
They would not fall into the category of a negative?
Right, correct?
Okay, I guess, can you repeat it again? I'm not understanding.
When a parent misses a drug test, it does not fall into the category of a negative drug result according to the Child Protective Services Manual, handbook, right?
I believe there's a section on there where it says to parent failure.
Which section is that?
Go down. I don't have the access to.
Sure. You can just let me know when to stop.
Yes, ma'am. Right here.
Okay. Which one?
That's it.
I'm going to object to Miss Merritt providing testimony on behalf of her client.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I thought I was on mute. I apologize.
All right.
I actually haven't heard what Miss Merritt had to say. I was reading this.
And if you want me to keep scrolling, I'll keep scrolling.
No, I was talking about the refusal to test. We did have it to where if it was a refusal, you would be resumed positive. But like I stated in before, when we've asked the court to make a recommendation.
Ms. Garza, several times you've been on the stand and you have been directed by the court to directly answer questions. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And the frustration with even getting exact answers for question matches the frustration displayed by parents when it comes to services that they need to engage in. Is that not also correct?
I think it's pretty clear.
Okay.
So the frustration caused is on their own actions. It's very simple. They need to just submit the drug test.
All right. Well, if it's pretty clear, my question was to you that I don't believe I have an answer as of now. When a client fails to submit to a drug test, I asked you which one of the 6 categories does that fit in? Which category does it fit in?
I was looking to see at the refusal, but I don't believe that I saw it. But like I said, I'm not going off of my recommendation and my statement of my concerns. I've been going off of what's been made court ordered already for us to follow such recommendations.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay. But for sure we know that every single time you told my client that missing a drug test would be presumed positive, that you were not telling the truth, correct? According to your CPS handbook, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. So according by our CPS book, That
Ms.
I'm
Garza?
not.
I don't recall you ever not understanding any question that any other lawyer posed to you.
Objection argumentative and form.
Overruled.
Judge, is there any way you can direct this witness to answer the
Yeah,
question?
I'm gonna interrupt you this examination and ask Ms. Merritt, the attorney people in the department, what money does the department have for monitoring of people?
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm
Like
not,
alcohol monitoring?
in terms of our alcohol monitoring, it requires a test that has to be specifically requested every time that they go.
No. I mean like a sober link or something like that.
We do not have any of those options, Judge.
Well, Judge, I believe if the court, there are things that I've been able to ask the court to do that the court has ordered. And based on the court's orders, the department complies. So sometimes within the department, they don't have the authority to request themselves, nor is it in their policy to be able to make that request on their own behalf. However, if a court orders it, the department must comply.
Okay. I've got to tell you that I very much share the department's concerns about why it is that there's been intermittent and apparently at one time a year late taking of some of these drug tests. All right. But if Ms. Melvin is sober all the time for days and weeks on end, is that going to alleviate a lot of the department's concerns?
Judge, are you asking me that question or is that more rhetorical? I'm sorry, Judge.
Well, I guess both. I guess what I'm asking, not
Judge,
just
it's a
for this hearing,
concern.
but for the,
The court has ordered these drug tests.
okay.
Ms. Merritt, you
I guess
froze.
and Ms. Merritt, you're breaking up.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm having internet issues. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
We can.
It continues to be a concern, Judge, yes. And it would be a concern at trial.
Judge, in response to that, since my client submitted to inpatient rehab, the test she has submitted to, she's been clean.
Judge, and as much as I'm enjoying Ms. House making herself a witness, she can be both an attorney and a witness
Okay.
or present hearsay testimony to the
I'm not
court.
trying to
All
do
right.
that.
And I'm about to say, and I didn't recall testimony about inpatient drug treatment. All right.
I don't think she's ever been to inpatient drug treatment.
That's
Okay.
not true.
Well, we'll let Ms. Melvin testify about that shortly. Y'all had said 4 hours, and even giving that it was 35 minutes after the hour before we got started after computer issues and preliminary matters. It's been over 4. It's an important matter. We're going to keep going on it, but I have got my alarm set. I need to leave at 10 after 4 to be home, to go home and be home when my special needs son gets home on the bus. So go ahead, Ms. House.
Judge, I was I was asking if you could ask Ms. Garza to directly answer the questions, because generally what happens is that I will answer the questions. She will not answer it to the point of frustration of the court and myself that I'm moving on to other questions and the
And
initial.
I'm going to object to sidebar.
All right, I'll overrule the objection. I'll direct the witness to answer the questions.
Okay, Ms. Garza, I asked you whether or not you could identify which of the 6 categories a missed drug test by my client fell in.
They didn't.
Okay. And then my next question was, so every time you told my client that missing a drug test would be presumed positive per your own Child Protective Services handbook, you were lying, were you not?
No, I was going off of what was court ordered as a recommendation of Dr. Miller.
Ms. Garza, on all your cases.
All right,
you-
ma'am, and Ms. House, I understand your point.
Yes.
That's been asked, it's been answered. If the handbook doesn't say that refusal is considered a failure. Okay. If the department considers it, even without it being in the handbook, maybe there shouldn't, and that's outside the limits of the handbook, we can address that, but we understand what the witness's testimony is. Please ask something else.
Ms. Garza, my client had already successfully engaged in counseling with a lady by the name of Ashley Martin, correct? I can hear you?
Correct.
What services did Ashley Martin provide?
Individual counseling.
And how long was Ashley Martin's Laura Melvin's service provider?
She came on shortly after our mediated agreement. So early 2020, all the way up until she left the agency, which was November, December, because she was on leave.
Of 2021?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, 2020.
Did you ever notify my office subpoenaed Miss Martin? Did you ever notify me that she was no longer with the agency?
No, not till I had got word of it, which was not till early on this year. Dr. Casillas had taken over. Miss Martin had up and quit, so they were having to reassign Miss Melvin and other clients.
Not only did Miss Melvin see Ashley Martin for individual counseling, Miss Martin was also providing relationship therapy for Laura Melvin and her husband, Mac Melvin, correct?
Correct.
And Ashley Martin successfully discharged Laura Melvin from individual counseling. Isn't that also the case?
Did she successfully? No, she didn't. There was never a certificate.
Okay. Were her recommendations that she be successfully discharged, ma'am?
They were, but there was concerns.
Okay, but you had concerns, right?
No, the court had concerns.
Okay, did Ashley
All right,
Martin?
I'm gonna again instruct the witness, answer the question. Again, there's 3 other attorneys here who are much more familiar with this case than I am. If the answer is yes, but, and the other 3 attorneys, one of them believes that they need to ask you questions to bring out further information, they'll have an opportunity to do that. Ms. House, go ahead.
During the time Ashley Martin was providing services to Laura Melvin, you expressed concerns, yes or no?
I did express concerns, yes.
At that time, the court ordered you, along with the department, to get with Ashley Martin to discuss the concerns of counseling, yes or no?
Yes, along with another provider.
And you all, let me ask you, well, did you all have the opportunity to speak with Ashley Martin?
We did in a group setting, yes.
Following your ability to address your concerns with Ashley Martin continued services with my client, correct?
Correct.
Following your meeting with Ashley Martin, Ms. Martin continued services with my client and her husband in relationship therapy, correct?
No, therapy, actually, for her couples therapy, it ended at a different date. That was discontinued.
And it was both of the couples therapy. Ms. Martin had recommendations that Ms. Melvin and Mr. Melvin be successfully discharged, yes or no?
That's correct, yes.
And you didn't like the fact that Ashley Martin successfully discharged Laura Melvin. Isn't that correct?
That I didn't like?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection.
You're breaking up.
Objection, argumentative. Objection, argumentative. Argumentative.
And Judge, my response,
I'll overrule that objection. Go ahead.
Ms. Garza, you didn't like the fact that she was successfully discharged from individual counseling. Isn't that right?
Oh, that's not right. This is not about my personal.
Okay. Ms. Garza, you didn't agree with Ashley Martin successfully discharging Laura Melvin, right?
Didn't agree because of the concerns with the ongoing issues of Mr. Melvin.
And Ms. Garza, you didn't agree with a licensed therapist successfully discharging Miss Melvin and Mr. Melvin from relationship therapy. Isn't that also correct?
That's correct that I had concerns, yes.
And during those sessions, domestic violence was an issue that was supposed to be addressed and was during those sessions, correct?
Not correct.
Are you stating that there are no therapeutic notes from Ashley Martin that talks about the issue of domestic violence, ma'am?
It does, but that's not the only setting it was supposed to be addressed in.
That wasn't my question, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I guess I misunderstood.
Domestic violence was addressed in sessions between Ashley Martin, Laura Melvin, and her husband, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, it was asked and answered. Because she doesn't like the answer, she doesn't get to ask the same question twice.
You didn't answer my question.
I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
It was an address per Miss Martin. She did say that it was.
Mr. Melvin is not a party to this suit, correct?
Correct.
There is no court that can order him to do data. Is that not also correct?
Correct.
All right. You testified, ma'am, between the time that visits have stopped and now, Lexi has turned a year older, has she not?
Yes.
At that time, she was 4. Right now, she's 5, right? And you would understand as children grow, it is natural for there to be development with their speech. Is that not also correct?
That there is development with their speech?
It's natural for there to be development with their speech as they grow older, correct? I just asked, is it natural? Yes or no?
That's how you look at it. Every child's different, and it's even different with special needs children. So I would have to say no, that it's not. It's not
natural. Just wanted to know if it was natural. It's okay. Because Miss Garza, you're not going to say anything positive about my client, right?
Objection, argumentative.
And
Miss Garza, Lexi was receiving speech therapy.
He is still receiving speech therapy.
How frequently?
Twice a week.
And do you credit developments in speech to speech therapy?
Can you say that one more time?
Do you credit developments in her speech to speech therapy?
That's one of the principles behind it, yes.
What do you mean by principles?
Meaning there's different types of factors that are in play that helps her developmentally grow.
For her speech?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
What other factors?
Stable environment, stability.
Where are you citing this information from?
I have to say that's personal knowledge from myself, from experience, and what the doctor has also recommended from the foster parents to do to help her speech delay.
Okay. What, based on the therapeutic notes you received from Judy Dickey, you heard Judy Dickey's testimony, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you're not accusing my client of as it relates specifically why we're here today. The supervised visits my client had with Lexi are not credited to delays in Lexi's speech, correct?
I have to disagree with that.
And if you disagree outside of your personal opinion, what expert can you point to currently providing services to Lexi that will back up your disagreement? Just name the expert.
I would say her teacher. I would say her individual therapist for speech as well will say that stability and continuation of the environment is a big factor in their developmental growth.
All right. But your teacher never observed supervised visitation between Laura Melvin and Lexi, right? Yes or no?
That's correct.
The individual speech therapist not once supervised the visits between Laura Melvin and Lexi, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about the diagnosis of alcohol fetal syndrome, correct?
Yes.
Now, you and Miss Melvin met with, was it a specialist?
Yes.
What was the name of this specialist?
Her name is Alexandria Grace, the genetic specialist. But we had met based on her recommendations.
Okay, who is her? We got too many pronouns here.
So we had met with the developmental specialist based on Miss Alexandria Grace's genetic specialist results. And that developmental specialist is Miss Brianna Flowers Joseph.
I want to track it because I want to make sure I can keep up. Brianna, is it Dr. Joseph or is it Miss Joseph?
She's a nurse practitioner, or yes, a nurse practitioner.
So Miss Joseph, is she the genetic specialist?
She's a developmental specialist. She works under Dr. Trevino.
Who is Dr. Trevino?
She's the main doctor. She's one of the main doctors out of the developmental specialists clinic.
And what type of doctor is Dr. Trevino?
He's a genetic or PD developmental specialist. PD stands for pediatric.
Okay. So is it your testimony the genetic specialist recommended that you all meet with a developmental specialist in understanding this diagnosis?
Can you say that one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Is it your testimony that it was the genetic specialist that recommended you and Laura Melvin speak to a developmental specialist to further understand this diagnosis? Is that your testimony?
No. So
I would object to this whole line of questioning as irrelevant to the actual motion. This isn't discovery.
Okay, Ms. House.
Judge, I believe it is relevant because I want to know exactly how we got here. Not only that, they were talking about whether or not they were talking about my client's understanding of the actual diagnosis. And so I believe that this is relevant.
She's gone.
And without trying to, you obviously have to put on your case. Are you suggesting that your client may believe that there's some genetic reason for whatever developmental delays the child has?
And Judge, that's what I'm getting into. Judy Dickey testified about this being in utero, and Ms. Garza just mentioned a genetic specialist. All that I'm clarifying is the testimony she's already provided because I did not understand her testimony. So I'm merely clarifying,
Okay.
like,
All right, and Dr. Miller is here. I'm going to admit him and let everyone who has subpoenaed him, let him know or her know. Jason, I guess it's about when he's might or might not be needed. All right, who all subpoenaed Dr. Miller?
I did, Your Honor.
I'm sorry,
I did.
anyone else?
I did as well.
Okay, all right, Dr. Miller, if you'll unmute yourself. Okay, and we have another witness on. What can the attorneys tell me about when Dr. Miller might be expected? Or if they still want it?
Probably between 3 and 4, Dr. Miller.
Okay.
All right, sir, the rule has been invoked, which means that I can either place you into the breakout room and let you remain there, or you can come back in at 3.
That would be fine, sir. Be happy to do it.
Okay, which one?
I'll do it. I'll rejoin you all at 3. That would be
All
fine.
right, thank you.
And Dr. Miller, I'm happy to reach out to you and let you know beforehand, so you don't have to, just hang out. We can give you a call.
Oh, that would be even better. Do you have my cell phone number? I'd be happy to. You can just text me. That would be great.
Yes, I believe I do, Dr. Miller.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Miller, oh, he's gone. Okay, go ahead, Ms. House.
Who's Lexi's genetic specialist?
Honor, I would object. Again, this isn't discovery, and this is completely irrelevant to the issue at bar.
Alana Pearsall, you could use that.
Okay, I'm going to ask both of you, instruct all the attorneys, address yourselves to me and not to each other. Overruled.
That is Miss Alexandria Grace.
Okay. So who made the referral for the developmental specialist?
That is Miss Joseph.
No.
Or, I'm sorry, Miss May Zamaku, Zamuco. She did the referral for the developmental specialist. The developmental specialist did the referral for the genetic specialist. Then we went back to the developmental specialist to go over the genetics results.
Okay. And Dr. Zamico, what type of doctor is that?
That's the PCP.
Okay. The reason you had actually admitted on the stand the last time we were in court that it was that, let me ask you, you and Miss Melvin met with the nurse practitioner for the developmental specialist, correct?
Correct.
When did this meeting happen?
That occurred on February the 1st of this year.
And who all was in attendance?
It was me, Miss Melvin, Miss Joseph, and then Miss Hicks.
Okay. And how long was that meeting?
Okay, and now we have I need to interrupt, a Walla CVA in the waiting room.
Judge, that's my legal assistant. I will text her and ask her to just not.
That's fine. I hit admit. If it was another witness that we needed to send back
No,
out. That's
she
great.
doesn't need to be in. It's fine.
Okay. All right, cool. I was going to re-ask the question because I've forgotten what it was by now.
How long was that meeting, ma'am?
It was almost about an hour and a half.
The last time we were in court, you yourself admitted that during that meeting, it was a lot of information, correct?
Correct.
During the last time we were in court, you also admitted that some of it was hard to understand. Is that not also correct?
Correct.
And because of the complexity of the information you all were receiving, there was supposed to be a second meeting with the developmental specialist in order to receive further information on the diagnosis of alcohol fetal syndrome, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Not correct. Yes, in regards to the meeting, I requested based on a lot of the information and the fact that Miss Melvin wasn't understanding a lot of the information. But it was to go over the genetic results of it. So the genetic disorder within itself, we went over the fetal alcohol part with the developmental specialists.
Okay. Are the genetic, then is it your testimony, the genetic results are separate than the actual fetal alcohol syndrome part itself? Or is it one of the same?
No, so it's two different things. So she has a genetic disorder and then she's been diagnosed with the fetal alcohol disorder.
Okay. But if you just testified that you wanted a second meeting because Ms. Melvin found it hard to understand the diagnosis meeting, then why not set up a second appointment to further explain the fetal alcohol syndrome part?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overrule the objection briefly. Go ahead, ma'am.
Because during that meeting on the 1st of February, we talked about it, but Miss Melvin was denying that there was ever an issue with fetal alcohol disorder. She was not in agreement with it, even when records were being reviewed with her, such as the opiate intake that she was taking at birth. Miss Melvin kept saying,
Ms. Garza, my question was, if it was hard for Miss Melvin to understand, you stated your testimony, it was hard for Miss Melvin to understand. So you, right? I, Bobby Garza, wanted to schedule a second meeting, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
I guess I'm not understanding. Are you asking to set up for the genetic or the fetal? Because even if we set up the other appointment to discuss that, Miss Melvin's already testified in the April hearing. She doesn't believe her daughter has it.
Okay, I'll ask you to clarify the question. What meeting are you referring to?
You're muted, Miss House.
Okay, because you testified, because the information provided on the February 1st meeting about fetal alcohol syndrome was so much, you wanted there to be a second meeting. My question is, when was the second meeting scheduled to discuss further the fetal alcohol syndrome?
That's not what I had stated in court. It was for the genetic disorder. It's
No.
two different things.
But Ms. Garza, I understand you scheduled a meeting with the genetic specialist, correct?
That's actually pending the approval for the insurance to go back for the education. So once that's approved, we can go ahead and get that date.
When did you, okay. When was Lexi diagnosed with a genetic disorder?
She was on August the 2nd of 2020, the genetic test report came back that she had a deletion genetic disorder of a TTB K2 gene with a band of 15q 15.2.
What does that mean?
It's just a different type of genetic disorder, which is basically she has a Spinocerebellar Taxivia type 11 gene, which basically says that it's going to affect her developmental needs. It does have a lot of neuro effects. It does have effects on her spine. It does have effects with, like I said, her overall disability. Her developmental needs, where it can lead her to be disabled.
Right, and I'm sorry, I need to interrupt. We have a Lucinda de la Garza in the waiting room now. I see that She is a physician's assistant. I'm gonna
Yes, that
admit
would be
her
that's my witness.
so that you can speak with her about when she might be needed. After that, we have an HP in the waiting room. All right, Ms. Taylor Garza, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Unmute. There I am. Hi. Okay.
All right, Ms. House, when will you need this witness, or do you know?
Judge, if you have to be out of here, is it like at 4:10?
Yes, I can go to the house. I can set up there, and I'm gonna have to take a break when my son gets home, so I get him off the bus and get him in his room.
Okay. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
At what time, Ms. Pearsall, did you tell Dr. Miller to come back?
Around 4, 3.
Maybe 3:30, 3:45, if that's possible.
Okay, and do you have contact information?
Um,
Or Ms. Let me let you know, Ms. De La Garza, the rule has been invoked, meaning, and I'll go over that more later, you can't be in the hearing until you're called to testify. There's other people in line ahead of you. It's going to be a while. So do you want to call back in later? Do you want me to put you in the waiting room and you can just wait there until you're ready, you're called?
Okay. Put me in the waiting room.
All right. Now we have an HP. Okay, is that the same person?
it is. It's the same person. That's my witness.
All right, ma'am, I'm not sure you're on here twice. So I'm going to remove this to the waiting room also. All right, go ahead, Ms. House.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Garza, I don't want to feel like I'm asking the same question over again.
Objection to sidebar.
Overruled.
However, you stated because Miss Melvin had a hard time understanding the information provided in the fetal alcohol syndrome session that you were going to schedule a second session. So my question is, only to fetal alcohol syndrome, have you scheduled a second session to help Miss Melvin understand that diagnosis? Yes or no?
No.
When did you request for Miss Melvin? Well, when did you put in a request for a meeting with the genetic specialist to explain the genetic disorder?
That was asked of that day, Miss Joseph, which was February the 1st. She had sent the referral off for us to meet again with the genetic specialist for education purposes to understand the genetic disorder.
Okay, and the genetic specialist that you are to be meeting with, would that be Miss Grace or someone else?
Miss Grace.
Okay. Did you follow up in March as to the status of this meeting with the genetic specialist?
I did, but that date was actually for the PCP. So we're still pending the insurance to approve to go back to see Miss Grace.
I don't understand. You said that date was for the PCP. I'm confused.
Yes, so on May the 10th, she was supposed to have a visit with, or she did have a visit with her PCP, which is May Zuko, and that was just her regular 5-year checkup. We are still pending the approval to meet back with the educational specialist for the
Okay,
genetic.
we've got too many pronouns here. Who are we talking about? Are we talking about a meeting with the mother? Are we talking about a meeting with the daughter?
So it's a meeting with mom. On February the 1st, I did ask for a referral back to the genetic specialist.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Garza, when you asked for the referral for the genetic specialist on February 1st, actually, you stated it was Ms. Joseph that asked for the referral for the genetic specialist. My question was, did you follow up in March on that particular referral to see if the genetic specialist was available to meet with you and Laura Melvin?
Yes, I did follow up. So I followed up last month and then I followed up this month. We were supposed to have an appointment.
Objection non-responsive.
So please just answer the question that's asked. If the other 3 attorneys think that they need to follow back up, they will do so.
Did you follow up in March, ma'am?
Yes, I did.
Who did you follow up with?
I followed up with the office, the developmental specialist.
And what happened?
They had stated that the referral had been sent, but because of the need, we are basically on a waiting period of when the genetic specialist could see us. There was no date given yet.
In March, did you try to reach out to the genetic specialist yourself?
Her office, yes, and that was the same thing. They were pending our referral back.
And with pending a referral back from Dr. Grace?
No, so Dr. Grace is the genetic specialist. So when I say pending the referral back it's like me going to the doctor for a specialist. If there's so many clients ahead of me, I have to wait till it's my turn to get seen. And that's where we're at this point. Lexi is put on a waiting period until they can get to her referral.
Who issues the referral that the genetic specialist was waiting on that you stated was pending?
The referral's been sent, but the approval for the need for the insurance is pending.
Never mind. In April, did you follow up with the genetic specialist?
I did.
And what happened when you followed up directly with the genetic specialist?
It was the same thing.
Did you follow up in April with Dr. Joseph? Excuse me, the nurse practitioner, Joseph?
I did follow up with her as well to see if there was any word about the referral, and she had said no. Well, her office, the assistants.
And now here we are in May. As of May 21st, 2021, there still has not been a meeting between Laura Melvin and a genetic specialist, correct?
That's correct.
And as of May 21st, 2021, you have not scheduled a second meeting with the developmental specialist office to further discuss the fetal alcohol syndrome diagnosis. Yes or no?
No.
And yet you want to come into court today and put it all on Laura Melvin.
Objection, Judge. This is argumentative.
Sustained.
You believe the court should hold it against Laura Melvin for not understanding fetal alcohol syndrome, right? Yes or no?
Do I think that the court should hold it against her for not understanding?
Just a yes or no. Do you believe it should be held against Laura Melvin based on your representation that she doesn't understand the diagnosis of fetal alcohol syndrome?
No, I don't believe it should be held against her, but that's not the case.
Okay, Ms. Garza, yes or no? Do you think it should be held against Laura Melvin that she has not had the opportunity to speak with a genetic specialist about her child's genetic disorder?
No, I don't. Like I said, it does take time, so I don't put that on Miss Melvin.
At any point in time, did you share the credentials with Miss Melvin so that she and empower her to reach out to a genetic specialist herself to see if she could make any headway?
Yes, ma'am, we sure did. My supervisor sent it to you and all parties.
No, my question was, did you empower? Let me ask you. At Miss Pearsall stated you're the legal parent, correct?
I'm the legal caseworker, yes.
Does the genetic specialist have Laura Melvin in their records as to, does the genetic specialist know that they can release information about Lexi to Laura Melvin?
Yes, they can. We made it very clear.
Is that in writing?
It's not, but they have been aware of the situation.
So is it your understanding that the genetic specialist office allows sensitive medical information to be released?
Okay, Ms. House,
Yes.
this is, I understand, and if there is some genetic reason for all of these issues that I think everybody's in agreement this young girl has, and it's not just a matter of Laura Melvin drank her into this position, I want to give you some, I'm giving you as much room as I can to explore that, but I'm going to overrule that question as irrelevant and cumulative and argumentative. Please ask something else.
What is Miss Melvin working on with Dr. Alford?
I'm sorry, can you say that? I could barely hear you.
What is Miss Melvin working on with Mr. Alford?
It's outpatient services and parenting classes.
What is the purpose of outpatient services?
To help her maintain sobriety.
And you said parenting?
And parenting, yes, ma'am.
And this would be a second parenting course she's completed since the department has had Lexi, correct?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
And then she completed domestic violence, did she not?
She did.
And when was this completed?
She completed domestic violence on October the 20th of last year with the purple door.
And who is her current individual therapist?
It's Dr. Casillas.
And what is she supposed to be working on with Dr. Casillas?
So safe and stable environment, understanding her daughter's medical needs, to be able to show sobriety, coping skills with her mental health. To make sure that she has appropriate living arrangements, environment, stable, safe environment living, to make sure that she has healthy behaviors, that she's able to provide for her child. And that's it.
Okay. Miss Melvin has been living in the same house since this case started, right?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's been living in this house for quite some time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that house that she lives in, is there a mortgage?
I believe so.
She lives in this house with her husband, correct? I'm sorry. She lives in her house with her husband, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you didn't hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear an answer. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And her husband, as far as being able to provide for her daughter, her husband is the one that is employed, correct?
All right, and again, here, this may be very relevant when it would go to a termination or not a termination, but what is this relevance, Ms. House, on just supervised visitation between now and July?
And Judge, they're using it against her that she's not completing these classes. I guess what I'm saying hasn't fully engaged in services. What I'm saying is my client actually has, and the fact that she's being asked to do a lot of these things, not only are repetitive that she's successfully completed, but that she is engaged in can make us showing. But Judge, our motion actually asked that visits were either the de novo asked for, reflected our request, visits either be increased or in the alternative, that they go back to being status quo, be supervised for the twice monthly. And so it's twofold.
All right, I still think that's too far abroad. I'll ask you to ask something else.
All right, not a problem. And in fact, you know, I probably can ask a lot of these questions to my client. I'll pass the witness, no further questions.
Okay, and let me ask Ms. Cavazos, do you need a break before we go forward? All right, we will come back at 2:55. I'll see y'all at 2:55. What time did I say to come back?
You said 2:55.
55.
Okay, thanks. Okay, is everyone ready?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't see okay. I don't see Alana Pearsall on.
Here she comes. You're muted, ma'am. All right, Ms. Merritt,
I have no further questions of Ms. Garza, Judge.
Ms. Sims,
No questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Pearsall.
I have a few, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Garza, you started saying something early about the concern you had.
All right, hold on just a moment. Apparently we've lost Miss Melvin. She's just coming in. There she goes. Let's give her a moment for the audio. Go ahead.
Ms. Garza, you were trying to say something earlier about a concern you had about Ms. Melvin not showing up to mediation recently.
Yes.
Okay, what was your concern?
The concern was that we waited quite a bit of time.
Objection. I'm going to object to any in conversation about mediation.
I'm not asking about anything that occurred during mediation, Your Honor.
You would be. And what she's saying, it is.
All right. What was the question?
What was your concern about her failing to appear at mediation?
I'll allow that question.
The concern was that she had not attended, but shortly after all of us got off, she stated that she had no power to connect to the meeting, but there was a phone number she could have called into. That wasn't done.
And so that court-ordered mediation was scheduled for May 13th of this year, correct?
Correct.
And what Ms. Melvin claimed after the fact was that she didn't have any electricity.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
What concern do you have about the fact that she has no electricity at her house?
Objection speculation. An objection misstatement of the facts.
Judge, she just testified, Ms. Melvin.
Okay, I'm fine. This is beyond the scope of the motion just on visitation. Your next question.
Okay. Has Ms. Melvin ever submitted to a nail drug test?
No.
Why does that concern you?
That concerns me because it's not compliant and it's been ordered since of early last year.
Has Ms. Melvin ever provided to you with a picture as an excuse as to why she wasn't submitting to the nail drug test?
A picture? She did send pictures of her nails.
And what concern, if any, did you have from that picture?
Well, she sent several on several different occasions that I requested her to go. Some looked like they were freshly cut.
Objection speculation.
Overrule the objection.
Looking over all of the drug tests that you have requested her to submit to, is it an accurate statement that Ms. Melvin has missed the majority of the requested drug tests?
That's an accurate statement.
And even though it's not in the CPS book, is it the policy of the department as a whole that missed drug tests are considered positive drug tests?
I'm sorry, you broke up on my end.
Is it the policy of the department in general that missed drug tests are considered positive drug tests?
Is it the department's? It just depends. It's not in the handbook, but it depends on sometimes how mediated order agreements are written. It depends on the recommendations of providers that we ask the court to honor those recommendations. So like I said, it just depends.
And have missed drug tests been discussed repeatedly in court in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And has the court instructed Ms. Melvin that those tests are presumed positive if she doesn't show up?
As the court, I couldn't say for sure, but I know that the court has honored the recommendations that has been ordered of Dr. Miller.
And specifically, which recommendation is that?
It was, it said that if Ms. Melvin has refused to participate in multiple alcohol or drug screening, all tests that she did complete, all tests that she were to complete be accounted for. I would regard any future refusal to participate in screening as a positive result.
And in addition to, and I'm sorry, what you were referencing right now is his psychiatric evaluation of Ms. Melvin?
Yes, his recommendation part.
Okay. But in addition to that, he's had meetings with Ms. Melvin and her other providers, correct?
There was one Early fall, yes, last year.
Okay, and was the same issue discussed during that meeting, the same recommendation of no missed drug tests?
Yes,
And Ms. Melvin was present for that meeting, correct?
Miss Melvin was.
And additionally, Dr. Miller has previously testified at other hearings in this case, correct?
Yes, he was he had participated in the one that we're trying to address today.
Okay. And was his testimony the same during that hearing?
Yes.
And despite at least 3 different specific occasions when that was recommended by Dr. Miller and all the conversation that you and the court and everyone else has had with Ms. Melvin, that she continued not to show up to drug tests?
That's correct.
And regardless of anything else that has been testified to today, do you still believe it would be harmful to Lexi if any of Ms. Melvin's visits with Lexi were resumed?
I do believe so.
No other questions?
All right, anything else for this witness?
Nothing, Judge.
Okay. Anything else from the department?
I have nothing further, Judge.
All right. Ms. Sims, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, I have no witnesses today.
All right, Ms. Pearsall? You're muted.
I apologize. I will call Julie Hicks.
Go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, state your name, please.
Julie Hicks,
And Ms. Hicks, how long has Lexi resided with you?
about 3 years.
So majority of her life?
Yes.
Can you describe to this court how Lexi would typically react after each visit with her mother?
Yes, well, what we started doing is taking her to an outdoor place like a park or a zoo or something kind like that to kind of relieve the pressure. She would normally get very grouchy, emotional. A few times she had some physical aggression, things like that. So afterwards, we would take her somewhere to kind of distract and, you know, release pressure, things like that.
Why is it that she needed to release the pressure? What was different about Lexi versus Lexi after visits?
We just found over time that she would get really, really grouchy. One of the main things she would do is start getting super controlling about everything, try to control and everything that was going on around her in an extreme way. We found a few times she would wet the bed at night, which wasn't normal. Just different behaviors like that were out extreme from her normal behavior. So we were just trying, and I'm not a counselor. I can't tell you exactly why she was doing these things, but I'm just telling you she was doing these things that were out of the ordinary.
Did Lexi have a visit with her mother on November 9th of 2019?
November 9th of 2019. Yes.
And was that the first?
Object to the witness reading off of materials that haven't been admitted into evidence?
Sorry, I didn't remember off the top of my head.
All right, Ms. Pearsall?
Ms. Hicks, are you looking at some note in your calendar that you took?
Right.
Okay, so you're not looking at what anybody else said?
No, this is my own notes.
Okay, and does does looking at your note, especially when I'm asking specific dates, help you refresh your memory? Ms. Hicks?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So that visit on November the 9th of 2019, was that the first time Ms. Melvin showed up to a visit after 3 months failure to appear?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Lexi's behavior change, if any, after that visit?
That particular one was an extreme one because she hadn't seen her for a long time. So that's the one where she did have some physical aggression. She bit one of her foster brothers, which was out of the order for her the day of. I think she was hitting the puppy with a stick, which is out of ordinary for her. She had been potty trained, and that was the hardest thing. I had to, over the next several months, go through all the potty training steps again, because she had been in preschool. So she had been potty trained, but that visit did something, I don't know, and she started wetting her pants again. So those were the main extreme behaviors we saw.
Then was Miss Melvin supposed to have a visit with Lexi on December 7th of 2019?
Yes.
And did Miss Melvin cancel that visit and not show up?
Yes.
Was there a visit canceled on December 28th of 2019 by KidShare?
Yes.
Was it canceled because Miss Melvin was incoherent?
I just
Yes.
object to cumulative testimony. Objection to,
Go ahead.
I'm going to object. This testimony seems cumulative, and I'm not sure that it helps us move the pendulum any closer to where we need to be.
Judge, this witness hasn't testified to his visits at all.
But
and she is the only person who, quite frankly, deals with this child every single day and knows what has or hasn't happened. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony from Ms. Dickey. However, this was before Ms. Dickey and after the last final order. So I actually think it's new testimony.
All right, I'll allow the questions, overrule the objection to the extent it's visits that didn't involve Ms. Dickey. I will sustain it unless, Ms. House, you're contesting Ms. Dickey's account of how many meetings were missed by your client.
I'm not contesting it, and I believe that what Ms. Hicks is referring to, maybe it aligns with something that Ms. Dickey is saying. She's not bringing up anything new.
Okay. I don't recall Ms. Dickey testifying as to what meetings were missed at KidShare before she got involved. If she did that, I missed it. Go ahead, ma'am.
Ms. Mellon was supposed to have a visit at KidShare on February 15th of 2020. Can you tell us what happened at that visit?
Yes, I have in my notes that the meetings were supposed to start at 9. We waited in the car until 9:20 and she did not show.
And she didn't call to cancel, so Lexi was just hanging out there with you?
Right.
Okay. And then what happened in the next visit on February 29th of 2020?
In that one, we were on the way to KidShare, and on the way, it was canceled by Laura.
What about the next visit on March 14th of 2020? What happened on that date?
On that one, KidShare canceled it because Laura never confirmed that she was going to have.
Hearsay, objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you have to take Lexi to KidShare on March 14th of 2020?
I don't have in my notes that I did.
Okay. And was there, if there was a scheduled visit, you would have taken her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, March 26th of 2020, I believe was a phone visit between Lexi and Miss Melvin. Were you present for that visit?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what you observed during that visit?
In that one, because it was on the phone, you know, we were trying to get her to listen and all that, but she ran away after a few minutes, and I held the phone up to her ear and, you know, was trying to encourage her to continue talking. Right. She just was shaking her head no.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, I need to, I need to speak with someone just for a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back.
No problem. Okay, I think the next phone visit was on April 4th of 2020. Can you tell us what happened on that date?
Yes, that was a Zoom visit. We waited there for 30 minutes, and I have that Laura was never connected. She never got on.
Did she ever, like you, the caseworker, or anyone know that she wasn't planning to show up, or she just left Lexi hanging for half an hour?
No, she did not let us know. She just didn't show that time.
Okay. What happened at the Zoom visit on May 2nd of 2020?
That is the one after about 25 minutes, Lexi asked to end. We encouraged her, you know, to continue, stay in the room. She came back in the room. The visit lasted another few minutes. And then that's when Mac called the caseworker a bad name.
Okay, now starting at the very next visit on May 16th, that's when Ms. Dickey took over supervision,
yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not going to go over with you everything that happened per the court order. However, you heard Ms. Dickey testify, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with the number of missed visits that Ms. Dickey testified to?
Yes.
Okay. So the visits stayed on either Zoom or Google Duo till about, well, her last visit on Google Duo was on September 11th of 2020, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So her first in-office visit with Ms. Dickey was on September 25th of 2020, is that correct?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
That's
yes.
Okay. We've all done it.
I'm sorry.
She answered. It's okay. I'll.
Go ahead, ma'am.
What I would like to ask you is what happened to Lexi's behavior after that first in-person visit on September 25th of 2020? Can you describe that to the court, please?
Yes. Okay. Yes, on that one, because it had been a long time, that was another one where Lexi had a very difficult time. I just remember I had to take her home, and then I had to go pick up the boys from school, and she was just very defiant, refused to get in the car, was like like holding on to the seat and things like that and wouldn't get in. Just very controlling behavior again after that particular visit. And that's the one I was talking about because it had been a while that she bit her brother that day and then hit the dog with a stick the next day because it had been a long time. So
Was this all, did she scratch any of the adults in her life after that visit?
I can't recall that.
Okay. I believe the next visit was on October 12th of 2020. Did Miss Melvin, from what you know, did Miss Melvin slur her speech during that session? During that visit, sorry.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes. Yes.
How, after taking care of this child for the past 3 years, what is your concern about Lexi and the visits with Miss Melvin?
Well, right now she's doing really, really well. She's very stable. She won an award out of everyone in her class on field day for having the best behavior. The high schoolers had to pick the student from each class and she won. She's not having any of those behavior issues we had before that we were working through with Miss Judy. I really would prefer not to have anything to rock the boat. And just from my past experiences, seeing how she is, especially the ones that she hasn't had visits in a while and then she has a visit, it has a bad effect on her. So that's why I would prefer for her not to have any more visits because it has a bad effect on hers.
While the visits were ongoing, which was as long as you've had her till December of 2020, off and on when mom would show up, she had visits, correct?
Yes, except for I believe back in 2019, there was a space of like 4 or 5 months. But yeah, other than that.
Okay. And during that period of time, and I'm talking about prior to December of 2020, okay, was Lexi physically aggressive?
Prior to December 2020, she isn't normally physically aggressive, but yes, sometimes she was.
And the sometimes that she was physically aggressive, was that consistently after visits with Miss Melvin?
Yeah, those times would be after visits with Miss Melvin.
Okay. And her, which you call sort of abnormal controlling behavior, was those consistently appearing only after visits with Miss Melvin?
Yes.
Okay. So the visits have stopped in December of 2020, and you've had 5 months to take care of this child since then. What has occurred to the controlling behaviors that Lexi was exhibiting from December until today?
She does not have those controlling behaviors.
What about her aggression? Has that been occurring from December until today?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. What about aggression? Has Lexi been aggressive after the visit stopped until today?
No.
Okay. How confident are you that those behaviors were specifically caused by the visits with Ms. Melvin?
I'm fairly confident because over time it seemed pretty consistent, especially when there's breaks in between visits.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, when they're super sporadic, let's say there's 3 months goes by without a visit and then she has a visit, that's going to be I don't know why, but it's going to be worse. Her behavior was worse than when, I don't know, it would just start out worse when she would come back to a visit. I don't know why.
How was Lexi doing in school pre-December 10th of 2020?
She would have good days and bad days, but we were working on some things such as following directions. There were several days when she would get her clip moved down to the red and never get it back up. One of the big things we were working on with her is stealing from other children, taking other children's things. Those were the main two things we were working on.
So stealing and kind of not listening to directions at school?
Right.
Okay. Now that the visits have stopped, how has Lexi's behavior at school changed, if any?
We haven't seen the stealing in months. That was one of my main concerns. And she has not had her clips moved at school in the last 3 months for not following directions.
Prior to December of 2020, has Lexi ever won an award for good behavior at her school?
No.
Okay. Can you tell this court what award, if any, Lexi got on May 7th of 2021?
Yeah, May 7th was field day, and so they're all outside.
Sorry?
Objection asked and answered. She's already testified to the field day award.
All right, Ms. Pearsall.
I don't believe she has, Judge. Maybe I missed it.
All right. Was that this witness or?
It was Ms. Hicks. She testified to the field day award.
I think the Ms. Garza referenced an award. I don't know if it was the same award.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Okay, so they're all outside doing different activities, and the high schoolers and other adults watch each class to see which child is having the best behavior during
Judge, I'm
all.
going to object again. She's going to say the high schoolers are the ones that voted and chose that Lexi receive this award because she's the one that provided this testimony. Objection asked and answered.
Okay, if it was provided today, I missed it. Overruled.
And so for each class, they give an award for the child with the best behavior, and they do the awards at the end. And Lexi got it for her whole preschool class for showing kindness to others, for participating well in the activities, and for having a really good attitude and following directions.
What is the name of the award she got?
It's a Christian school, so it was the Christ-like award.
How proud are you of Lexi from getting a Christ-like award from a kid who was kicking puppies and biting her brothers?
I mean, I was surprised, and because of the issues in the past, and I was extremely proud of her. Very proud.
And how much does it scare you that Lexi can regress to all of her behavior issues if this court allows visits to resume?
It is very scary.
Why?
Because we have to endure all that stuff all over again and start back over.
And how damaging do you believe it would be to Lexi if she has to endure all of that again?
It's very difficult on her, and we have to start all over. And, depending on how many months it goes on, we'll just have to start over. And I don't know. She's doing so well right now. I really would hope that wouldn't happen, but we just have to do what we can. But
let's talk about her education. Can you tell us how Lexi was doing educationally prior to December of 2020?
Judge, may I ask for time and scope?
Okay. In the school year of 20 to 21 before December of 2020. I'm restricted to that. Go ahead.
Okay. Lexi is very smart and she has been doing well in school. I think the main thing that's improved is her focus and attention.
What, if anything, has changed with her schooling after the visit, with her education after the visit stopped?
She's able to sit for longer periods to do her work, focus better on her work.
And what effect, if any, has that had on her ability to learn?
Well, because she can focus better, she can do better in speech therapy, she can do better with all her learning her numbers, her phonics, reading her little phonics books, everything that she's supposed to do, finishing her papers.
Has the child expressed to you that she misses her old mom in any way?
No, I mean, she just doesn't bring it up.
She's never brought her up since December 10th until today?
Correct. I would say since we stopped visits. During the visits, you know, of course she would talk about seeing her mom at the visit or whatever. But yeah, since the visit stopped.
When Lexi, well, sorry, thinking how not to go pre-219 order. What do you introduce to, what do you refer to yourself to initially when Lexi was placed with you? What did you guys call yourselves?
We didn't call ourselves anything. Lexi just started calling us. I don't know. It was kind of strange, actually. But this is way back in 2018. Are we supposed to be talking about this? I don't.
What is she calling you now?
Okay. She calls us mom and dad or mommy and daddy.
Okay. And has she consistently called you that for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. What does she call Miss Melvin?
She calls Miss Melvin. She got into the habit of calling her other mom or old mom.
Is that something that came from Lexi or something that you in any way contributed to?
That's something that came from Lexi.
Okay, let's talk about her behavior at home. What was she like pre-December 2020?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Judge, I don't believe I asked about home specifically.
They talked about a
I'm going to
dog.
ask you to at least direct you to at least narrow that down. That's such a
Sure.
wide question.
Let's say June to December of 2020. What was Lexi's behavior at home?
Objection, Judge. May I ask for a more asked and answer? Can she ask more specifically? Because we heard about a brother bite and a dog, something happening with a dog. Is Alana asking outside of those instances?
I don't think she can limit my direct, Your Honor. I asked a specific question that I would like answered.
Objection asked and answered.
And your question is what?
What was her behavior like at home from June to December of 2020?
Okay, I'll overrule that objection.
As has been discussed before, Lexi is a very happy, very sweet little girl. There were, you know, she's very loving, very affectionate. There were some behaviors we had been working on. The main ones were following directions and stealing, and also a lot of destructiveness. For example, one time a lady came over to visit, set her purse down, she got her lipstick out and, colored all over the bathroom, things like that, just destructiveness, taking things that don't belong to her. And I've already talked about how after the visits, more controlling behaviors and things like that.
Okay. So somewhat similar behaviors that occurred at school also occurred in your home, correct?
Yes.
Now let's move on to after the visit stopped in December of 2020 until today. What's Lexi's behavior like in your home?
Okay, well, for a couple months, it took I would say January, February, we were still dealing with those issues. But March until now, she's been very stable. I mean, she's a typical 5-year-old, sometimes she still doesn't follow directions, but, she can very quickly be redirected. And she doesn't steal. We haven't had that issue at all.
Has the issue of destruction of property gone away as well?
Yes, we don't have to worry about that anymore either. Yes.
Do you believe that it is in Lexi's best interest for visits not to resume?
Yes.
Do you believe it would be harmful to Lexi if the visits were to resume?
Yes.
Now, you are going to comply with whatever this court orders.
Yes.
Okay. But you just asking this judge not to harm Lexi and to let her keep the accomplishments and the progress she has made.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay, Ms. Merritt,
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Ms. Sims,
I have no questions.
Ms. House.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Hicks, you would agree with me that no placement agency, it would not be appropriate for a placement agency to be a parent of a child, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And outside, before Lexi called you mom and dad, there were other persons in your household that called you mom and dad, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to time. She's gone beyond her own request not to go past 2019 order.
That isn't beyond the 2019 order.
Okay. Please clarify when you meet.
Okay. It is not unusual for a child to repeat what she hears other people saying, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it is possible that Lexi calls you mom and dad because after the 2019 order, she has heard your biological children call you mom and dad, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. House, where does this come into the visitation between the child and Ms. Melvin?
And I'm just addressing Ms. Pearsall's direct, but I'll move forward, Judge. I can move forward. Ms. Hicks, is it your testimony that...
Hey, I'm sorry, give me a moment. Yeah, I'm having holding court. If you could knock that off, holding court, I appreciate it. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Hicks, is it your testimony? Actually, what grade is Lexi in right now?
She just graduated pre-K.
Okay, so for the 2020 to 2021 school year, she was in pre-K, correct?
Yes.
In the 2019 to 2020 school year, what was she enrolled in?
Well, this year it's pre-K 4, and the year before it was pre-K 3.
Would this have been the same school?
No.
Why switch schools?
Objection, relevance.
Judge, we're
Thomas?
talking about the child's behavior. I believe it's relevant to know why the child switched schools.
All right, I'll overrule the objection.
To be honest with you, someone recommended a teacher, a pre-K4 teacher that was very, very good at this other particular school. And so I really wanted to get in with her. And it turns out she's amazing. So I'm very thankful for that.
At the school, the 2019-2020, at the pre-K3 school,
Yes.
Lexi was experiencing some behavioral issues, wasn't she?
Yes, she had trouble following directions sometimes.
And there were other behaviors that she displayed on the record of the school outside of following behaviors. Is that not also correct?
She had, one of her main issues was trouble with naps. Laying down and taking naps.
And when you say follow instructions, like what specifically was Lexi doing in pre-K3?
Sometimes she would not follow the teacher's directions.
Like what, ma'am?
I can't give you a specific example. Oh, well, at the beginning of the year, not laying still and taking her naps.
Well, I asked you outside of not following directions, what other behaviors were displayed? You had already cited other behaviors for not taking naps. So outside of not taking naps, what is noted on the record of the school as to behavior displayed by Lexi during her pre-K3 school year?
The teacher would not always specifically tell me what she was not doing correctly, but I just recall that she had trouble following the teacher's directions. I'm sorry, I can't recall exactly what all she was doing wrong.
Ms. Hicks, you told Alana Pearsall that when visits were happening in 2019 that Lexi was experiencing behaviors, did you not?
Yes.
You would represent to the court that you are a very vigilant mom, would you not?
Yes.
You've been able to identify very specific behaviors displayed by Lexi during the times that Lexi was having visits with Laura Melvin, correct?
That's correct.
Why is it then when I ask you specifically about behaviors in pre-K3, all of a sudden you don't remember?
Maybe because I took notes on those extreme times after visitations to help me remember.
So is it your testimony?
They were also on the weekend, so they would usually happen over the weekend.
You're saying school behavior would happen over the weekend?
Oh, I'm sorry. The specific visits you are referring to, because we would have visitation on Saturday morning.
Right. After Saturday morning visits outside of the routine that you described to the court, what else would you all do on Saturdays?
Objection relevance.
Judge, well, I'm asking about the specific behaviors displayed at school. There was Saturday afternoon, Sunday, before the child got to school on Monday. And I believe it's relevant to know what that child was doing in the interim if she's crediting this behavior to my client. I think it's fair game.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
I believe they've left the Zoom call.
I'm sorry?
I believe Ms. Hicks has left the Zoom call. I no longer see her.
Yes, I heard a noise. Okay.
Yeah, can I ask that we take a 5-minute break to allow them to log on? And I know the court needed to go home. Do we want to take a break now to allow you to do that?
No, not yet. It'll be a little after 4. Okay. It'll give me plenty of time to get set up.
And Judge, this is Lori Riley. I need to leave for the day.
That's fine. There's no, again, Ms. Riley, another time, You don't need to sit here and have all this on unless you just want to listen, and you do that on Zoom. If we make an appointment to do anything else, I'll let you know, but.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, please unmute.
Sorry, my laptop went dead. I'm sorry about that.
That's fine. Go ahead, Ms. House.
Thank you. So for the record, you had a technology issue right now?
Yes, my laptop ran out of battery. I'm sorry.
Okay. And is it your testimony that in order for you to recall behaviors, you need to write them down?
No, not necessarily, but it's just helpful. Especially when it's been 2 or 3 years ago.
Is it also fair to say that you had to switch Lexi to a new pre-K4 school, to a new school for pre-K4 because she was having so many problems in pre-K3? Isn't that correct?
That is incorrect.
And that
no one forced me or asked me to change Lexi to a new school. I wanted to do it because I had heard great things about this new teacher.
Right. And that pre-K3 school is the one that never gave Lexi an award. Is that also correct?
She never got an award for her behavior at that school. That is correct.
My question was before your laptop died.
Okay.
After the visitation on Saturday mornings and the routine that you have already went over, what else did you do on Saturdays when Lexi was having supervised visits, during the time Lexi was having supervised visits with Laura Melvin?
What would we do during that time?
On a Saturday afternoon or evening?
Oh, after the visits? Okay.
Well, after your routine of the visits that you've already, I'm not asking you for testimony you've already provided to the court. After that, what would you do the rest of your Saturday?
Okay. After the visit, after we would go to the park or whatever else, we would come home. The kids would play, possibly watch TV. Everyone takes showers. Sunday morning, we go to church. Come home, have lunch, relax. Possibly the boys might have a game on Sunday evening.
During church, would Lexi stay with you or would she go to like a kids class?
She would go to a kids class.
At any point in time, did Lexi ever experience any behavioral issues ever in her kids class?
Sometimes she had some emotional problems and issues with not following directions.
Describe the emotional problems that you were talking about, ma'am.
For example, she might want to do something and the teacher would say no, and she would, get upset or cry about it, or maybe throw a little fit about it, something like that.
What does throwing a fit look like when Lexi would get in trouble at church?
I wasn't there, but just crying, pouting, not being unhappy.
Would she yell?
No,
Well, you weren't there. You said you don't know, right?
I don't, but I
All
don't.
right, so why did you ask the question?
Sorry.
Ms. House, I'm gonna ask you, I understand the difference between hearsay and personal knowledge and not. I'm gonna ask you, in the interest of time and expediency, do not ask witnesses questions that they don't have personal knowledge of, and then get them to admit that they don't have personal knowledge of whatever their answer is. Please ask your next question.
Okay. And so, Ms. Hicks, respectfully, you understand that children have phases. Children go through different phases in their development, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those phases involve emotional hangups, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those phases involve growing out of clothes, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes those phases involve developing relationships, or rather fluctuating relationships with parents, correct?
Yes.
There are some days that kids are mad at their parents, right?
Yes.
And there are some days that kids are happy with their parents, correct?
Yes.
Outside of, now Judy Dickey reported that many of the behaviors that she was reporting came from you. You heard her say that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why we're here today is because you and your husband initiated this termination of parental rights lawsuit. Isn't that the case?
That's correct.
It was not the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services that first initiated this case, correct?
Yes.
When did you file your termination of parental rights case, ma'am?
I don't recall.
That would have been around the end of summer of 2020. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. She said she doesn't recall.
And I'll sustain that objection. I've shut down my browser window that has access to the district clerk's office, but I mean, that's going to be a matter of record.
All right, I'll ask that then for the court to take judicial notice of the filing of termination of parental rights suit by Julie and Brian Hicks when the court is able to.
Well, I don't plan to open that back up. What day did it happen? I mean, everybody else, I assume, has a file stamp copy.
I do not.
All right, Ms. Pearsall?
Judge, I actually didn't file the lawsuit. It was before me, so let me see if I can find it.
All right, well, we can come back to that. Go ahead.
Ms. Hicks, Bobby Garza provided testimony as to the diagnosis of Lexi as it relates to fetal alcohol syndrome. You took the child that day that she was diagnosed, or during that time that she was diagnosed with fetal alcohol syndrome, correct?
I took her to the developmental specialist, correct.
And when did you take her to the developmental specialist for that diagnosis to have occurred?
She had to go in person to get some testing done and to get her facial measurements, I believe, and all that, to get her blood taken. I believe it was in August of 2020, but I could be wrong.
Right. This would have been around the same time you filed your termination of parental rights.
Objection, Judge. Argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
Correct, Ms. Hicks?
I guess so. I don't really recall when we filed.
And for the first time in this child's 4 years of life, she received that diagnosis, correct?
Correct. She had never been taken to a developmental specialist. We also found out she had a genetic disorder. which we did not know.
Judy Dickey cited that prior to 2020, in 2019, she saw Lexi one time. Would that be a fair and accurate representation of Lexi's interaction with Judy Dickey in 2019?
Yes.
And is it fair that you discontinued, actually, why did you discontinue Lexi going to Judy Dickey in 2019?
Because it was a long drive and I wanted to find someone closer at the time.
Okay. And who did you find?
Ashley Logan.
Where is she located?
Objection relevant.
All right. Overruled.
She would come to our house.
What office does she work out of?
I cannot recall.
What city is she in?
I believe San Antonio.
And what are her credentials?
She's a certified counselor.
I mean, how did you find her?
She was referred to me by my case manager.
Can you please provide that information for me by next week? Through your attorney?
Information on Ashley Logan's credentials and information.
Objection, Your Honor, improper use of cross. She wants to serve us the discovery. She's had years to do it.
Judge, that's not a legal objection.
Okay. She's testified that she doesn't know right now if y'all need to do discovery or just look somebody up on the internet. Feel free. I'm not going to get involved in that unless there's a motion in front of me.
And how frequently was Lexi seeing Ashley Logan?
I believe about twice a month.
And when did that start?
Soon after, well, after visits started back up and we started having more the behavior issues.
And when would that have been?
2019. I don't recall exactly what month.
Okay. And what was twice a month for how, what duration of time would she see Ashley Logan?
It was up until, it was probably around, I'm just guessing because I don't have it in front of me, 6 to 8 months, but I can't recall. Maybe
Your Honor, and to answer your prior question, the petition to modify that I have from, I'm sorry, what?
March 18th.
I don't think that's accurate. So my copy isn't file stamped, but there is an affidavit.
Okay, I just posted to everyone in chat a petition to modify and terminate, file stamp March 18th, 2020. I will allow y'all to, please go forward with the question.
Okay, Judge, and also just for clarity's sake, the department also has a petition to modify and file, which was filed on July 2nd of 2020.
All right, thank you. Your next question?
And then Ms. Hicks. When you filed the petition to modify with this court seeking to terminate my client's parental rights, was Lexi still seeing Ashley Logan?
Objection relevance?
Overruled.
When, can you remind me of when we did that? What date, what was the date?
Ma'am, when you hired a lawyer to terminate my client's parental rights, was Lexi still seeing Ashley Logan?
I don't believe so at that time.
Why did Lexi stop seeing Ashley Logan?
The reason she stopped seeing Ashley Logan is because Lexi has speech problems and she was having a very difficult time understanding her. And over time, I was kind of complaining about it to my case manager, and she suggested that I maybe find someone else. And I decided to go back to Judy Dickey, even though it was a drive.
But is it not correct that if you stop visits with Ashley Logan prior to March of 2020, Lexi would not have seen Judy Dickey until the summer of 2020, correct?
I don't recall when I stopped seeing Ashley Logan. I don't have it in front of me.
Is it fair to say that there would have been a gap in services being provided to Lexi as it relates to therapeutic services?
Yes. Oh, and the other huge thing, she had a hard time understanding her. And also, yes, you are correct. I'm sorry. I just forgot this. There was a big gap because Ashley Logan refused to come to the house because of coronavirus.
She refused to what?
She refused to come to the house because of the coronavirus also.
All right, thank you.
And so I was trying to find, she didn't understand, like she could not come to the house because of coronavirus. And so I was trying to find someone that I could take her to see.
Okay.
So yes, there was a gap there while I was trying to decide what to do and while the coronavirus was going on.
You stated that Lexi never told you why she was acting up, correct?
No.
Okay. And for you to speculate, actually for you to state that it's all because she was having visits with my client is speculation. Is that not, ma'am?
To some extent, yes.
Okay, thank you. And if the court were to give my client what she's asking for, which are visits with Lexi, that does not help your termination of parental rights case, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, ma'am. If the court were to give visits, were to resume visits between Lexi and her biological mother. Actually, let me rephrase that question. Lexi not having visits with her biological mother helps your termination of parental rights case, doesn't it?
Objection or calls for a legal conclusion.
Overruled.
I can't say, but I'm assuming it would. Because he hasn't seen her in a while. I don't.
And I know your husband, I believe, touched your back. Is that for you to stop talking?
No, my hands are folded. I'm not touching it.
I thought I saw that. Sorry, sir.
No.
As far as you understand that Lexi had biological brothers, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do on your part to ensure that Lexi knew that biological brothers existed?
When the first 6 months or so she came to us, I showed her pictures of her mother and I reminded her about her. And I asked her if she knew about her brothers and such like that.
Well, Ms. Hicks, is this before the final order in the other case? Would this be prior to 2019?
All right, I'm in this house. I just want to state, whatever the answer is, you asked what she had done. You didn't clarify to say what she had done since the prior order. So if you only mean since the order or ever, please clarify that.
Sure. Since the final order, ma'am, what have you done in order to establish, actually, what have you done to help the relationship between Lexi and her biological brothers?
I haven't done, that's a difficult situation since they're not even under the custody of their biological mother. And I, you know,
Right, ma'am, again, I'm gonna instruct you, just answer the question, please.
Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
Ms. Pearsall wants to follow up, she may, or someone else.
No, I have not reached out to her brothers.
All right. And you are not a part of the custody case between Laura Melvin and her other children, correct?
No.
So when you state that she doesn't have custody of her other children, how would you know?
That's just what's been told to me.
Who told you that?
I cannot recall.
But you believe it enough to repeat it in court, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Okay, I'm just gonna, is there a dispute about whether Ms. Melvin has custody of her other children who are minors?
It sounds like it is, Judge. My client's going to give you and may probably blow this court's mind as to her access to these children, but it sounds like there's a dispute.
Okay. Is your client the sole managing conservator or the managing conservator who establishes the residence of those children? Was that going to be her testimony?
No, she does not have. So there are two sibling sets, one of which the oldest one lived with Laura Melvin since the divorce. This would have been an adoptive child of her ex-husband. That child had always lived. There's a second sibling set, the three youngest one. Dad has the primary right to designate the residency of the children. Mom has visitation, and Miss Melvin can explain. I believe that visitation is unsupervised.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to decide that that is not a relevant question. Please move on to something else.
Okay. And but based on your speculation, knowing that you're speculating as to whether or not, as to Lexi's, based on your speculation that Lexi's behaviors are tied to visits with Laura Melvin, you don't have any professional that will back up the fact that these visits, that her behavior was credited to Laura Melvin, correct?
That's incorrect.
Outside of what Judy Dickey has already testified in court, what professional is going to state that visits with Laura Melvin caused Lexi's behavioral issues?
Objection.
Oh, okay, unless the professional is somebody who's on the witness list for today, this is not a relevant question for today's hearing. All right, so is there someone who's a witness for today, ma'am? Who would be a professional that would testify as Ms. House inquired?
No, not a witness for today. No.
All right, next question.
No further questions past the witness.
All right, Ms. Pearsall,
No questions.
Ms. Merritt,
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Sims.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, I've got 2.5 minutes on my timer, so I guess we'll go ahead and take a break right now. I am going to make Ms. Cavazos the host because sometimes when it goes off here, it has me sign out and sometimes it doesn't. And if it has me sign out, it just picks somebody at random and makes them the host. Okay, so Michelle, you're the host. I'm going to go to the house, set my computer up where I can look out the window and see when Rusty gets home, and I will get back on. It will be not more than 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Stop.
Judge, you're muted.
Might be better that way. Ms. Pearsall, your next witness.
Dr. Miller.
Okay. Am I the host again? Yes. Dr. Jason Miller.
Dr. Miller, you're sideways. You may want to turn yourself.
That's better. All right. If you would unmute, please, sir. And I'm sorry, give me just a moment. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm back for good, I hope. All right, Dr. Miller, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Pearsall.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Miller, I'm sorry, Dr. Miller, state your full name, please.
Dr. Jason Miller.
Okay. And how are you employed?
I'm a psychiatrist.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to admit him as an expert unless someone for some reason doesn't want to stipulate to that.
No objection.
No objection.
All right, without objection, you're expert in psychiatry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Sorry, just thinking about airplane. Go ahead, sir.
Dr. Miller, how are you familiar with this case?
I initially performed an evaluation on Miss Melvin on 5/18 of 2020.
And when you say an evaluation, do you mean a psychiatric evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to have Dr. Miller's psychiatric evaluation admitted in evidence as intervener's Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Objection.
I object to hearsay, and I haven't seen the actual exhibit that she's trying to omit. These were not submitted prior to hand. I believe the local rules require, because of Zoom court, that exhibits be exchanged via email prior to the hearing, just to avoid this.
Ms. House, you've had your client's psychiatric evaluation for many, many months now.
I have my copy. I don't know what you are offering into evidence, Ms. Pearsall. I've not had the opportunity to review what you are offering.
There's been only one
All right,
psychiatric.
do you have a PDF copy, Ms. Pearsall?
Yes, Judge, and it's the same psychiatric evaluation that all of us have. There's only been one.
Yeah. I'm going to ask you to post that to me and to Ms. House and the other attorneys, but not to everyone. And Ms. House can have a chance to look at it and see if she thinks that there's a discrepancy between hers copy and your copy.
Judge, I believe I can either text it to everyone or to one person only. I can't select.
You're going to have to do it one at a time, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and with that, I'll admit the report, but subject to a challenge from Ms. House, if the copy that Ms. Pearsall posts, if she believes there's a difference between that and the one that Ms. House has had.
Judge, and I would just ask for the sake of time, if any of the other lawyers except Ms. House want a copy that we all have. And if they do, I'll post it to them.
All right, Ms. Merit, Ms. Sims?
I have a copy. There's only been one. I know what she's referring to.
Miss Mary, do you need a copy?
No, I have a copy. That's fine.
Okay.
I haven't opened it, but I've received a copy. All right, go ahead, Mayor.
For the record, I sent it to Miss House as well, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Dr. Miller, referring to your psychiatric evaluation, what was the date of the evaluation?
Judge, I would like time to review this.
All right.
Like a minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Dr. Miller, just to let you know, I just changed locations. I have a special needs son that I need to be available when he gets off the bus, which will be sometime between now and 5 o'clock.
No problem, sir.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think you heard me. I don't have any objections to that particular copy being the psychiatric evaluation.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Pearson.
What was the date of the psychiatric evaluation, Dr. Miller?
On the 18th of May, 2020.
And in addition to running tests on the mother, did you also use any outside sources?
I used the affidavit also, as well as the primary care records from Dr. Capitane's office.
Okay. When you say affidavit, what do you mean?
Just the description of events leading to the CPS case.
So like the CPS affidavit that started the case?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
and I'm sorry, folks. I'll be back. Okay, that should be the last disturbance. House, Pearsall, Sims, Merritt. Go ahead, Ms. Pearsall.
Thank you, Honor. Dr. Miller, did you also check Texas PMP Aware website?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you explain to the court what that is?
That is a website where all the Texas pharmacies download their information on controlled substances.
And you said you also reviewed Dr. Someone's records.
Oh, Dr. Capitaine, who's our primary care physician or psychiatrist, as well as the medical records from Bayview Medical Center.
Okay. And so what did the records from Bayview Medical Center tell you?
That she had been admitted to their facility. At the time she was admitted, she had a BAL of 331, and that at that time she was experiencing significant depressive symptoms.
Okay. And Judge, did you admit the psychiatric into evidence?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Can you explain what the BIL of 300 is? What does that mean?
Yes, ma'am. The legal cutoff for intoxication is 80. Hers was 331, so it was 4 times the legal limit. Blood alcohol level is just the blood alcohol concentration.
Okay. And when you reviewed the records from her doctor's office, what did you learn from those?
That they had been treating her for anxiety as well as depression.
Objection hearsay.
Ms. Pearsall?
Judge, he's an expert testifying as to what he used to form his opinion.
And Judge, he was there. He was ordered to do a psychiatric evaluation for my client. He is not currently a treating practitioner of my client. And so I'm going to object to hearsay.
Okay. I'll let you inquire of the doctor if this was things that he relied on in his psychiatric evaluation, and if it is, then I will overrule the objection.
Judge, I believe the testimony he already gave was he said the things he relied on in addition to testing.
I ask you to clarify that. There was a couple of questions ago, I thought.
Sure. Did you rely on the things you just testified about to form your opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why you relied on those outside sources?
Objection, hearsay. Are we talking about the opinion testified in court today or the psychiatric evaluation?
All right. Ms. Pearsall?
Judge, he's only testifying so far to his psychiatric evaluation. We're just trying to get to what he used to form his opinion as to psychiatric evaluation.
I'll overrule the objections.
You can answer the question, Dr. Miller.
Yes, ma'am. Those are what I use to form my psychiatric opinion for my psychiatric evaluation.
Okay. Why do you rely on those sources? Why do you feel that's necessary for your psychiatric evaluation?
They give pertinent history regarding previous behaviors as well as previous objective lab findings.
Okay, so going back to her primary care records, what did you learn from those?
That she was being treated for depression as well as anxiety with a variety of medications.
Did you have any concerns from reviewing those initial records?
Judge, may I ask the scope? I think time and scope is relevant here.
Okay.
Because the information he may be relied upon, the department has a history of just throwing everything in there, the kitchen sink, and we've limited testimony appropriately to the date of the final order. And so I believe that time and scope is very appropriate as it relates to this testimony.
That she's describing his psychiatric evaluation on May 18th of 2020.
But I'm talking about the information he's relying upon, the time.
Okay, what was there? No, I look, there's some things that you can't go back behind. I'm not going to find that this is one of them. I mean, you would have a couple of choices. One would be to tell the expert who's doing a medical evaluation or a psychiatric evaluation to limit themselves to something, observations made since the last court order. And then the objection, quite right, would be that it's based on too limited of a data pool and it's not useful. So I will overrule those objections. Go ahead.
Thank you, Anna. Did you have any concerns from reviewing Ms. Melvin's doctor office records?
Yes, ma'am. At that time, it would appear that given what the records indicated was that she had not disclosed to Dr. Capitain or his associates that she was drinking alcohol on a regular basis.
Objection, hearsay.
All right. Does anyone have an objection to Ms. House having a running objection?
I will, yes.
All right, then I'll give you a running objection to hearsay when the doctor is discussing what he based his psychiatric opinions on.
Thank you, Judge.
Dr. Miller, you can continue.
Yes, ma'am. She, as a result of, I believe as a result of them not understanding that she was drinking regularly, she had been prescribed Xanax 3 times per day, as well as Ambien, 10 milligrams at bedtime, which are medications that mimic and also add to the effects of alcohol. And she was, based on my review of those records, as well as the Texas PMP, it appeared that she took both of those on a daily basis.
Well, and I guess that was going to be my next question. What did the Texas PMP website show you?
That she was refilling those medications regularly.
Okay, was there an objection there? No, okay, I heard something in background.
I flipped the page, Judge. Maybe that's what you heard.
Go ahead.
And how long was she taking those medications for?
She had been taking them, it appeared, for a couple of years at least. The Texas PMP website only goes back 2 years at a time.
Did you describe the history of Miss Melvin's illness with her?
Yes.
And what did she report to you?
Ms. Melvin had disclosed that she'd had significant symptoms of depression for quite some time. She'd also struggled with some anxiety, and she did admit to some alcohol use. However, she tended to minimize that. And what I mean by that is that she had a number of times during the records that were evaluated where she tested positive for alcohol, and she tended to only say that she used alcohol at those times. Based on my review of the records, my conclusion was that she used alcohol on a more regular basis.
What did she tell you, if anything, about her Xanax use?
She told me that she used it as prescribed and that she felt that she needed it in order to control her anxiety.
And how much Xanax at what frequency was she prescribed?
At that time, she was using 1 milligram of Xanax 3 times per day.
Did you have any concerns about that?
Xanax, when combined with alcohol, can cause respiratory depression and death. And that's, of course, in the most severe outcome. When combined with alcohol, it will have an additive effect to alcohol and contribute to significant intoxication.
Did you also get Miss Melvin's medical history?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did she tell you about her medical history in terms of prior surgeries?
She had quite a few prior surgeries. At the time when I evaluated her, she was being treated for hypothyroidism, high blood pressure, and just the sequelae of those surgeries.
What surgery?
I want to say that she had significant abdominal surgeries.
Okay, thank you.
And can you, when you say significant abdominal surgery specifically, did she have stomach stapling?
That's correct. She had a band performed, and what a band does, it's literally a kind of a plastic inert substance that goes around the stomach. Over time, unfortunately, in her case, that band had slipped, which resulted in her having what's called a total gastrectomy. A gastrectomy is when a large portion of the stomach is physically removed.
And what effect, if any, does it have when you combine that surgery with either alcoholism or some sort of benzo prescription addiction?
When you have a smaller surface area of the stomach, you'll tend to absorb substances more rapidly. So an individual taking alcohol would be expected to absorb the alcohol more quickly, feel it more rapidly. It wouldn't affect their overall blood concentration.
Relevant, Judge. This is more appropriate for a testimony at a jury trial coming up. I like to limit the scope to what we're here for today.
All right. Ms. Pearsall?
Judge, we are here as to visits. I think Ms. House has crossed every witness on every issue that has no relative to visitation. He is actually here to tell us about Ms. Melvin's addiction as well as her psychiatric state or lack thereof, and that goes directly to her appropriateness in visits.
And Judge, if I may, he can testify as to what his findings were, medication management, or the appropriateness of it, but how we got here and the whole history of it, I don't believe that's relevant. Not only that, we all under-announced, and there's still another witness. It's 4:53.
Well, Judge, one, I think
I'll overrule the objection, ask you to keep it narrow. So.
Thank you, Honor. Dr. Miller, were you done with your answer, or did you need to add something else?
No.
Okay. Did you discuss with Ms. Melvin her past psychiatric history?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you learn?
She had been treated for depression as well as anxiety on a number of occasions. She had been admitted on 3 separate occasions to psychiatric hospitals related to her symptoms of anxiety and depression.
Did she admit to you that she's been taking Ambien for 2 years?
Yes, ma'am.
In addition to taking benzos throughout the day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you give us the date of her psychiatric admissions?
I don't have those in front of me. Okay. I believe they're listed in my report.
Okay. Do you recall if one of those admissions was for when she attempted suicide?
Has been answered. He said he doesn't recall.
Okay, I'll ask you to let Ms. Pearsall finish her question. I think it was not temporal. Go ahead with the question.
Do you recall if one of her admissions was for suicidal ideations?
Objection has been answered.
Right, it's been answered now. Go ahead. Ms. Pearsall, your next question. Okay, you're muted, ma'am.
Sorry, don't know how that happened. Do you recall what she told you about when she first started drinking alcohol?
Essentially that it had been going on a long time. I do not recall off the top of my head how old she was when she began.
Okay. And did she also tell you that she has had a prior addiction to hydrocodone?
Yes, she recalled that she had had a previous surgical intervention, which had resulted in her being prescribed hydrocodone, and that she had had to go through withdrawal and treatment for that.
Did you find, as a result of your evaluation, that she had certain limitations?
At the time that I saw her, my feeling was that her addiction was still, at the time, it was still active. And as a result, she was limited by her ability to care for herself or to meaningfully care for others because of her addiction.
And what did you feel at that point she was addicted to? What was your concern of the active addiction on May of 2020?
At that time, it was alcohol. I also had concerns about her use of benzodiazepines as it related, especially in combination with the alcohol use.
Did you have any concerns about her truthfulness or lack thereof?
She tended to minimize her alcohol use, and there was evidence that she had minimized her alcohol use to her primary care providers as well.
What was your final DSM-5 diagnosis for Ms. Melvin?
Major depressive disorder, recurrent severe, alcohol use disorder, moderate, and sedative use disorder severe as well.
And did you make recommendations that you felt were imperative for Ms. Melvin to follow?
My strong feeling was that she continued to seek psychiatric care and that she worked with her provider to decrease her dependence on benzodiazepines. I had a lot of concerns for her safety should she continue to use those.
Did you recommend that she attend AA and NA meetings at least 3 times a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recommend that she engage in hair follicles, ETG, nail tests, and just whatever form of drug testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you specifically recommend that any further refusal or failure to participate in those tests be screened as a positive result?
Yes.
Did you also recommend that she attend one-on-one counseling
Yes, I did.
and one-on-one drug and alcohol therapy?
Yes.
What would be your concern if I told you that as of today, Ms. Melvin hasn't turned in a single AA or NA sign-in sheet?
Given that her history of alcohol dependence, I would be worried that without adequate outpatient support, it would be very difficult for her to maintain her sobriety.
How would your opinion be affected if I further told you that she has chosen to continue to miss multiple drug tests?
I would worry that the reason that she is missing drug tests is that she is still using.
And if I added to that equation that she's missed every single nail test that she's ever been sent for, how would that affect your evaluation?
A nail test specifically could test for ETG, which is a substance that looks at long-term. It's one of the few tests that can give you a sense of long-term use of alcohol. It would be very helpful for her to have used that in order to show that she's maintaining her sobriety. And if she was not willing to comply with that, I would worry that it means that she is not maintaining her sobriety at this time.
Okay. And if I told you that she showed up to some tests in between, but she missed a good number of them, would your evaluation be the same?
Yes. Alcohol has a very short half-life depending on the test that is done. If you're selective about the tests that you go to, it would be very easy to have negative tests. It's an easy thing to time.
Was there a meeting on August 19th of 2020 in which you participated?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you learn during that meeting that Miss Melvin was being dishonest with her doctor, with her treating prescription physician, about her history of addiction?
Objection, hearsay, objection, misrepresentation of the testimony, and objection, facts not in evidence.
Ms. Pierce, I'll ask you to rephrase the question.
What did you learn during the meeting on August 19th?
That she was still using benzodiazepines at that time. Per the records that I reviewed, Miss Melvin had in fact stated to her provider that she was not using alcohol with any regularity. That seemed to be a clear discrepancy between the facts of the matter.
So did you form an opinion during that meeting on August 19th whether she was or wasn't being honest with her provider?
My opinion was largely based on what the provider had written. But yes, in conclusion with that meeting as well, my sense was that she had not been entirely honest with them about her alcohol use.
And just so we're clear, the provider was the doctor whose name I can't pronounce, correct? Dr.
Yeah, the person who was actually there that day was his, I believe it was his physician's assistant, and that was the individual who was largely providing care for Miss Melvin.
Okay, and he was employed by whose office?
For Dr. Capitane's.
Okay. Did you, do you know, based on your review of the PMP website, if Ms. Melvin was prescribed methylphenidate?
Yes, that is correct. She was getting 5 milligrams of methylphenidate twice a day. It's a stimulant that's used to help increase concentration.
Okay. And was she prescribed that as recently as January of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that an amphetamine?
Yes, it is.
And was it also prescribed by the same doctor's office?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Why would somebody with Miss Melvin's history being prescribed an amphetamine be a concern?
So in fairness, methylphenidate can be prescribed to augment the treatment of depression. It could also be used in somebody who's too sedated and is trying to wake up.
Let's go back to the meeting on August 19th for a minute. Was Ms. Melvin present during that meeting?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And was she slurring her speech during that meeting?
It was my opinion that she was.
Okay. And that was based on your observation of her and what she said during the meeting, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you aware what current prescription Ms. Melvin is on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell us what those are?
She's currently taking Seroquel 100 milligrams, 1 to 2 tabs at bedtime to help with sleep. That's a sedating antipsychotic. It's also used for mood stabilization. Additionally, she's taking hydroxyzine. Hydroxyzine is it's like a Benadryl type substance. It's an antihistamine. It's also sedating. She takes 25 milligrams, 1 to 2 tablets at bedtime. Also, again, for sleep, she takes doxepin, 10 milligrams, which is another medication that has sedating properties. Again, it's got an antihistamine type effect. And again, she takes 1 pill of that at bedtime to help with sleep. She's also taking Lexapro 10 milligrams, which is an antidepressant, as well as as well as she had been prescribed the methylphenidate as well, 5 milligrams twice daily.
Is she also prescribed carbamazepine?
Carbamazepine, it's a mood stabilizing agent. It's also used to control seizures.
Do you have any concern that Ms. Melvin is prescribed that many medication with a sedating side effect?
It certainly speaks to her having a great deal of difficulty with sleep. Again, it's a curious combination to have several sedating medications to help you sleep, but then to also take a stimulant during the daytime. That said, those medications aren't addictive, and they don't tend to have as much of an additive effect to alcohol or create nearly as much of a risk of respiratory depression in the event that you combine them with alcohol.
Well, and explain to us non-medical minds why it's a concern that all of those sedative medications are combined with a Ritalin type medication.
The difficulty is that Ritalin is a stimulant. It essentially causes sleeplessness. It causes insomnia. Or it can, it doesn't for everybody, but it can. And as a result, using sedating medications to essentially combat the normal side effect of that medication, you would be better off to either not be on the methylphenidate, or if you need the methylphenidate, to use some sort of natural sleep aid in order to not require other prescription medications for that. If you require 3 sleep medications at bedtime, one of my concerns would be, especially in regards to this case, is if you have a child at home and you're on 3 different medications at bedtime for sleep, in the event that during the night something should happen, it would be very difficult to respond to that.
Are you aware that there was an incident in March of this year when Miss Melvin was found passed out, half naked in her backyard?
Objection. Judge, that's a misstatement of the testimony.
I'll sustain the objection.
Are you aware that Miss Melvin was found passed out in her backyard in March of 2021 with her dress up above her waist?
Objection, hearsay. And this has nothing to do with a medical diagnosis or what he's relying on for his psychiatric evaluation or impressions.
You know, I'm just asking
All
if
right.
you're aware.
The question was about awareness. I'll overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Knowing about that incident, what, if any, effect does it have in your opinion as to Miss Melvin's progress or lack thereof?
It is possible that such an event could mean that she had relapsed on alcohol.
Are you aware that a different judge terminated all of Miss Melvin's visits between Miss Melvin and her child back in December of 2020?
Okay, and I'm going to instruct the witness not to answer this question. This is a trial de novo. His opinion or knowledge of what the CPS judge may have done or not done is not relevant to anything I'm going to have to decide. Your next question.
Dr. Miller, if I asked you to assume that at this point, Miss Melvin hasn't seen her child since December until today, and I also asked you to assume that we were going to relitigate the issue as to termination of her parental rights in July of this year. And so there is a potential of her starting her visits for a month and a half or not. What would be your opinion as to whether that would be appropriate or not?
Objection, speculation, objection, compound question.
It's not compound, and I'm asking for his opinion. He's an expert.
Objection, speculation.
First of all, doctor, do you have an opinion on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me ask, would it be changed if, or affected by knowledge that Ms. Melvin had not voluntarily stopped seeing her child, but that
No,
they've been
sir.
ordered not to do so? Okay, all right. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, ma'am.
Dr. Mural, can you give us your opinion?
I would offer two opinions. Primarily, my concern about Miss Melvin having visitation with her child would be focused around her ability to maintain her sobriety. That said, if she was not able to maintain sobriety, or if we didn't have evidence that she was maintaining sobriety, I would not want her to continue visitation, even if she was getting it at this time. And then the other part of that is if she is not having visitation at this time, and there is consideration by the court that this may result in termination, that it could be very disruptive to the child, even traumatic, to have only a brief period of visitation if the court is considering termination at some point.
Thank you, Dr. Mural. I'll pass the witness.
Okay, Ms. Merritt,
I have no questions, Judge.
Ms. Sims,
I too have no questions. Thank you.
all right, Ms. House.
Thank you. Dr. Miller, you've never met Lexi, the child subject to this suit, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
And you have never observed the interaction between Miss Melvin and Lexi, correct?
That is correct.
And that August meeting that Alana Pearsall was referring to, August of 2020, it's been some time that has passed between that meeting and today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say that perhaps some of the facts you may have forgotten since that time?
I reviewed my notes prior to coming in, but certainly it's been a year since I initially evaluated her.
Is it fair to say that while you cited observing?
Hey, I'm sorry, let me get rid of the cat. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Is it fair to say that while you cited observing John Roberts, the nurse practitioner, being present at that meeting, was he not also in the same Zoom box with Dr. Capitan himself? Do you recall?
I recall Mr. Roberts doing most of the talking.
Okay, but you recall Dr. Capitan being present, correct?
I actually don't recall him being present. I recall just Mr. Roberts being there.
Okay, so if I told you he was there, could you conclusively state, like 100% that he was not there?
It was Mr. Roberts who did, I think, all of the talking about Miss Melvin.
All right, doctor, I'm going to instruct you, just answer the question. Okay, and then the question was not who did the talking, it's just, are you saying that whoever this other individual doctor wasn't there, or just you don't remember them?
I do not recall.
Okay. Dr. Capitan is Laura Melvin's current treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, Dr. Roberts was the nurse practitioner providing treatment to Laura Melvin under Dr. Capitan, correct?
Correct.
And let me just ask for my own clarity.
Sure.
Okay, is Dr. Roberts a physician, a nurse practitioner, both?
He's a nurse practitioner. I should call him John Roberts. He's a nurse practitioner.
All right, go ahead.
And that nurse practitioner, John Roberts, at some point that changed to Dr. De La Garza, being Laura Melvin's treating nurse practitioner, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that time, that meeting, Ashley Martin, Laura Melvin's individual therapist, was there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason for this meeting was to allow all of Laura Melvin's major, almost all of Laura Melvin's treating stakeholders to talk together about her treatment plan, correct?
That is correct.
And you are confident that from that meeting, based on the recommendations you provided, that if those were followed, Laura Melvin would have been receiving appropriate treatment, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to go over that meeting with you. I was present, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Alana Pearsall was not present because at that time, the Hicks were represented by Anna Swallow, right?
Objection, relevance.
Okay. I'll sustain the objection. Ms. Pearsall was not there. That's fine. Their other counsel was.
Okay. So let me go over some things, Dr. Miller. The reason why, now let me ask you, Ms. Melvin did not prescribe herself benzos, correct?
That is correct.
And at some point in time throughout the history of medication, it was appropriate, well, rather, psychiatrists at one point were subscribing their clients benzos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But at some certain point, the medical industry decided that it was not appropriate for their clients to be taking benzos. Is that also correct?
Generally, yes.
When was that determined, if you know?
So benzodiazepines have never been a good idea when combined with alcohol. But in general, I would say that the psychiatric industry as a whole kind of recognized that benzodiazepines can be problematic because of their addictive nature, because of their ability to combine with alcohol and cause respiratory depression, probably over the course of the last 5 to 10 years.
Okay. And her treating psychiatric facility displayed that they understood what your recommendations were as they related to benzos, correct?
Yes.
I went over with you the side effects on, excuse me, one moment. In December of 2020 of benzos, do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And confusion is a side effect of benzos, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. It can also be a side effect of alcohol, correct?
Yes, it can.
But confusion can be a side effect of benzos independent of alcohol, correct?
In large doses, yes.
Clumsiness can be a side effect of benzos, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You also will agree that slurred speech is a side effect of benzos, correct?
Again, in large doses, it can absolutely cause that.
And even without alcohol usage, slurred speech can occur on a prescriptive dose of benzos, yes or no?
Yes, at the higher end of the dosing range, that can happen, yes.
And clumsiness, even not using alcohol, can result being prescribed on benzos, correct?
Again, yes.
These were side effects that were cited to have been observed, displayed by Miss Melvin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your recommendation was that Miss Melvin be weaned off benzos, correct?
That is correct.
You recommended that the weaning off of this process should have occurred sometime around the late September, early October period, correct?
Yes, I believe I recommended that it would take around 6 weeks to do that.
Okay, so if Miss Melvin displayed slurred speech during visitation between the time you provided a psychiatric evaluation up until that September, October period, well, that wouldn't be a surprise to you because at that time, she was on a high dosage of benzos, correct?
That is correct.
If Miss Melvin displayed some confusion during that time, that wouldn't have been surprise to you because at that time she was prescribed a high prescription of benzos, correct?
Correct.
And during that time, Miss Melvin, based on your history, she does not hold a psychiatric degree, right?
Correct.
And generally, clients rely on the diagnosis of their doctors when it comes to medication management, correct?
Correct.
And when she was taking those benzos, she was relying on the prescriptions that came directly from Dr. Capitaine's office. Is that not also correct?
That is correct.
So when we talk about her high concoction of benzos, that wasn't Laura Melvin's fault. It was prescribed specifically from her psychiatrist, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
While it was prescribed by her psychiatrist, prescriptions are very reliant on the information given by the client.
Okay, and you felt your recommendation. Let's go over that. You wanted the benzos to be weaned off in a 6-week time period, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that sometimes when there's a change in treating practitioners, that there may be a lapse in services provided to a client, right?
Objection to relevance.
Okay. Overruled.
Correct, Dr. Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
And in this case, Laura Melvin did move from John Roberts to the nurse practitioner, Miss De La Garza, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, and you observed the testimony of, well, actually, let me move forward. Not only in that meeting did we talk about medication management, and now let me ask you, because I want to know about your impressions. Are you stating that the current medications, I want to Seroquel, Droxine, and I'm probably saying this wrong, Doxepine, Lexapar, methyl something, carbamazepine, is that what is it called?
Carbamazepine?
Carbamazepine. With this current concoction that Laura Melvin is currently taking, are you stating that this is an inappropriate concoction when it comes to Laura Melvin being able to parent a child?
Well, I think that it has some room for improvement. It is much better than her previous prescription regimen.
All right. Just based on this medication alone, can Laura Melvin parent being on this set of concoction of prescriptions?
With the current medications that she's on, I think if she had another responsible adult in the household, in the event that she was too asleep to respond to an emergency, then I think she could parent given these medications.
Okay. And you've looked at her history. Laura Melvin she's married, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If I told you that Laura Melvin was exercising unsupervised visits with biological children that she has that have been appropriate, would you be surprised?
Objection, assuming facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
If she was having appropriate visitation with other children, I would be happy for her.
Okay. Would her behavior, unsupervised behavior with other children, be indicative of parenting?
The difficulty is when we're talking about addiction is that there's limitations in time. In my opinion, Laura Melvin, if she's not ingesting alcohol or under the influence of a substance, may be a great parent. So if she is not under the influence at the time that she has those supervised visits, or unsupervised visits for that matter, then she could be a great parent. My concern would be at times when she is under an influence.
Understood, Dr. Miller. If I told you that Laura Melvin submitted to a hair drug test this month that was negative, would that be positive aspect of her sobriety?
It could be. Hair follicle tests are can be altered. I would want to actually see the results, or at least hear the results. Do you know if there was an ETG test as part of that hair follicle test?
And I don't know, doctor.
Your standard hair follicle tests don't test for metabolites of alcohol. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. If I told you that Laura Melvin has not tested positive on a drug test since entering an inpatient rehab, would you be troubled that the department has represented to you that sobriety has continued being an issue?
If she has worked with them on all the tests, then I would feel much more comfortable. I don't know if that is the case or not.
Even without all the tests, doctor, knowing that if I told you that she has complied with some of the tests and timely upon request, if I told you that none of them were positive, would you be optimistic about her journey?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
The difficulty with drug testing is it's very time limited. Alcohol has a very short half-life. So if somebody wanted to time a test and they were requested to take an alcohol test at a time when they were sober, it would be very easy to pass. Most people would tend to avoid tests at times when they're worried that they would fail it.
And Dr. Miller, but that could be said about anyone that had a history of alcohol, correct?
Correct. If you miss those tests, it would be suspicious that you're worried that you're going to fail it.
Okay.
That would be at least one possibility.
But what about tests taken on time when asked? Do you have the same opinion?
Again, if you're sober at the time, why wouldn't you comply? That would make perfect sense.
But it could be mere speculation. You would be speculating as to why a person missed at this point, correct?
Correct.
And a person, considering that we are in the midst of a pandemic, it would not be wise for a person that has COVID symptoms as of around the summer of last year to submit to a drug test and potentially expose other people, correct?
Objection, assuming facts, not an evidence.
Sustained. I'm asking you to move on in this house.
Sure. Outside of weaning off of benzos, there was other treatment suggested for Miss Melvin, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this would have been done, you're aware, by Ashley Martin, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of this was based on their cognitive behavioral therapy, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you are aware of the cognitive behavioral therapy Ashley Martin was administering to Laura Melvin the latter part of 2020, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you explain to the court what cognitive behavioral therapy is?
It's an approach to your emotions. Very briefly, emotions are based on a thought. If you can influence the emotion at the level of the thought, you can take more control over the emotional response you have to it. Cognitive behavioral therapy gives you the tools to be able to do that.
You've also stated that cognitive behavioral therapy has been shown to help individuals suffering with addiction problems in maintaining their sobriety, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
He was receiving this same exact therapy from Ashley Martin, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you found that therapy appropriate, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there are different types of interventions that can be done for people with alcohol use disorder, right?
That is correct.
And at that time, at that meeting, you thought that the individual therapy techniques being used with Laura Melvin to address sobriety were appropriate, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And if I told you that Ashley Martin successfully discharged Laura Melvin from individual therapy throughout this time, that would be a positive thing, correct?
Objection,
could be-
assuming facts, not in evidence.
Actually, Bobby
Well,
Garza.
overruled.
Okay,
We'll see what, yeah, overruled.
Provided that Ms. Martin had discharged her from care, believing that she had successfully completed that care, then yes, that would be a positive.
You also believe that cognitive behavioral therapy allows people to explore so that they can work on changing core beliefs that will ultimately lead to change actions, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is very much what it does.
And that's why you thought that Ashley Martin's administration of cognitive behavioral therapy was what you quoted verbatim, an excellent choice, right?
Yes. Yes. There is ample evidence to show that cognitive behavioral therapy is useful when trying to maintain sobriety. Yes.
So just to be clear, you stated you had some recommendations as to how Laura Melvin's current concoctions of medication might be tweaked a bit. Can you explain to both myself and the court what tweaking you would do and in doing so specifically identify what medications currently Laura Melvin should be on?
Given her current regimen of medications, my preference, were I the treating provider, would be that she would be on no more than one sedating medication at bedtime. Again, my concern would be is if she's taking multiple at bedtime, that could put her in an unfortunate situation where an emergency occurs at night and she's unable to respond.
Okay. Any other tweaks?
No.
Okay. Your concerns were associated to bedtime. If Laura Melvin is visiting with her child during the day, would that be a concern?
No, with her current regimen of medications, I would not be concerned about that.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. No further questions. Pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Pearsall.
No questions.
Ms. Merritt.
Dr. Miller, I'm sorry to have to ask a couple questions, but I find myself kind of a little confused. If today there was, earlier today, there was ample testimony indicating that Miss Melvin has missed numerous drug tests, not just one, not just two, but at least 10 or more. Does that concern you?
Yes, ma'am.
If after we had that meeting with Ashley Martin and Dr. Capitan and Mr. Roberts back in August, and we talked about the many methods of moving forward in this case, if Miss Ashley Martin discharged Miss Melvin or attempted to discharge Miss Melvin less than a month after that meeting, would that concern you?
Objection, compound question.
If Miss Martin discharged Miss Melvin in September of 2020, would that concern you?
Would have been concerned that given that that was when she was still being weaned from the Xanax, that might not have been a sufficient amount of therapy.
What about if she continued to request discharge in October of 2020? Would that still be concerning?
I would have liked.
Let me ask, if who was requesting discharge?
Miss Martin, Ashley Martin, doing the CBT therapy.
Go ahead.
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't Well, go ahead. Never mind. Withdrawn.
Go ahead, sir.
My preference would have been for CBT to have continued at least until a couple of months after Miss Melvin had stopped the benzodiazepines so that she could have a chance to really benefit from it. One of the downsides of sedating medications is it makes it hard to pay attention and hard to focus. And it makes it hard to learn as much as you could from therapy.
So if I were to suggest that perhaps Ms. Melvin has not had any kind of individual therapy, CBT therapy since December, would that be concerning to you?
If it would be concerning in the event that she has sorry, I've got a little bit of background noise. It would bother me if she has not continued to have therapy, if she was continuing to have difficulties with substances, because obviously that would be a real benefit to her if she's still continuing to struggle. If she had been doing an excellent job of maintaining her sobriety, if she had been compliant with treatment, if she had been compliant with drug testing, consistently showing that she was not struggling as much with her substance abuse, stopping in December could have been appropriate. But given that she doesn't appear to be doing those things, it would be better if she had continued with therapy.
Further, Dr. Miller, if Miss Melvin had not only stopped there was no CBT therapy, that she was missing her drug tests, and she was no longer attending outpatient individual therapy, would that continue to inform or change your opinion?
Objection, compound question.
Would that change your opinion, Dr. Miller?
Objection, compound question.
Would it change your opinion, Dr. Miller?
Okay, I'll overrule that. It's just one question, I think, with lots of assumptions.
I would like to have seen her. It would have bothered me if she was not having outpatient treatment to help maintain her sobriety, given the length of time that she's struggled with substance abuse.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Ms. House?
Briefly, Dr. Miller, you're not here to, your testimony does not trump that of her current treating psychiatrist, correct?
That's hard for me to answer without knowing what his opinion is, I suppose.
Right, but conclusive, so right. So without that, you're not here to trump the opinion of her treating psychiatric facility, correct? Yes or
No.
yes or no?
Yeah, no.
You're here to offer your opinion, correct?
I'm here to give my opinion regarding her substance use, yes.
Okay. And just because the opinion, you've already stated that while you would do tweaking of her current psychiatric facility, that the current regimen is okay, right?
Yeah. Yes, I think it's much better than it was before.
So as it states right now, you don't have any problems based on what you know with her treating psychiatric facility, correct?
Correct. I think that her current regimen of medications makes much more sense than it did previously.
And you stated, while it was your preference that therapy continue based on the weaning off of the benzos, it's not required in your medical opinion that that the therapy continued past the time that she was weaned off benzos, correct?
Objection, compound, and asked and answered.
No, that wasn't, no, it hasn't.
I'll overrule the objection.
I would feel a lot more comfortable if we had conclusive evidence that she had been maintaining her sobriety. Then I could feel comfortable with her not continuing as aggressive of outpatient support, though most individuals struggling with any sort of addiction continue to benefit from outpatient support to maintain their sobriety for months and even years afterwards.
Okay. And Dr. Miller, the last time that you actually treated Laura Melvin would have been the date of the psychiatric evaluation, correct?
I've never treated her. I just evaluated her.
The last time you had one-on-one contact with Laura Melvin would have been May 18th, 2020, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
The best persons that are in the best position to talk about her psychiatric needs really would be her current treating psychiatrist, correct?
If they're experts in that field, then yes.
And the information you're relying on really is a bunch of hearsay, along with the medical records that you've used to create your opinion. A lot of it is based on a bunch of hearsay from the department, correct?
Most of my opinion is based on the medical records that I reviewed that come from Dr. Capitane's office, who I actually don't know this, but I assume is still the treating provider.
When's the last time you reviewed medical records from Dr. Capitane's office?
The last records I had from Dr. Capitane's office, what would have been from that meeting back in August. I have not received further records from them.
Okay, so you are not even in the position to testify as to Dr. Capitane's treatment past that date, correct?
All I know is the current medications.
Okay, thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right, any other questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
No. All right, Dr. Miller, at a time when Ms. Melvin was on the benzos at the prescription rate that she was on before the weaning off process that you requested, would you have expected there to be any continuity of slurring or confusion? By that I mean, was this something that would have been observable commonly or all the time that she was on the same dosage, or would it have happened randomly?
It would have tended to happen more randomly, and at the dosage she was on, while it could have occurred, it would have been more likely if it was combined with another sedating substance like alcohol.
All right, anything else for this witness?
No, Judge.
All right, thank you, Dr. Miller. You are excused. So, Lucinda is the only person in the waiting room. The other witness has gone. It's 5:45. We still haven't heard from Ms. Melvin. So what do the attorneys want to do?
Judge, we can break if the court would like and resume on a day 2. I know that I would be calling the nurse practitioner, Ms. De La Garza, and my client to kind of give an explanation as to omissions that have happened in this case. And I'm sure maybe someone wants to call CASA. I don't know.
Okay. All right, so what are people's schedules next Friday?
Judge, we're actually all scheduled for mediation in this case starting at 1 p.m. But I'm available that morning. I don't know about everyone else.
And Judge, I believe at this point, like, mediation is futile. So I don't mind using that time for court. I think we probably would all agree that mediation will be futile.
I agree. The mediation was intentionally reset until after the de novo hearing was completed. So perhaps we reschedule mediation.
Right.
Okay. And
unless, Judge, you feel that we should give another stab to mediation.
Well, I mean, Sonia asked said reschedule. So she didn't, it was supposed to be scheduled after the de novo. And that's what Sonia Sims is suggesting.
Okay, yes, I mean, so we can,
I guess I'm confused. Are people not available Friday morning?
Oh, I'm available all day Friday. I don't know, but I know that I figured that there was a reason we scheduled it in the afternoon because we had already conferred on schedules. But I'm available. I can make it. I can be available.
There is a reason. I believe the child is having an end of the year party that morning, and we did not want to interrupt with the child's schedule. And so that's why mediation is scheduled to start at 1 p.m.
okay, all right. So
I guess considering how long it will take, do you think we can resolve it with a half day? We could start it after the child's end of the school year party if Ms. Hicks can let us know when approximately that would be.
all right, Ms. Hicks. Can't hear you, ma'am.
We can't hear you for some reason.
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Ms. Hicks, you're welcome to text me if that helps.
All right, we'll tentatively we'll drop and reschedule the mediation, schedule this for 1 o'clock. And I want to ask all the attorneys, Ms. House, are you going to consider asking for me to order like a scram monitor? And if I did something like that, what I would order would be a scram sort of monitor, or I would prefer that to one where people have to call and tell them to do things. But I would also want the drug patches put on, because I think that the best case for Miss Melvin is that after years of not doing what she was supposed to have been doing, she's pulled the equivalent of an all-nighter and gotten her life together at the very last minute. And that could be what had happened. And we'd have some data on that, probably not by Friday, but certainly in time for mediation and to go to the jury, the attorneys would have that. So I'm going to ask the attorneys to confer about that. If you can reach an agreement, that's fine. If not, they just file whatever motion and I will sign an order.
Judge, we would be asking for the scram monitor and drug patches, or either or. What does the court have a preference of one over the other?
Well, is the scram just mainly for alcohol?
I don't know, Judge. I guess we would have to look it up. How about this, Judge? I can look it up, and in between now and Friday when we return, I can file a motion and have research provided for the court.
Okay, that's fine, because I want both to be monitored, and I want you to talk to your client that without prejudging stuff, it would not be good to be coming back in without a whole lot of proof that, not that I got caught in the rain and the patch got wet and it fell off, or, my power went out for 4 days and therefore I couldn't charge my phone. And that's why the Bluetooth didn't connect or something like that. I mean, if she really is, she's clean, she's sober, alcohol, drugs, 24/7, that'd be good for everyone to know.
Yes, Judge. Would you like that motion filed by Monday? Would that be timely?
That's more than timely. I don't expect that it's going to be anything, but possibly the details would be contested. And if we're going to be here on next Friday, then we can set this for 1 o'clock. And if everybody's in agreement, I'll be glad to sign it sooner so we can get it going. I don't know how long it. Okay. You might also, ma'am, want to check. Even if I sign an order, it may take some weeks for the department's bureaucracy to be able to actually generate a check. I don't know, Ms. Merrick maybe could tell us more about that. So you might also want to check with providers and ask, as long as you have an order with the district judge's signature on it that specifically says they're going to be paid for X, Y, and Z, if they'd be willing to go ahead and install it.
And Judge, our firm doesn't mind fronting the cost as long as we could be reimbursed by the department. If that would expedite things, we're willing to do that.
As long as there's not a problem with the department bookkeeping, or are you aware of
I would
anything?
have to staff that, Judge, with the my managing attorney, as well as the department's legal department, well, not legal department, but the CVS department,
And what does CVS mean?
the conservatorship department. That's where the money would be coming out of,
Okay.
Judge.
All right. So we'll set this for 1 p.m. on the 28th. Okay. I'm sorry, Miss Melvin.
I'm sorry. Next Friday, my son graduates from high school. So, I'm not sure how that.
What time?
I will have to look back. I'm not sure. I'd have to look in my calendar, and I don't have that right in front of me.
What school is he in?
It's usually. I'm sorry, Karn City.
All right, give me a moment. Well, it has a box around it, but it doesn't say what time. I mean, that would typically be in the evening, wouldn't it? Would it not?
Judge, according to their website, their graduation starts at 7:30 p.m.
Is it so? Okay, I was thinking it was a little bit earlier than that. I apologize.
All right, you ought to be able to get there from Beeville in plenty of time.
Okay.
All right, so 1 p.m. on the 28th. We'll see y'all then.
Will we be issued a new link or use the same link?
Give me just a moment. And of course, see if I can make this work. Zoom deletes or disables right clicking.
It's okay, Judge. I have a.
No, I've already said it. I just need to. All right, there. It posted the link. Let me send. And it even made it active after I hit send.
Awesome.
Okay. So I'll give folks a few moments to download the link. Okay, and now I'm going to go ahead and end the meeting.
Thanks,
All right.
Your Honor. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Judge.
See y'all next
Thank you,
week.
Judge.
See you. Lachey, I'm going to be out Monday and Tuesday. I'll see you Wednesday.